Mbona haiendi live? Hapana, ishakuwa live. Zima music. Okay. Thank you guys. I'm sorry. Sikuwa najua live imeanza, so poleni sana. Abigail Walowe, confirm kama sauti yangu inasikika. Sina headphones, sina hizo vitu zote. So kama nasikika, naomba unikonfirmie. Yegon, am I audible? Hello Yegon, ama Abigail. Wait, sauti inasikika ama I can't do it. I can't test it myself. So naomba mnisaidie hapo. I can hear you, sir. Very audible. Thank you, David Kiprono. Thank you, Yegon Richard. Thank you, Kevo Timbaya, David Kiprono, Zipindeche, Generali. Mwingine anaitwa Calvin, Cynthia, Jonathan Mwendwa. Mwendwa, we ni yule wetu wa hii platform. Hebu jilete hapa leo bana. Asante sana Olarikoni. Nashukuru sana. Karibuni guys. Topic yetu ya leo ni the state of Kenyan politics ahead of 2022 general elections. Nimesikia baba akiita wengine wezi. Yeye pia ameambiwa usipoungana na Kalonzo, Ruto atakuwa rais saa 2 asubuhi. So si rahisi venye tunafikiria. So guys, you can join me. Kama unataka link, sema nikuweke link hapo. Alafu ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. So karibuni sana guys, karibuni sana. Kwanza ningependa kuapologize kwa kuwa late. Ingefaa tuanze kitu saa 1 ya Kenya. Saa 1 ya Kenya. Yeah. But tumekuwa late kidogo. So kwa wale wapenzi wa show, tuomba radhi. Mtusamehe. So ndio hiyo link naeka hapo. If you feel like joining the live discussion, click hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. So link ndio hiyo nimeweka kwa comment section. Link imeenda YouTube, Facebook mara 2. Acha ni confirm majina. Kuna Facebook Mutembei Live na kuna Facebook Kenya News Zone. Alafu YouTube kuna Mutembei TV. So huko kote nimeweka link. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Kuna huyu msichana anaitwa Margaret from Italia. Margaret, leo ni siasa venye ulikuwa unataka. So kama unatusikiza ama kama una watch, kuja. Livingstone Olarikoni, link nimeweka hapo kwa comment section. Nimesema ukiklik itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Asante Vincent Andare kutoka Syokimau. So welcome on board guys. Maybe I need to send, sorry. I also need to send the link to the WhatsApp group kwa wale madynasty kama kina Yaga waipate huko, so I have to create a WhatsApp web. So meanwhile guys, karibuni, endeleeni kujoin. Kuna huyu Dan, your devices are not connected, so kukuweka kwa show moja kwa moja itakuwa ngori, so hakikisha umeconnect devices alafu nipate venye nitakuadd kwa show. So meanwhile, karibuni. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba kuna politics imefanyika wiki nzima, na leo pia pale ambapo mheshimiwa ama aliyekuwa mheshimiwa Kalembe Ndile alipokuwa akipumzishwa kulikuwa na siasa pale. So we want to discuss all these as interested parties, youths, Wakenya wenzetu. Let us discuss all these and then we see. Ukisikiza maoni yangu nisikize yako, maybe tuweza tukafikishana mahali. Kiprono ni aje?
Niko poa.
Siweke kamera jameni. Thank you. Where are you watching from, Kiprono David?
Okay, I'm watching from Kisumu County, Kisumu Town.
Oh, uko Kisumu Town.
Kisumu Town side.
Nasikia inaitwa Europe. Imejengwa sana.
Okay, courtesy of the handshake, kuna mabadiliko kidogo. But previously watu walikuwa wanadialia kuna maendeleo hapa. Kwa Kenya.
Handshake imeleta nini Kisumu since 2018?
Kuna ka flyover inajengwa hapo karibu na Ahero, connecting that road between Ahero to hiyo njia inaenda Kakamega Road. So nowadays trucks are not allowed to go through the town. Zinaenda direct ikienda Kakamega Road. And then kuna beautification ya the town inafanyika saa hii.
Na hiyo beautification of the town ni national government project ama county?
It is not a national.
Kuna KMN.
Either it is not the county government. It is being done by the World Bank.
Through mtu gani? Through national or county government?
County government.
So why are you crediting the national government?
You know, wanasiasa tu wanajicredit, wanasema Raila ndio alileta hii maendeleo. So credit yote inaenda kwa Raila.
Hata wewe si mwanasiasa lakini nimekukondi ukakubali. So projects za World Bank through county government tuwape governor.
Okay.
So zile za mheshimiwa rais na ndugu yake handshake pia tuwape kama hiyo port na hizo zingine, lakini za World Bank city beautification, let's credit the World Bank and the governor. Okay. Livingstone Ola, bwana uko na jina ndefu sasa haijakuja yote. Livingstone niaje?
Poa sana.
Leta kamera Livingstone. Hello Livingstone.
Hello.
Okay, Mama Joy niaje?
Poa.
Hey, umeshindaje?
Niko salama kabisa.
Unatizama ukiwa wapi Mama Joy?
Niko Saudia.
Saudia ni kubwa.
Hata ingawa jua imewaka kiasi lakini hakuna ubaya, tuko sawa.
Niko sawa Saudi. Hata sisi tuko poa.
Hiyo sasa.
Yes. Evo ni aje?
Niko poa sema.
Vipi niko poa bwana Evo?
Habari ya masiku?
Poa sana. Umeshindaje wewe?
Niko safi kabisa. Thanks.
Sisi pia tuko na jaribu tu.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Mami za
Mentor ni aje?
Mami za
Hello mentor. Mentor ni aje? Okay, Livingstone. Hii siasa yetu unaona inaelekea wapi bana? Hello. Ni mimi devices zangu ziko mbaya ama mnanisikiza kweli?
Akusikii.
Uko sawa?
Sasa Livingstone ama David Kiprono.
Yes.
Hii siasa tunaelekea wapi David Kiprono?
Okay.
2022 ni mwaka kesho, so hatujui itakuwaje.
Okay, kulingana na maoni yangu naona tu wanasiasa sasa hii ndio wanaanza kujipanga. Alliance is going to come soon. Umesikia leo Raila alikuwa anasema pia yeye anaweza fanya kazi na Kalonzo, na Kalonzo alisema hiyo sababu ya pressure. Najua ukiwa nyumbani unafaa kuongea kama as in baba wa hiyo area sasa. So nimesikiza leo Kalonzo vile alikuwa anaongea, lakini aliongea kwa sababu ya pressure ya Charity Ngilu. Charity alimwambia kama utafanya kazi na Raila, hiyo kiti ya 2022 mtaionea kwa hiyo sasa, sababu Ruto atachukua by 8 in the morning. So kulingana na mimi 2022 ni kesho, so alliances itakuja. Tutaona nani wataungana na baba, nani wataungana na Ruto, na maybe kutakuwa na the alliances of the au magovernors wenye wanamalizia term yao, kina Hassan Joho, kina Mutua, alafu pia kuna wamama, kuna Martha Karua, kina Waiguru pia walikuwa wamesema maybe watavaa hiyo kiti ya 2022 ama watakuwa wanasimama. Alafu tena unaona upande wa Mlima Kenya, kulingana na maoni yangu sioni kama watakuwa na any presidential candidate in 2022. Lakini shida sasa, hata kama watakuwa na any presidential candidate in 2022, wako na numbers. Na unajua Kenya huwezi shinda bila numbers. So pia Mount Kenya is a factor in 2022 politics, sababu ya namba yao. Hapa Nyanza na Western Province, Western tumekuwa tukiwaona tu last minute wana rush, na alafu unaona tu vile hao watu hawakuangi wamejipanga vile. Hadi sasa wanangojea tu endorsement ya Uhuru Kenyatta, maybe awa endorse one of them, because up to now hawajatuonesha kingpin yao ni nani, because kuna Weta, maybe kuna Tuoli pia, alafu kuna Musalia. So kula Western tunakaa kuchanganyikiwa, na unajua Kenya huwezi shinda peke yako. Vile Kalonzo pia alisema leo, Kenya huwezi shinda peke yako, lazima kukuwa na alliances between the two main parties or the two main kingpins from the larger communities of Kenya. So Raila atakuwa kwa ballot, maybe kina Ruto pia watakuwa kwa ballot, na hivi karibuni tutakuwa tunaona hao majamaa wakijipanga vizuri, na sisi wananchi ni kazi yetu kuwapanga sasa jinsi tutapeleka huko mbele.
Lakini David,
Yes.
Unaona Ruto akisema kwamba si Ruto, Charity Ngilu akisema kwamba aliambia Kalonzo wakiwa na baba eti msipoungana Ruto atakuwa rais.
Yeah.
How is that statement affecting Raila's candidature? Kumaanisha hata Raila peke yake hawezi akashinda Ruto, si ndio? Kulingana na Mama Ngilu.
I think kuna tofauti ya ideal politics and the real politics. As in, Gilu alikuwa anajaribu kusema the real politics vile inafaa kuwa, yani as in huwezi shinda peke yako. Alafu unaona sasa mtu kama Kalonzo anaambiwa na his community ati lazima ukuwe rais. Na pia ukienda kule juu sasa, ukipata hao majamaa the kingpins of those communities, ukiwapata hao majamaa kila mtu anataka kwenda huko juu. So sometimes you have to sacrifice your own ambitions for the benefit of other people, because Ngilu ako na pressure, alafu tena the real politics inamwambia mtu kama Raila ama Kalonzo huwezi shinda peke yako, so inaweza muaffect any of them, either Raila or Ngilu or Kalonzo. Yeah.
I think that was a very heavy statement to Raila and Kalonzo. And it also confirms maybe how strong William may be on paper ama kwa ground. So it is just a matter of wait and see. Let's wait and see.
But it is also a matter of the kind of the alliances that we will see in the coming future, because even if Ruto vies on his own or alone, he will not win. So you need also someone else from other communities so that they can win together. But going there alone, I'm sure he will not going to win.
But you see, everybody wants to be president. Every kingpin wants to be president. So
yes, but
we will have like 5 presidential candidates from each community.
Alliance.
Maybe uko round 2, lakini round 1 kila mtu atakuwa anataka. So Evo,
internet yangu inaleta kiasi hapa hivi tunashindwa ni wapi.
Evo sema nasi gani?
No, sorry. Nilikuwa nasema internet yangu inaleta shida kiasi hapo hivyo, ndio maana I keep going on and off. But anyway, mnanisikia?
Yeah.
Okay. Kwanza nataka nianze na kama hiyo budget ambayo ilisomwa jana. Nimecheki a few points hapo zilikuwa zime-mention that it was a budget that was not made for on the behalf of the ordinary Kenyans, because from what we saw, everything pretty much zimeongezwa bei, apart from I think walikuwa wanasema sijui mkate ndio itabaki the same price ama kitu kama hiyo. But we all understand why everything had to ilikuwa iongezwe ushuru, because Kenya imechukua madeni and it's on debt chungu nzima, so they have to pay back the debt. Unfortunately, lazima watafute mahali hiyo pesa inarudishwa, and that money they can only pay it through tax. So unfortunately, Kenyans have to bear the brunt and pay for that, which I really sympathize with the hardworking Kenyans ambao wanaenda kazini every day. They work and then they have to pay their taxes in the hope that their taxes is being spent with transparency, some sort of transparency vizuri. But unfortunately, that's not the case. We know pesa zinapotea through scrupulous activities na watu na nje zingine tofauti. Just like for example, the president mentioned a couple of months ago that Kenya lose about 2 billion every year. I mean, that's the taxpayers' money. So whoever is working in Kenya and analipa Kenya through KRA should be worried about that in the first place. Right. So another thing we monitor today about the siasa whether inaendelea Kenya. Kalembendile, by the way, I mean, people went there to give farewell to this guy Kalembendile. But unfortunately, that place turned into a campaign hotspot, campaign ground. So I don't understand why Kenyans, we always do that. When a siasa wanna turn a place, that place should have been purely kuhusiana na mambo ya kumzika Kalembe Ndile and nothing else. But look at Ngilu, huh? And even Mutua, is it Mutua? I don't know, the other guy. They're all talking politics, you know what I mean? So the whole idea ilikuwa wametoka from the main focus of why they went there. But again, vile Ngilu alitaja ask, or he told Raila and Kalonzo, if they don't unite, then there's no future for anybody Apple, but Ruto will win the election, which is a fact. I mean, let us agree. Ngilu has been around for a while. For those of us who are old enough, we know Ngilu has been around for quite a while, and what she's talking about the facts. Kenya is a multicultural, country that has many tribes, and you cannot go it alone as a one leader. For example, Niseme Kalonzo or Raila or just Ruto, and expect to win an election. It has to be a coalition, and vile Ruto amemtaja Raila na Kalonzo kuwa if they don't unite, then that leadership ita slip away to Ruto. That's a fact, and this is a start where Ruto na kina Kalonzo should focus on something, wakuja na coalition moja nzito na waangalie where the majority of the votes zinakuja from. And you remember what Ngilu mentioned, she said aliteta sana akasema sisi Wakamba Raila votes zilikuja kwako back in 2013 and all that. So it's time for the Kambas pia wapate kitu. Unaona, maybe we don't know alikuwa anamaanisha nini, but again to keep focus on what she was saying about uniting Raila and Kalonzo together ili Ruto asiwe president. Maybe I don't know, that's just my own opinion. She meant unite, they give somebody like Kalonzo Musyoka chance asimame pale under hiyo unity ama Mutua, that Mutua basically somebody from Kamba region. So I think that was a sort of an indicator who they have the opportunity to let this chance next year 2022 is slip away to Ruto. No. So I think those are the points I've got for now. Clinton, your mic, hatukusikia.
Oh. Sorry, Evo. Livingstone, unmute your microphone and say something. Okay, say something, Livingstone. Okay, the guy is gone. So Evo na Kiprono, mimi hiyo statement ya Ngilu imenionyesha kwamba maybe hata Raila hajiamini, Kalonzo vile hajiamini, na pia Ruto is the main problem. Kila coalition inaundiwa Ruto. So mbona this guy? Why is it that all the energy we are putting maybe just to stop him? Na reasons pia za kumstop hatuna. So what's happening? Daudi Kiprono.
Okay, sijui kama ulisikiza vile Ngilu vile alianza hiyo statement yake alafu akakuja hadi akasema hivyo. Alianza story ya 1997, 2002 vile NAK ilikuja ikaundwa, vile waliungana na Raila, walikuwa the same na Raila, then wakaungana na Kibaki and then wakashinda 2002. Kibaki akashinda wakati Raila alisema Kibaki tosha in 2002. So kulingana na mimi Ngilu alikuwa anasema hiyo statement just to, as in nasema to appease the ground, as in kuwastua ya kwamba unajua sahi Ukambani everyone wants to be the kingpin of that area. Wanamwona Kalonzo nikaa Kalonzo ameshindwa, as in terms of opinions, in terms of how to form the alliances, ni kama Kalonzo ndiye ameshindwa huko Ukambani. Ukimwona mtu kama Mutua na Kivutha Kibwana wanamwona Kalonzo, as in the man is no longer a factor in their area, so they don't even respect him the way he was respected in the past. So hiyo statement ya Ngilu alikuwa anajaribu kujionyesha yeye pia anaweza kuwa msemaji wa Kamba in that area. And then also hiyo statement also unajua kuna statements zingine unasemanga mbele ya watu kama we ni mwanasiasa. Kuna statements zingine unasema ukiwa mbele ya watu so that watu wakuone ni kama tuko na wewe ama uko na sisi, unatutetea huko mbele sasa. Alafu sasa unaona hiyo statement kwa mtu kama Kalonzo. Sasa Kalonzo anajua the real politics, yeye mwenyewe hawezi shinda peke yake, anahitaji mtu kama Raila. And then also kuna ile coalition agreement between Kalonzo Musyoka in 2013 and in 2017. So I don't think hiyo statement ya Ngilu inaweza make any sense huko mbele, kwa sababu Raila mwenyewe sijui kama Raila atawahi kubali mtu akuja aende mbele yake. So hiyo ndio shida moja. Hiyo statement inaweza kuwa ilikuwa tu ya mazishi ya Kalembe Ndile peke yake. Sioni kama hiyo statement itawahi semwa. Tuseme sasa, take a scenario whereby hiyo statement inaweza semwa kule Nairobi na Kalonzo na Raila wakikutana tena. Hiyo statement tu ilikuwa ya Ukambani peke yake. Ukambani kwa nini? Sababu wale Wakamba walikuwa huko, wangeambiwa kitu Raila angeamka alafu ama Kalonzo aseme hata ungana na Raila in 2022. So ingemaanisha Raila was a con man. He conned Kalonzo in 2013 and in 2017. Then pia Kalonzo angeonekana pia as in yeye mbona akubali akoniwe na Raila mwenyewe. So hiyo statement ilikuwa tu ya burial ya Kalembe, na sioni kama hiyo statement itapita hata kaunti ya Makueni peke yake. Hayo ni maoni yangu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you Bwana Daudi Kiprono. Korir.
Yes, Bwana Clinton. Habari ya wazee?
Poa sana Bwana Korir.
Habari ya mingi Bwana Clinton.
Tuko fiti.
Leo nimeshangaa kumbe kuna simba imelala, kila mtu akilala anaota, akiamka anafikiria. Ndio nimeshangaa mpaka Charity Ngilu kila mahali akienda anawaza huyu Ruto sana, sijui mama anaonaje huyu mwanaume. Cause hata ile mazishi ya mama Mudavadi tuliona tena akienda kabisa mpaka kwa rais akimwambia kabisa huyu mtu, yani unaona kabisa ana point kabisa Ruto, ni kama Ruto amekuwa adui wake, na 2007 walikuwa pamoja kwa ODM. Hivi saa hii tumeshangaa mpaka kabisa imeingiza chuki kabisa. Mahali popote akienda ni lazima aongee, mara ni mwizi ya mashamba, mara ni mtu ya wilbaro, mara yani tunashangaa hii wilbaro na ni alama ya chama, lakini inawauma hatujawahi ona Ruto akipeleka wilbaro na magari kwenda kwa mahali ati apewe watu wilbaro, lakini hiyo ni chama, alama ya chama. Wacha tuingie sasa siasa. Kati ya Raila nikiona anakuja kushikana na Gideon Moi, kwangu mimi, maoni yangu kwa siasa yangu, Ghost, hata ukiona wakati wa Madaraka Day uliona Gideon akifuata nyuma ya Raila, na ukiona Huru ile mchezo anataka kucheza juu anajua huyu baba ni mzee zaidi, hata akipewa hata kung'ang'ana hiyo 5 years mzee atawacha tu yeye mwenyewe, so of which means atampatia huyu kijana. Hiyo ndio kitu chenye naona Uhuru anataka, hiyo laini ashikanishe Gideon na Raila. Haya, nimekuja tena juzi last week weekend. Kalonzo alikuwa amekimbia kwa Ruto Karen. Kizirisiri. Alafu baadaye anakuja anasema siwezi shikana na huyo mtu mwizi ya mashamba. Na ametoka huko juzi haujui ni nini chenye alikuwa anaenda kuomba. Haya. Huyu sasa Musalia Mudavadi yuko hapa anamnyemelea tena huyu Ruto. Sasa ile one Kenya Alliance iliendaje? Ama ilienda na BBI? Hiyo ndio swali yangu kwa siasa yangu. Hapo ndio naona hao wanaume ndio unaona wanaanza kupapaika. Walichora plan yao juu ya ile BBI na saa hii wameona ndio hii tunaelekea mwezi wa 8 na hii BBI bado iko kotini, wanaanza kusikiza tarehe 29 mpaka tarehe 2. So of which means haitafaulu, itakuwa imefika tena mwezi wa 8. So hapo ndio imefika mwisho. Ile kitu yenye imekuwa rahisi sasa ni kwenda kwa Ruto, kukimbilia kwa Ruto. Ndio anaona mwanya iko hapo saa hii. So Jared Ngilu amekuwa na wasiwasi, of which means ile serikali ya 2022 hatakuwa ndani, na maana anajaribu ile njia yenye anataka kuona amezuia huyu, lakini imekuwa ngumu tena. So tunasema tu poleni, ikawa hatujui mambo ya 2022 ni Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye anajua, lakini tuko na house sisi watu wa maasala. Imefika mwisho.
Huwezi muingiza Mungu kwa mambo ya siasa ya 2022.
Naingiza Mungu sababu obvious hata nikiamka asubuhi
wakishajipanga ndio waombe Mungu awasaidie, lakini Mungu hawezi kuja kuwapanga.
Kila kitu ni
Mungu ako busy bwana. Kuna maombi zingine unajipanga kwanza ndipo unaenda kuomba.
Wacha
niko na swali kwako bwana Korir.
Niulize.
Korir, wewe kama mkazi wa Bonde la Ufa, mko na ndume wawili, wote wanataka kuwania urais.
Wewe unaweza hesabu huyo mwingine?
Mko na William na Gideon.
Gideon kwanza hata kwa familia ya familia ya Moi mwenyewe, wacha nikwambie, anaweza toka na kura 3 kwa hiyo familia. Kama uliona ile mkumbusho ya Moi, ulisikia aje nani Raymond? Musikuje kwa hii familia ya baba mkasema ati ni familia ya Gideon. Hapa ni kwa baba, ni kumaanisha hiyo hata familia haiko hata pamoja. So hata hiyo kura kwake hiyo kwa hiyo familia ya Moi, naweza fikiria ni kama kuna kura 3. Na wakati uliona BBI ikiangushwa, uliona mahali penye walishangilia ni wapi zaidi kwa hii Kenya? Kama uliona, sababu kama huko Kenya uliona kwa YouTube, ni wapi mahali penye walishangilia zaidi? So which means arudi kwanza atengeneze ground huko kwake. Uwezi ukaita watu maskini na ni hao ndio wamekupatia 2 terms, umeenda kwa parliament na unaita maskini.
Sasa Korir, kwa sababu Ruto alishangiliwa sana, inamaanisha yeye ndio kingpin.
Unajua mate akishatemewa mtu ya kwanza, usiende tena ati unataka by force. Sinakuja tu wenyewe.
Kama kushangiliwa si basi Ruto atakuwa rais. Alishangiliwa Kondele hiyo siku ya madaraka.
Unajua haijafika wakati wa election ndio ujue kama ni wale watu wanaweza mpigia ama wameamua aje. Ndio wakati tunaamua, ni wakati tunajua kweli. Unajua dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Wakati ameenda huko, hiyo alikuwa anapita. So hatuwezi jua wale watu walikuwa wanangoja Raila ama walikuwa wanangoja nini. Hiyo ya Kondele siwezi weka 100%.
Clinton anaweza toa maoni kwa hiyo. Can I say something?
Ngoja Daudi kidogo tu. Livingstone kama amerekebisha mtambo, anene nasi kama mtambo ni mbaya. Tumtoe tuweke mwingine. Livingstone. Tumekupa chance, hii ni ya 3 bwana. Livingstone, acha kujisikiza kwa speaker. Iko nyuma na dakika kadhaa, so chance ya mwisho Livingstone. Okay, umejitoa. So I'll make sure I clear you from hapa nyuma ya curtain, wengine wapate kuingia. Daudi, kidogo tu. Esau. Okay, Maraga, mbona hii screen leo iko hivi? Sioni majina bana. Okay, Magara. Okay, Daudi Kiprono, proceed. Okay, Magara, send nasi.
Allow me to listen a bit so that I can catch up with you.
Okay. So Daudi.
Okay, kuna swali umeuliza Korir ya kwamba kama wakazi wa bonde la ufa wako na kingpin wawili ama wako na presidential aspirants wawili. Mi by the way natoka Baringo. Kwa kweli tuko na aspirants wawili, lakini aspirant mwingine ambaye ni senator wa Baringo anakaa muoga. Ni wananchi ndio wanamsemea kwamba yeye ndiye atakuwa president wa 2022, lakini yeye mwenyewe haja declare. So ni kama watu wanamtakia, lakini yeye mwenyewe hajasema. So ile sherehe ilifanyika Kabarnet baada ya kukatazwa, as in ile high court ku nullify the BBI ruling. Kulingana na mimi si kuona any connection between that BBI ruling and the 2022 politics, because BBI kwanza, kwa nini sisi Baringo tulisherekea hiyo ruling? Tulisherekea kwa sababu kama high court hainge nullify hiyo BBI, sisi kama Baringo tungeonekana ya kwamba we were not part of the constitutional amendment bill. Tulikuwa tumekataa, na kukataa BBI ambayo ilikuwa inakuja kuwa the constitution of implemented with the constitution of Kenya. Tungeonekana as in the wajinga, ungekuwa wajinga, sababu tunakataa aje kitu ambayo inakuja kubadilisha maisha ya wananchi wa Kenya wote. So hiyo sherehe tulifanya huko, tulifanya kuonesha ya kwamba as in we were somewhere, but in real sense we were not somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Nixon Sirma. Alibaba, huyo mtu amekukosea, unaweza mtafuta inbox umtusi kwa inbox, lakini ukitusi watu kwa comment section ni wewe unakula block, because we can move on without you. On a light note maybe. Sasa utuo.
Asante sana. Yangu kusema mambo ya BBI ni political in one way or another, na tuliona pande ya Rift Valley as to where most of them walikataa kuchagua ama kwenda hata kwa hiyo debate. Kuna watu walikuwa wanawapush, so it's political na ilikuwa game plan, because hata tunaona kuna the side ya Kieleweke walikuwa pande ya ya supporting the BBI, pande ya Tangatanga wako pande ya kukataa BBI majority. Mambo ya judiciary tunapata some judges wako party sana, and from the past elections, the past a few days ama times, tunaona mtu kama George Odunga alikuwa anapelekewa during the ODM cases, alikuwa anapelekewa na alikuwa na favor. So we can see judiciary iko some way party sana. Mambo ya formations za kina NASA na coalitions za Raila Kalonzo akina Moi, hizo ni vitu wanaform kukata Ruto na watafanya ikuwe regional parties. Hapo ndio watamaliza Ruto. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you bwana. Thank you Esau. Esau, umesema kwamba all these coalitions ni za kumaliza Ruto.
Exactly, the formations, what the first thing they are going to do, they are going to form what we call regional parties. Kalonzo will have the Kamba votes. The Moi will have the half of the Rift Valley votes. Raila will have the Nyanza votes. We have Musalia with the Western votes. And you can't win with only one region. Okay, Central is divided between now Kikuyus and the Central is divided. Now we might even fall some side of Ruto. Others are on. Some will remain with Uhuru, right? So Central, you can't weigh on Central by winning, because Ruto might even get half of Rift Valley and half of Central, which will not make it. When you go to Coast right now, they are more of NASA. But the three guys, the Moi, Kalonzo, Musalia, and Raila, they'll make the next government. Asante.
Lakini hiyo coronation ya speaker wa National Assembly unaweza kuwa unafikiria ni strategic ndio Mount Kenya ikuwe mara mbili, ama unaona tu ni kimbelembele ya speaker coronated?
No, there's nothing which happens without a reason, And right now you have seen even the division which has started, the west of the Mount Kenya and the east. There's somewhere now because now the Mount Kenya west, they are sidelining themselves from that coronation. Now the east, the Embu, Meru, and they see the Kikuyus like they don't support them, right? So there's a division also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So umesema the coronation was strategic maybe.
The coronation is strategic.
Okay, thank you very much Bwana Esau. Leo nataka nikuwe keen. Hakuna mtu nitamruka. Livingstone, chance ya mwisho. Esau, mute your microphone, Esau.
Okay, it's me, on that coronation, there's something I wanted to talk.
Esau, your time was up. Unaongezea ama unaanza upya?
Okay, I'm adding up.
Okay.
On coronation,
Yeah.
On coronation, Muturi might be a running mate of the hidden president we don't know right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Esau Thuo for your insight. Okay, this guy ameondoka tena, so chance yake imeenda tu hivyo. Sam, ama umepata Kipchumba? Sijui umeingia saa ngapi Kipchumba? But Sam, I think you are the next. No, Sam, relax.
Clinton.
Sam, we ni dynasty, relax Sam.
Yeah, that's why I say wachana mimi kwanza, tuache vijana wajaribu wachangamshe nini kidogo.
Okay. Asante. Magara, umesikiza ama unaendelea kusikiza?
Naendelea kusikiza.
Fine. So Sam, umetupea ruhusa. Kipchumba.
Yes, Clinton.
Ni aje?
Habari ya saizi?
Mimi niko tu hivi bwana.
Niko poa.
Sema nasi Kipchumba.
Niko salama bwana.
Hey.
Yeah. Ndio naingia sasa ma.
Okay, karibu.
Unieleze mjadala mnazungumzia nini?
Tunazungumzia siasa.
Aha.
Yeah. Upendi hiyo?
Ntajaribu hiyo.
Okay, sikiza, utaongea after Rupia. Sawa?
Sawa.
Okay. Next in line, Korir.
Yes. Ndio nimeshangaa na huyo jamaa kidogo amesema ni kama Baringo ama alikuwa anaona aibu. Nafikiria Baringo ndio kaunti ya kwanza kuangusha BBI. Na waliangusha akiwa na vita. Ikiwa kama King Bean ya Baringo County Senator, unawezaje kukosa kuongea na ma-MCA? Swali la kwanza. Ikiwa Baringo unasema iko na umoja, huyu Kiptis, shida kwanza, hata wakati Ruto alikuwa ameenda Kabarnet, alijaribu kuamsha, ikawa ni vita tena kwa wananchi. Ni kumaanisha watu wa Baringo wametengwa na hawa viongozi, na hawa viongozi wanajiona ni familia ya dynasty, which means hao watu atafuata tu vile wataenda, lakini kumbe mambo imekuwa tofauti kwa crown na imekuwa ngumu zaidi kwa watu wa Baringo. Imekuwa ngumu. So wacha nikuje tena kwa siasa. Amesema Raila, Musalia, Kalonzo, Gideon. Ikiwa kama hao watu wanne wametengeneza chama, Raila atakuwa president, sawa. Deputy ni nani? Gideon Moi atakuwa nini hapo? Kalonzo atakuwa nini hapo? Usifikirie saa hii atuseme BBI itapita, sababu maybe mtasema atapata prime minister, deputy prime minister, alafu deputy president. Haya, hii BBI imeenda kando kwanza. Unaweza niambia hao watu wanne wataungana kweli kama BBI ikikosa kupita? Hiyo ni kitu ngumu. So kila mtu ataangalia huyu ndume na kila mtu atakimbilia huyu ndume. Hapo nimeona ni ngumu. Kwa hiyo yenye umesema ni watu wanne watashikana ndio wamalize huyu mtu mmoja, hiyo ni ngumu. Na moja kati ya watu wanne, hao watu wanne atakimbilia huyu mmoja apate nafasi, na ni Musalia Mudavadi. Ama mtaniambia nini? Hebu mniambie.
Okay. Next ni umeomba uambiwe kitu, maybe watakuambia.
Yeah.
Lakini watu wanne wakiungana hatuwezi tukakosa running mate. Lazima kutakuwa na running mate, na ndio maana William alikuwa mjanja akasema, akaleta story na inaitwa BBI ama hiyo group aliweka kina Raila, inaitwa aje? Dynasty group. Kwa alikuwa anajua vizuri either Raila will not go for it, ataunga Gideon Moi mkono. Hiyo group ina qualify kwa dynasty according to William. Group ya Gideon na Musalia was the last person Ruto alimweka kwa hiyo WhatsApp group ya dynasties. So Gideon na Musalia bado wameingia kwa ile mtego ya William. Raila, Gideon bado wako ndani. Raila akiungwa na Uhuru bado wako ndani. So waliundiwa hiyo mtego kitambo, lakini tutaona venye watakuwa na navigate mpaka wafike.
Iko ngumu kidogo. Na waja nikuambie, iko ngumu sababu gani? Raila hawezi kuwa nyuma ya Gideon. Hiyo ndio ngumu. Either Gideon akuwe running mate wake. Lakini shida utaweka wapi Musalia Mudavadi? Musalia Mudavadi hawezi kuwa nyuma ya Gideon. Huyu Gideon ni Senate, lakini unajua huyu ashaikuwa hata prime minister nani, ashakuwa vice. Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo ashakuwa vice, hawezi kuwa nyuma ya Gideon.
Hapo sasa tuangalie kwa nyuma, wote Kalonzo na Mudavadi wote wana hustle. Hujui saizi hata wakiambiwa wanataka kuwa CS watakubali, cause ni positions wanatafuta. So utakuta Kalonzo wakideputize MP mwingine waende watafute kura. So
mbona unataka kuangusha Mlembe bwana? Mbona unataka kuangusha Mlembe mzima? Hiyo unaangusha Mlembe. Sasa si ni afadhali basi aenda apigane na nani Wetangula atafuta ya Senate.
So siasa ni ngumu, lakini Charity Ngilu amesema leo wasipoungana kuna venye itakuwa. So we are really waiting for what will happen. But washaambiwa kama walikuwa wamelala, it's high time they wake up, because Ngilu amesema hiyo kitu akiwa serious. So let's wait and see, maybe.
Wacha tusikie Evo atuambie kidogo Evo.
So next person to speak will be Nashuku Jex ulikuja mbele ya Rupia, so if I'm right maybe. Kama Maraga uko ready? Maraga.
Mi tu niko tu hapo, acha wengine wasukume kwanza.
Yeah, we pia usha graduate ukaingia Dynasty. Tunaelewa. Graduation ilikuwa last week. Magara, sema nasi bana.
Sijui nianzie wapi, ila tu mara mingi huwa I pity us Kenyans, yani najionea huruma kwa sababu our politicians ni kama wanacheza game. Leo hii ile nafasi Raila alikuwa anacheza, sasa Ruto anaicheza vizuri sana. He is the enemy of the people. I don't know whether
nafasi gani unazungumzia?
Yani unakumbuka tulipokuwa tunapiga kura kutoka hapo nyuma, all were campaigning against the Raila was the name, ili upite ulikuwa unatumia Raila upite kwenyu, especially in Rift Valley and the Central. Right now Raila is almost exiting the stage. They are preparing another Raila, and the Kenyans are taking the bait. Chenye inasaidia hiyo ni ile ukabila wetu, mtu wangu na mtu wetu. Here as we are speaking, all of us, Uria, Koril and those other names, they will speak of Ruto as their man. And I think Raila's supporters ndio wamefedi kidogo. Uhuru is not spoken anywhere. Sasa I don't know where we are heading to. And yet, what I'm seeing, ukweli chenye naona, hata Kalonzo alisema leo, hawa wote watakuwa pamoja. Kalonzo, Musalia, in fact Musalia amekuwa nje ya government for how many terms? 2 terms bila ofisi. So it doesn't, haitakuwa tena shida akikaa nje ya serikali. They have one enemy right now, who is Ruto. Yes, Ruto akona some MPs wachache who maybe are very strong. I don't know how strong they are, but the reality is, if Ruto does not wake up from the slumber, he's becoming a next Raila in many years to come. Because ukiangalia, everybody is really, saizi they are giving Ruto names. You see that? Last time Raila was the Muguruki, was the chief of Enugu, was all that. But right now, who is taking that position? Wakenya tunachezwa. Me I feel as Kenyans ndio tunachezwa. I don't know when tutasimama tuchague kiongozi who is not among these politicians who are playing with us, but the truth ni kwamba Raila will be with Musalia, atakuwa na Gideon, atakuwa na Wetangula, because kina Wetangula wana penye wanaenda. They need wanahitaji kuguza koti ya Raila ndio wasonge mbele. Their backyards are not helping either. Who is again? All those politicians, see one Kenya, see what? Because now they have identified that the biggest challenger ni Ruto. Na Ruto anachezwa, anawekwa hiyo sehemu vizuri. Now I don't know how next year will be, but sioni kama hii siasa ya hasla hawa watu wanaweza ingiana na Ruto, because Musalia is not a hustler as per the definition. Wetangula is not a hustler, hawezi akarani campaign against government right now. Kalonzo hawezi. So what are you seeing? It is Ruto against them. It has been like that in Kenya. It has been like that in Kenya since 1991 when we got multipartyism. It was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Masinde Muliro, and nani huyu nani wa Foda Siri. Unaona, against them, against the government. 1997 the government against them. 2002 they came together against the government. Now Raila akatokelezea. Sasa all the time they were campaigning Raila ni hivi, Raila ni vile. Na because ya chuki tunapiga kura, sio tunapenda uhuru. Angalia saizi what is happening in Central. Sio they walikuwa wanapenda uhuru. It's because they hated Raila. Now I know most people will vote against Ruto because they will be hating Ruto or they will be supporting Ruto. Allow me reach there, labda watu wataendelea kuongezea.
Okay, thank you.
Question to Magara.
Yes,
question.
thanks.
Mr. Magara, I see you have interesting comments. Maybe I want to ask you two questions. Number one, what new dynamics does Kalonzo bring to the table? Tangula, Musalia. Of course, there is a new player in the name of Gideon Moi. But what do you think they are bringing on the table that will make it different, given that it takes a fool to do the same thing, the same way, thinking of getting a different results? What makes you now think that Ruto, my other question, is the next Raila in terms of ridicule, in terms of insults and all that? Why do you make him sound as if he's a pity case? And we are hardly even discussing who is the next contender. We are only having one or two. So why have you cherry picked him and said he's the next pity case?
Number one, it was about Kina Kalonzo and whatever. Remember, Kenyans are those Kenyans. We are the same Kenyans who vote every election cycle. We've never changed, and therefore Kalonzo is the Kalonzo we voted in 2013, 2017. His backyard will follow him, whether you like it or not. You go to Coast, Kina Joho and the likes, their backyards will follow them, whether you like. It is we. You know, leadership is a reflection of the society. So there is nothing new these guys are bringing to us. It is us who are remaining the same and we are picking them. And that is the reality. Now, conduct any election right now in wherever place, be it in Rift Valley, be it in Luo Nyanza, be it in Coast, you will get a reflection of who we are. We always go back to our cocoons. So,
but you're not answering my question. My question is, What brings the difference now? What will now make the result that they have never had? How they have it now? What makes the what new have they done? What ni nini mpya wamefanya? Maybe Swahili will be better, ambayo itaongeza kikapu chao cha kura.
Hakuna chenye wamefanya, ila kikapu hakichabadilika. Unanielewa? Ndio najaribu kusema. They don't need to do anything for them to control their homes.
Okay.
The people have not changed. Because we are here. We come from villages where our people speak the same. On the second one, I'm not cherry picking on Ruto, but I'm saying the truth as it is. Look at how Ruto has been depicted. Remember, we have 47 counties. There are counties from Central Region and the Rift Valley. These days, politics is only in two provinces. If I use the provinces, that is Rift Valley and the Central. These other provinces, guys are watching. They're just look at Western. Utasikia tu wakisimama siku moja wanasema sisi ni msalia wetu. Full stop. Ukienda Nyanza wanaangojea Raila apewe urais. Ukienda Coast they are wako 50-50. Are you seeing that? Tell me where else in Kenya there is politics. It is only in Central Kenya. And
so according to you, how does it make Ruto now the center stage for ridicule and and the insults that Raila used to obtain?
He is going against the system.
Which system?
The system of Kenya. The system of Kenya, since time immemorial, has thrived in this type of setup, where we have a political tribal kingpins. You see that? That is what we are as Kenyans, and that's a reality. So look at it by this way. Who is the next Raila? Raila is exiting the stage. Who is the next Raila? Among all the politicians we are having.
Magara, the next Raila should come from the community.
Clinton.
There is one, His Excellency Governor Zachary Bado.
Magara, I think maybe sikuelewi.
Najaribu kuelezea nikisema kwamba sasa hivi Raila amefika miaka ya karibu 70 na kitu sasa hivi, na Wakenya wengi wanasema anafaa aondoke. And I feel like these other politicians who are with him, be it in or One Kenya Alliance, be it Uhuru, be it wherever, all these people around Raila, they want to use him to sanitize themselves so that the system can continue. Are you seeing that? And that is the reality. There is no other revolutionary who has come up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Okay, my question to Esau Tuo. Esau Tuo, you come from Central Kenya, yeah? Esau, unmute.
Yes, I come from Central.
Esau, niko na maswali mawili ama matatu. Esau, is it true that you have 8 million votes registered? Niko sure tukiandikisha watu this year mtafikisha 10 million. Is it true?
Yeah, they are over 8 million votes in Central.
They are over 8 million, yeah? 8.5, 8.2. In
over
Central
8
Kenya.
million. Yeah.
And then out of the over 8 million votes, 2022 next year, mwaka kesho, who do you think atapata kura mingi? Kutakuwa na farasi wawili, Raila na Ruto.
No, it will depend on
between Raila and Ruto, nani atapata hizo milioni 8?
Ita depend na Uhuru.
Uhuru akisupport Raila this time, hamtasema Raila ni mbaya, mtampea.
You know, Uhuru has many votes. The votes will come through the development record he has made in Central.
corporate companies.
But hata sisi Wajaluo pia tunategea huyo Uhuru aseme Raila. This time akisema Raila tosha, mtatupea? Ndio swali.
Internet banks za Western are hosted in Kisumu. So when we came into
Esau. Nani tena ni wa Central? Magara.
Aya, come again.
Okay, Esau, umesema mko na zaidi ya kura milioni 8.
Yes.
Ndio nikauliza swali rahisi Esau. Kama Uhuru atasema Raila tosha, kwa sababu tunategea sana sisi kama Wajaluo. This time round mtatupea. Cause sisi tuko na kura milioni 7. Tukiongezea hizo zenu 8, tutafikisha milioni 15.
Yes.
So mtatupea this round?
Yes. What will happen, Raila will get more votes than Ruto. Because yeah. Now what will happen? Central is divided, but now the division will be like 60 by 40, that way.
Esau, what makes you think Central is divided? And by the end of the day, we are yet to really say these are the two sides, 4 or 5 factors that will determine the division in Central. So what are the factors are you basing your arguments on?
The first thing, right now we don't have any presidential aspirant as per now. That's one case. Then we don't have any vibrant politician from Central who save us. That's why everyone is running in Central to come and divide us. But when Uhuru will be moving out, he will first leave a development record. Now that one will save the person who will maybe leave to. You get the votes like 6 million. You get me?
Okay.
So according to you, the lack of a presidential aspirant, the lack of a vibrant leader at the moment will scatter the votes.
Yeah, it leaves the community very vulnerable.
Okay. You know, I think each individual may have their own direction to follow, but the question would still remain. When you talk of 60-40, that's a very huge percentage to base your argument. Probably you are saying maybe the mountain will divide, given that there is a leader A and a leader B, who one will attract 40 and the other one will attract 60. Is that your argument before I ask my question?
My argument right now, Uhuru still is the leader, and you know he has done a lot in Central. Let me start with the Mau Road, the SGR. Now he'll come and ask for votes for the person he will be leaving to. Maybe it's Raila, Matiang'i, Musali, I don't know, but one of them. But he'll get a good number of votes. That's why I'm saying like 6 million. Now the 4 million will be divided to other presidential aspirants, maybe Ruto, because of some politicians like the Nyoro. You know, they also youths and very vibrant.
So
We have Gashagwa, very
because
vibrant.
of what Uhuru has done, yeah, it means that he controls 60% of the vote.
Yeah, he'll control them.
Okay, my question now is this. This is the question as I leave you to answer. Kibaki also had a track record, regardless of what he did. He tried to endorse, I think, someone else apart from Uhuru. What was his performance?
Who did Kibaki? Which person? Because I remember Kibaki kept quiet.
Okay, I will wait for Ayaga to continue with that part of what Kibaki did.
Okay,
But
thank you, Esau Tuo. Thank you, Jex.
Good evening, good evening, Chair.
Yes, sir, Carl.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good evening, members. I have some few questions for Esau. Esau, my first question is this. I'm trying to do a scenario building. What will happen if Uhuru decides to keep quiet and say, I'm not endorsing anybody, kila mtu apambane na hali yake? What will happen in terms of you are doing some distribution of 8 million votes? Tell us what Ruto will get. No, tell us what let me finish and then you answer. Tell us what Ruto will get and what Raila will get. Number two, you're imagining that Raila will be in a coalition with Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and etc. What will happen if Uhuru endorses somebody like Peter Kenneth, for example, from the region? What will happen in terms of your distribution of 8 million? Give us what will happen in the distribution of 8 million. And the last one is, what will happen if Uhuru Kenyatta decides to endorse William Ruto? How will distribution be? And the last question is, kindly distribute for us the votes if Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't endorse anybody and Raila is in, Peter Kenneth is in, and Raila Odinga is in. Thank you.
Okay, first we must first get into some reasonable coalitions. You know, some are not even there. Like Peter Kenneth Vine, it's not even on the picture. It's not in the picture completely. What we have right now is the Raila coalition and the Ruto coalition. If Uhuru keeps quiet, Central will be vulnerable. Let me say vulnerable because now they will have even the cake will be shared almost equally to everyone. But now Raila will win because he'll be having a coalition with Kalonzo, Nyanza, Kambani. The coast we have those of Joho, Nyanza. You know Nyanza and the Uluhias, they come together during the elections. They're not even divided. So Central and some parts of Rift Valley will give Ruto maybe like 4 million. Then the other 10 million will go to Raila.
But mko na kura milioni 8, ushapea Raila 10, ukapea Ruto 4. Jameni.
Two is not serious. Let's go to someone else.
Esau, hizi kura zenu tunasikia.
Can I say something, please? You know, you are making this forum. This forum is very boring because you are not getting any point. I've listened to you and there's nothing you are saying. You keep on rotating around one thing. The Raila's victory in 2022 is inevitable. And I can tell you it is something that has come with time. Unaona, in 2013, in 2007, and now we are here in 2022. The time for change is now, and the canon is real. I'm not forcing you, but you just use your common sense to join the train. Hata unaona vile Esau anaongea kama mtu kutoka Central Kenya mwenyewe, and I like that. So I would like to tell you that bado politics ndio inaanza. Unajua wengine walikuwa wamekimbilia huko mbele, ati saa hii tumeshika hapa. When Uhuru Kenyatta will wake up and start talking politics in Central Kenya, my friend, some of us will run and hide their heads somewhere. And I can tell you this for sure. First of all, what I wanted to do, I just wanted to interrupt you so that I get an opportunity because I have not gotten it. What is annoying me so much is that now the president is delivering and some people are interfering. That is quite unfortunate. And Bartai Serikal should listen to this. The president is delivering in his agenda of a Big Four agenda. And some people, like the judges, now if you tell the president right now that now we have vetted these people And you must, now the Chief Justice is telling the president who was elected by people that now you have to appoint these people. Do you know the power that is in the word appoint? Appoint, you don't force people to appoint. The person appointing is the person giving the power to and giving the responsibility to perform something. Not just telling the president, now you must appoint. You know, these judges are all misguided. Even if they are using the constitution, you can say the president shall appoint all the judges as fronted by JSC. But to appoint also has guidelines. So Sam, I want you to listen carefully. I know you have an issue there. Then come to politics of 2022. William Ruto is a good man. And when he was here in Kisumu, we welcomed him and we shouted him. But you see, politics, you must work with history. Look at William Ruto now and look at Raila Odinga in 2007 and those previous years. He has not even reached half. He has not even reached half of what Raila was. And I can remember I have my Kalenjin friends. We discussed these things and we told you in 2013. Uhuru alisema Ruto yangu 10, Ruto yake 10. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And you can see it. Orengo also said that in another 1 year you will be crying in his office. Hizi vitu mnaona tu hapa. Nyinyi bado amuamini. In 2013, William Ruto supported Uhuru Kenyatta the same way Raila supported Moi and Raila supported Kibaki. What turned out to be, it turned out that Raila was not, Kibaki ya kurudisha mkono, Moi ya kurudisha mkono. So kitu ya kurudisha mkono hakuna. And kuna vitu zenye zina inform politics. Kama politics ya 2022, somebody is asking that what if Uhuru endorses Ruto? What if Uhuru doesn't? Uhuru has interest in 2022, and you can even see that he has interest. First with BBI, and secondly, he has got personal interest. Even what he is doing right now is just reflecting that after he leaves the seat, the top seat, where will he be? So Uhuru has a great interest in 2022, and with the deep state, we are going to get a president that actually has been supported by this deep state. And mimi ninaona kama ni Raila hakuna watu kushinda Ruto. Nyinyi watu mnasema sijui ni Ruto nini. Ruto hana watu central. Amepata watu wagani hapo? Kama akona Moses Kuria na Ndidi Nyoro. Do those people have followers there? Hawana. The genuine Kikuyus from the mountain have actually endorsed Muturi. Mimi mimi naona ya kwamba hiyo coronation ya Muturi, you should not just take it lightly, because first inagawa mountain. Mount Kenya East is now, they now feel that we should be supported by the Mount Kenya, the actual Mount Kenya that we know, because we have supported you for some time. Now you should mnafaa mrudishe mkono, but that one will actually be determined by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2022 or in 2023, as they say. So these are things that you must be very careful. Right now, President Uhuru is like retiring. He is still young. He still has interest in controlling or being in power. So these things that you people, I know, Korea, you are laughing because you know I've seen how you reason. The way you reason is not the right way. You want to reason to benefit you, but you don't reason looking holistically. You must reason with the current situations that we have, because sisi tunajua vizuri Canaan tuaseja, Canaan tunafika, na sisi tukiamua tunaenda Canaan tunaenda. If we just have a small support from Central Kenya, we will be there. And what I would like to tell you that William Ruto is our friend. Alitusupport 2007, akikuja atusupport, atuunge mkono, sisi tunaweza zingatia hiyo nini yake 2027 ama 2032. Na unajua sisi tukisema tunakusupport hatutakuwa na hii kitu ya ati ikifika time ikifika sasa tumegeuka. We are not like that. So we advise your people to come to Raila side plus Uhuru, tusikue na hii nini hizi vitu mingi. 2022 tukue tu na candidate moja ama moja na wale wengine punda. So unajua farasi na punda na farasi punda hawezi kuwa kwa competition na farasi. Tupitishe hii kitu, Kenya iendelee mbele, kwa sababu at the end of the day, what do you want to tell me that Ruto is offering this country? Ruto has been in the government from 2013 and his record we know. So hakuna any new thing that he is bringing us, because he has been there with Uhuru Kenyatta. Now you people are saying that it's Uhuru Kenyatta that was heading the government. But the moment that they differed with William Ruto, we've seen the government is actually delivering. Let me not take a lot of your time, because I know you want to react to my comments or my statements, but that is the fact. Hii kitu hata sisi, you cannot go have a stab at the presidency first time and you become hiyo hakuna. Wewe umeaiona kitu kama hiyo ati you go and contest for the first time and then you become president? Hiyo ni ndoto ile mtembea anaita wetu.
Lakini nani amesema ukicontest mara 3 fail ya 4 utapata? Kama uwezi contest mara ya kwanza upate, nani amesema ukicontest mara ya 3 lose ya 4 utapata?
Wacha nikuambie. You know, it's only Moi that got presidency on a silver platter.
Sijaulizia examples. Just
I'm answering you. Hii ni trend tumeona. Si ati mtu amesema, ni trend. Wale wote ambao wamekuwa president apart from Moi and Kenyatta, tumeona hao watu wamecontest not once but at least twice. So hii historia ya kusema ati nani amesema ama nani ataka kusema, you cannot contest once and get presidency in this country.
You see, that statement only applies to William Ruto according to you. But I also have a statement that applies to any other, the Mudavadis, the Railas. Umecontest mara 3 unaendea ya 4. What makes you believe you're gonna win? Pia huyu Ruto anaenda contest mara ya kwanza. What makes us believe?
Let's compare Ruto and Raila. You know, Raila was a PM, Prime Minister, and Ruto is Deputy President. Between 2002 to 2007, we saw what Kibaki delivered. Between 2007 or 8 to 2013, I think that is what is vindicating the Kibaki's government to be the best government ever. I think from between 2008 to 2013. Then after 2013, vijana wakatake over. We knew of digital and analog. So digital ikaanza kufanya kazi, mara they were misplaced priorities, mara walikuwa navuja pesa, mara walikuwa nafanya nini. So many things until we are where we are today. Kila mtu analia. Hii COVID imekuja tu juzi. But ainge tudhuru sana kama we had our priorities right hapo mbeleni. Because we had farmers who were crying in the farms with their maize. Mtu wakaenda akachukua maize huko nje Mexico. In fact, they were being hoarded in the Indian Ocean. Then anauza hiyo maize and Bartai can say 3,600. Na wakikuja hapa ndani wanataka kuchukua mahindi at 2,300. So that is the unfairness. Hata Wakalenjin wenyewe ukienda chini hata kwa issue ya Mau, anything that Raila has ever done, hakuna kasoro tumeona, inakuwa ni ukweli na ni hivyo. Just tell me everything.
That's why he deserves to be the president.
Actually,
given also time to explain ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Now you'll have to respond to any person that has issues with you.
I'll deal with them, not even respond.
So
I
before
have
you
a,
go in
I have
as
a
you
question.
wait, Jakes. We're almost going an hour and 30 minutes before some people even says their mind. So you don't react to the peer, you tell us your mind, then you react to any person that said something that you wish to react on. So the next
And I be
person
allowed
is
to give us
Bartai,
my submission.
Sam na Jakes. Tuambie maoni yenu ipokurudi sasa ku socialize. Tafadhali.
What have you said? I didn't hear you well.
Okay, nimesema tusikize maoni ya wengine watu watatu ambao hawajaongea, alafu turudi to socialize. Kama Daudi Kiprono alisema kitu you'd like to react, that one will be the time. So we have like 10 minutes tusikiza watu watatu, alafu sasa ukuje ulize mwenzako swali na tusonge mbele. Bartai, serikali.
Thank you so much, Clinton. Thank you so much, everybody. I like the discussion. I think we are growing daily. I've said it not once, not twice, not 3 years in this group that politics in Kenya is dynamic. You sleep today, you wake up tomorrow, and the tune is changed. If actually you read newspapers, you will realize it's so rare that you get the same headline today or tomorrow. The story keeps on changing. The tune keeps on changing. The other time we were in reggae, sometimes we sing rumba, sometimes the tune keeps on changing. The message, the Charity Ngilu's message to Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga was so clear. And if they are good in their politics or in their mathematics, they need to sit down and think, because Charity Ngilu is one of the most senior politicians in this country. I think she's the first lady who fight to be the president in 1997. Na amekula chumvi nyingi kwa siasa ya Kenya. So she was so clear. The only question I have for myself is, why are these people united against one person? Kwa nini wanaogopa huyu jamaa sana? You know, I'm also of late nimeanza kuwa worried sana kwa sababu all the politicians are uniting against William Ruto. Where is the problem? Okay, I'll research on my own and I'll get the answer. The main reason why William Ruto is giving sleepless nights, this is my assumption, sleepless nights to many politicians in this country. Number one, the guy is still young. Number two, the guy is energetic. For those who are close to Jubilee campaigns in 2017, we are told, I was not in, we were told that the main power or the horsepower in that Jubilee campaign, in terms of planning, in terms of programs, setting up of programs, planning the campaigns, was this man called William Ruto. We are told William Ruto could attend 10 rallies in a day, which is, if you try to equate to what Raila or Mudavadi can do, let's leave alone Raila, because Raila is an old man, and I respect that man. He's an old man. Even if you attend one rally with his age, I agree. But wait, Gideon Moi, let me use my own man, Gideon Moi.
Excuse me.
Gideon Moi anaweza attend rallies ngapi siku moja?
Excuse me,
Musalia
Bartai.
Mudavadi, yes.
Bartai, lazima tuwe na heshima.
Yes.
Raila ni Raila, huwezi ukamwita old man. Unasema mheshimiwa Raila.
Okay.
Alafu unataka mbili unaweka hiyo old man yako after umeonyesha heshima. Mheshimiwa Gideon ni senator. So kuna tofauti kati yangu na Gideon na Raila. Mimi ni Clinton, lakini hao ni senator, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu. Sasa hiyo heshima ikidumu, naona utakuwa mtu mzuri sana. So.
Thank you so much, Clinton. I withdraw the earlier statement, and I am addressing former Prime Minister, Engineer Raila Amolo Odinga. Yes. So So even if these guys combined without strategy, it's still hard to beat William Ruto. Look at who are these guys driving Ruto's agenda. You can easily say Chief Economist David Ndii, Rigathi Gachagua. These all young members of parliament, kina Ndindi Nyoro, kina Moses Kuria, kina Alice Wahome. Who are these guys? Look at these guys. These are energetic guys. You cannot compare these guys to kina Gidi. You cannot compare those guys to Musalia Mudavadi. You cannot compare those guys to Kalonzo Musyoka. So my own opinion is, you can unite, but without strategy, my friend, it's hard to beat hustler. Actually, the person who introduced Tanga is president himself. He said, "Itatuma hii kijana tange." But he used the same Tanga and he converted it to a very powerful tool that the president himself feels so insecure about the same Tanga. The hustler movement. Let's talk of the wheelbarronomics. You see, this guy has a lot of energy that as much as these guys can unite, it's hard to beat. Number two is, you are uniting us, all these 10 politicians. Mali division itatokezea kwa hii all that Kenya One unity is, who will be the flag bearer? And allow me to explain. Gideon Moi, Musalia Mudavadi will not step down for Gideon Moi. And this is the reason. Musalia will say, I'm more experienced than Gideon Moi. And Gideon Moi, on the other way, will say, I have a lot of money than Musalia Mudavadi. So what will happen? That will not make. You will not tell me that Kalonzo Musyoka will say, for the third time, I'm supporting Baba to be the president. He'll also say, like, Baba, wewe umetuongoza tulijaribu 2013 imeanguka, 2017 imeanguka. It's now my time. So
Baba hakuanza 2013. Yule ni mwenyeji wa Kuvai. Baba hakuanza Kuvai 2017.
Yes, so no, I'm trying to explain the code and the other one. So I'm trying to use my own knowledge to get who will be the flag bearer. Who will this man, who will tackle? Already we know Tanga plus those others, their candidate will be William Ruto. But all this Kenya One Alliance, si ya kuita mkutano na kuita workshop na kuita, who is the flag bearer? Who is this guy who will wrestle William Ruto? Now there are five now. Na bado wataongezeka tu, Jariti Ngili watakuja ndani, Joe labda atakuja, Waiguru labda atakuja, kila mtu atataka. Who is the flag bearer? Where the problem will start, this unity against one, or this group trying to unite against one, mali shida itatokezea ni wapi? Who will be the flag bearer? Who is the loser in this Kenya One Alliance? Who is the loser? Baba. Why? If Musalia Mudavadi will stand against Baba, it means Western and Nyanza for the first time is split. Are we in agreement, Clinton? Yes. If Baba atamka na Musalia Mudavadi amke, it means stronghold ya Baba imegawanywa. Now remember, Ruto also is still a factor in Western. As much as hajapata Kapuchai na Matungu, the guy has some influence in Western. So in my own opinion, as much as these guys can as much as all these guys will try to unite against Ruto, it's hard to tackle that guy. The first thing they'll have to change the mentality. They have to move from their comfort zone of, we want to be endorsed. I'm told there is something called endorsement. They need to move away from this endorsement theory. They need to get to plan their cards very well, plan their resources very well, and come prepared, knowing that the guy they're handling is not somebody, is not junior in politics. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Serikal. Thank you, Serikal. Sam na Jex, moja wenu. Wa kwanza ku unmute.
Jack.
Dynasty Jex, relax. Umechelewa ku unmute, Dynasty. So Sam.
Oh, thank you. Rubia ako wapi? Nilikuwa nataka kumjibu kidogo, nafikiri ameondoka, lakini sasa sawa. Bartai, ukiona watu unite haimaanishi hawajui ni kitu gani wanafanya. Whatever those people you call them, kama former Prime Minister, Senator Gideon Moi, former Vice President Musalia, former Vice President Musyoka, and Senator Wetangula. Don't think they're sleeping. They also are doing something somewhere on the ground. Usifikiri sababu wamenyamaza ama usiona wanatembea pamoja mnafikiri they are just wanataka kujua kuangalia nani kati yetu. Hapana. They are also studying the ground. Wale watu wako chini. So in reality, 2022 is going to be very hard. Let us not take it easy kwa sababu kuwa mnasema pengine William Ruto no, it's not that easy. Kila mtu ameweka jembe chini na kila mtu analima. So in the end, it means they are waiting, they are only studying Ruto. Msifikiri unajua watu wakicombine their minds, putting together their ideas, they will come up with a different thing, a different ideology in a way that hata Ruto pengine hatashindwa vile akaweza counter manage. Anyway, haimaanishi kuwa kwa mfano nani alisema Mount Kenya sijui iko locked, sijui kwa Ruto, sijui kwa nani. The Kenya now is no longer the Kenya of the past. 2022 is not 2017. The young generation, ambaye ni almost 45% ama 60%, ni 50%, ambaye nasema young generation kutoka 35 years and below, they are more than the older generation. Second, women make at least 48%. And most of the women are women who are more, how do I say, they are more young, energetic, they have learned, they know almost everything. They know who is fooling who and who is doing what. So, to me, let Ruto prepare himself thoroughly. To me, let also Raila prepare himself thoroughly. And the others, the Kenya one, I understand they call themselves Kenya one. But who knows? Somebody somewhere may emerge with a different ideology, with a different perspective, with a different issues that can pertain the nation of the Kenya. So 2022 is not just a bed of rock where a bed of just going over. No. It's going to be very hard. So to us,
2022 won't be the first time that people are emerging. Dida alikuwa nao, si Dida aliemerge. Akuru au Kota amefukuzwa hadi kwa chama chake, si aliemerge. So hao emergencies wakuje tu, lakini hawatakuwa wa kwanza.
Let me answer that, Clinton. One thing, Kalonzo Musyoka said he wanted the top seat. Second, Musalia said he wanted the top seat. Gideon Moi wanted the top seat. Hassan Ali Joe wanted the top seat. So maybe Kiunjiri wanted the top seat. But Let us not forget somebody who is more convincing here. That is Moses Kuria. We may take him as a joke with his own MP. It can be only one MP, but it's more influential in a different way. He can say, okay, I also want to get to that top seat. That meaning splitting some votes that could have, maybe Ruto could have get it, maybe Raila could have get it, and I don't think so. Kalonzo Musyoka could have get it also. Musalia also could have get it. So let us put one thing here. It depends now to the ideology. Not only the ideology, that's something that those who ever want the top seat can convince, can lay down to the people and tell them, if you are going to elect me, I'm going to do such and such and such a thing at a certain time.
Excuse me, Sam.
Yes, sir.
Sam, farasi ni wawili. Kuna William na Raila. Don't beat around the bush bringing in Gideon, bringing in Kalonzo. Kalonzo kwanza amefinywa leo akasema, I'm ready to work with Raila. Hata kama kuwa ni president number 2 after the real vice president. Sasa farasi ni wawili. Mmoja anasema bottom up economy, mwingine anasema nimepigania demokrasia, naomba nafasi. So wewe kama Mkenya halisi, unaona upeane kwa wenye wamepigania demokrasia ama mwenye maono anasema I have bottom up approach? Hapa ndio tutatoa rais.
It's bottom up.
Rais kwa Mwalimu Dida, Matiang'i ama wapi? Rais ni William ama Raila?
Okay, Clinton and the panelists. Let me answer you. Let me put my own analysis. I'm not a political analyst. I'm not a philosopher. Neither am I want to be a politician or whatever. But there are two things here. For Raila, Prime Minister Raila, former Prime Minister Raila, sure, he has fought for this democracy, what we have now, for this, what we say, a democratic country. In every way he has done it, sure. But there's one thing is missing. When it goes to papers, he can do it. But when it comes to the really thing that affects the people of today, as per now, we don't have to talk about as per yesterday. We have to talk as per now forward. It is not easy. It's not going to be easy for the Prime Minister Raila to convince. Sure, everybody knows it. Everybody loves him. Everybody like it the way he had done it. But convince the new generation, the young generation, I mean the young generation, forget about the people who are more than 40 years and above. Those are going to go to vote Raila. I say maybe 35%, 40%. But the young generation is not going to be easy. Somebody has to fight, has to make sure that he has convinced them in a way they can understand it. They can say, the old man has fought for the best. He can remain as a senior citizen. To be given that the title of a senior citizen is more than even the president, because he will be respected many years, maybe 1,000 years to come, and everybody will go to understand it. So, as you say, Clinton, that we have two horses. No. Let us put that mentality of two horses aside. There are so many young, energetic people. We don't know what the people are doing on the ground.
You have to know by election in Nigeria.
Tuache kwanza wale watu wanapiga kelele mbeleni. Yeah, sure. Do you know the young generation?
Sam.
Well, Clinton, you yourself, you know it, how they are doing.
Sam, it seems you have problems with the people. Wait,
okay,
Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, where I come from?
Wait, Bartai, wait. Now that I'm seeing two dynasties, they will have to wait. They are parking. Elizabeth. Nilisema tusikize hao wenye wajaongea, alafu najua mnataka kuingiliana. And that's what you're gonna do. Hiyo time ikihit to 2 hours hivi, you'll have to do it. Hakuna wa kukustop. So Eliza, your time.
Hi. Habari ya jioni. Discussion ya leo iko sawa. Manake jana ilikuwa kuna politics na mimi niko interested na politics. Unanisikia vizuri? Okay. So, Sam anasema kitu ya maana. Anasema nini? Anasema baba ama tumuite ex prime minister wa Kenya ni mzuri, anaweza kuwa hata leader, anaweza kuwa hata president, lakini ni amepita ile miaka ya the highest percentage ya Wakenya. Manake Wakenya bado wengi wao ni wale watu young. Sasa mimi ninaweza nikafurahia kama angesimama pamoja na na Mutua. Manake at least Mutua tunaona kazi yake. Usifanye hivi Magara sorry. Manake mimi kazi ya Mutua nimeiona. Ingekuwa at least hawa ni watu wawili ambao mimi kibinafsi ningesema ni watu ni patriotist. Naelewa. Yaani ni watu ambao wanapenda nchi. Alafu mtu kama sasa Raila akiweza ingia anaweza tufanyia kazi kweli. Lakini asiwe ako peke yake, tumpe mtu ambaye ako na miaka kidogo kumshinda, yani kiasi. Kama sasa Mutua mimi naweza propose, mtu mwingine atapropose mtu mwingine, lakini mimi ningependa sana Mutua. Alafu yule jamaa ameondoka, yule alikuwa akiongea kuhusu Central. Alikuwa akiongea kuhusu hizo vote ambazo zitaenda kwa Ruto ama zingine ziende kwa Raila. Sasa mimi sielewi hapo ni vipi, lakini kama mimi ni Mkikuyu. Mimi vote yangu ingeenda kwa Raila, na si eti Raila vile ameshikana na Uhuru. Ni vile mimi kama Mkenya, mimi hufuata kuangalia yule mtu ambaye anapenda nchi. Yule mtu ambaye anaweza pigania nchi. Mtu kama vice president wetu sina ubaya naye, lakini tayari kile kitu kimoja ukiona eti pale kuna ile shamba inaambiwa ile ya Wilson Hotel. Tayari Wilson Hotel inaambiwa ni yake, alafu inaambiwa ni a grabbed piece of land. So kwangu mimi tayari hiyo inaonyesha, hii ni moja ambayo tunaonyeshwa, lakini kuna mengine. Manake sidhani eti Uhuru walikosana tu hivyo bure. Mimi kwangu naona kuna mambo mengine chini. Ndio maana siwezi nikampa vote yangu kwa hayo tu, lakini si eti ni mtu mbaya. Alafu pia ile kesi ya ile ikapelekwa kule ICC, pia hapo sioni kama kuna nini, kuna ule mwangaza, elewa. Alafu naye anaitwa Bartai alikuwa akisema ati yeye haelewi kwa nini watu wengi wanaenda against Ruto. Wewe ukiangalia basi uone kama watu wengi wanaenda against mtu mmoja, kuna kasababu pahali. Haiwezi ikawa tu hivyo ati kila mtu amtaki, kila mtu anamuongea vibaya, kila mtu anasema chungeni, lakini according to me kuna kitu ambacho kiko pale chini hawataki kusema. Maybe for the safety of the country, security of the country, maybe vile pia na wafuasi wake. Alafu kitu kingine kinanifurahisha ni vile kuona saizi Jubilee imenyamaza. Najua hapo maybe next year kutatoka kama ni bomu moja hivi. Tutashangaa tuone vile Ruto atapigwa, atacharazwa kweli tuone. Mimi kwa hayo nimemaliza. Tusikie kama mna mambo. Asante.
Okay, thank you Eliza.
Umesahau shamba alinyang'anya mtu Eldoret akarudisha through kotini. Hiyo pia ungetaja. Huyu ni mwizi sugu.
Kama uko na evidence peleka Kiambu Road. Kama uko na evidence peleka Kiambu Road.
Mimi nina evidence hiyo tu ya Wilson. Sasa mambo mengine siyajui kabisa.
Ya Eldoret ilipelekwa kotini na alirudisha. Ya Eldoret ilipelekwa kotini na alirudisha, na yeye mwenyewe aliambia BBC na CNN, si mimi. Ilitoka kwa mdomo yake, alinyang'anya mtu shamba, huyo mtu akampeleka kotini. I have the evidence. Mkitaka na wapea saa hii.
Ayaga. Okay, kama unasema mambo ya wizi, mimi naweza kuambia wazi, hakuna top politicians kwa Kenya saizi ambaye hajafanya kitu. Okay, wacha nianze chini. Ngoja kwanza, wacha nianze na chini. Hebu tutoka kwanza na Wetangula. Aliuza Kenya Embassy, aliuza shamba ya Kenya Embassy, compound ya Kenya Embassy Tokyo, 800 million. Tunakuja kwa Musalia Mudavadi, Golden Bag. Tukuja kwa Kalonzo Musyoka, Yata NYS. Ngoja kwanza. Ngoja kwanza Bernard.
No, you cannot use other people to justify a wrong done.
Excuse me, I want to... Natafuta order, so nikikutoa ni order natafuta. Ongea tena nikutoe. Jamani, tuwe na order. Tuache kuitana majina. Mimi sina evidence yenyewe eti Weston imejengwa kwa grabbed land. Sina evidence, sijaifika Tokyo. Nikaona hiyo ardhi iliuzwa bilioni 800. So mimi kama moderator kesho nikiitwa nieleze kwa niaba yenu, siwezi nikaeleza jamani. So let's stick to our topic. Ama I make you stick to it. So karibu Bernard, karibu Sam, tuliwa miss na karibuni sana. So guys, let's go back to our topic of the day. Kama uko na evidence, nimesikia mtu akisema kama aliuza shamba milioni 800 apeleke Kiambu Road. Yeah, hiyo inakubalika. Lakini hapa hatuna, so ukituambia tulisoma tuko gazeti kama wewe. You can make a offer.
Clinton.
Yes.
Shamba ya Eldoret ni huyo jamaa mwenyewe alituambia alinyang'anya.
Excuse me Ayaga. Tukue na heshima kidogo. William Ruto is the president na bado ni yeye ako na power. You don't have the audacity. Hata kwa gazeti penye ulisoma shamba ya Eldoret, they refer to him as the DP. So ukijaribu kumuita hapa huyo jamaa ama Gideon sijui ameuza shamba milioni 800, it's not fair, tafadhali. It's not fair, tafadhali. So let us show some respect. Na hatuko tunazungumzia corruption kabisa. So nani hajaongea?
Ni mimi hapa.
Okay. Before Jack ongea, I have a point, Clinton, that
Yes.
okay, everybody in this group looks at me like I'm Ruto psychophone, which is I agree to his ideologies. But you know, any other time we speak about everybody who is against Ruto will talk about corruption cases. And that is actually, let's agree from today, and you make a ruling on this as the speaker, that anybody who will, if you want us to get a day, we'll talk about corruption, get for us a day. We'll list all the corruption cases against all those candidates. But if you want to make your submission and you are against DP, let's talk of everything against that. Kindly don't include the corruption cases, because there is no single corruption case that Ruto personally has been charged against. So let's agree about that.
No, Bartai. Bartai, what we are trying to do, ni kuonesha heshima kwa hao viongozi tunaoongelea. So hiyo heshima ikidumu, I think everything will be fine. Sawa. Hiyo tu nilikuwa najaribu kutafuta, and then tuache kuhekliana kwa Kiswahili sijui kusema. Tuache kuhekliana bana. Let us just talk, lakini tukuwe na limit. You might not like what Raila is doing. That's why I told you, Bartai, that you don't have to call him huyo mzee. You have to call him former, ama Raila, ama aliyekuwa kitu. Alikuwa mbunge wa Kibera, alikuwa mbunge wa wapi. Hiyo ni heshima tu. Because he earned it. Respect is earned. You cannot command. Mtu next kuongea simjui, lakini anajijua. Tafadhali. Mimi nimesahau ni.
I beg to say something. I beg to say something.
I think it is me, Bernard.
Before I am put aside.
Ben, acha Jix anene nasi Ben.
Okay, let me allow Bernard because mimi najua tutakosana tu na yeye saa hii. Achaanze.
Okay, that's your argument.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you and your input. I would just love to make some response from what I've heard so far. If I think is Baritai, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I heard you say that the engine, the fuel, and the powerhouse of the Jubilee elections of 2017 was one man, the DP. And you stopped without telling us also that what went wrong with elections must have also emerged from him because he was the brain behind all the things that took place, including the overturned elections. So he must have engineered the rigging or whatever inconsistency and whatever wrongs that took place in the same election. Now, uniting against DP is nothing new. It's nothing new. Back in 2013, if you can remember, Baba's statement, panya saba zimekusanyika pamoja zinataka kufunga paka kengele. If you remember that kind of statement. So people uniting against another politically is nothing new, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the person is stronger or is anything. Nyoka ikiingia kwa boma, people will unite against it. It doesn't mean that they are wherever. Now, this is my point. We cannot use that people are gathering for the sake of the country and then mean it is because of stopping one person. DP has been on record to weaponize everything being done by the government or any well-wisher of this country to mean to be against him. The handshake was taken because against him. The BBI was initiated because they are fighting against him. And all these words come from his own mouth, which to me doesn't paint the picture of a national leader. When will he now unite with the rest of Kenyans for the sake of Kenya? DP's performance, historical facts remain. Historical facts remain. I heard you talk about Mudavadi vying and then splitting Baba's votes in Western. That's nothing new. We had UDF in 2013. Mudavadi went all the way. Baba still got the Western vote. The Western vote is such that it has nothing to do with tribal arrangement. And that's one place that I will urge every other Kenyan community to go and benchmark on how for us to have a healthy political disagreement and still continue staying together as a family. is something that we need to embrace. And so it doesn't matter how many lawyers will vie for the presidency in 2013. If Baba is on the ballot, he will still get his stake in Western. That one I can guarantee. He has his own stake and he will carry it. And nobody can snatch it from him simply because he's a lawyer or he was born in Luya or he has Luya blood. There's nobody who is more lawyer than Baba himself, having been a grandchild of Nabongo Mumia, the king. As long as, William Ruto has reason to star in politics when he became an insider, okay? When he was part of the system. But now that he has disturbed the system, history has it that the people outside the system in Kenya practically never make it to the topmost seat. There is nothing DP is doing now that Raila has not done since in 1997 to date. Coming from outside, gathering the mass and demonstrating all the way to go and get the seat. Every time he gets at the doorway, the crocodiles will always arise. And so if I were DP, I would have looked for a hybrid system, okay? Hybrid system. You don't go all the way out, disturb the whole system, and say you are coming back to bring a solution. That solution will be rejected, and it will be proven not long from now. 2022 is not far. Kata wengi ni mchawi, Waswahili wanasema. Mount Kenya vote, I keep saying, Mount Kenya vote, it is not with anybody until eve to election. So anybody boasting that he has gotten Mount Kenya vote, he doesn't understand Mount Kenya politics. Mount Kenya politics is very dynamic and volatile in the sense that it can swing any time. And when it swings against you, you become a victim. So those bragging to say they have pocketed it, they have pushed away the president from Mount Kenya, they are dreaming. When the time arrives, is when you will know that you did not know. Everybody is free to vie. Nobody should be stopped from vying. Kuria can vie, Kiunjuri, Kaboko, Waria, Vokoli. Everybody is free as long as you have sound mind and you have age. The constitution gives you power to vie. But winning is for the best man. And so let the best man win, but let us not interfere with the process of election. Baba being old does not affect his performance and his support from the young people. It's an assumption. Comparing Baba and the DP, in my opinion, is one. The difference between Baba and DP is that Baba is a team player. He never works by himself, all alone, especially when he goes for the highest seat. And so I am sure he's going to concord a good team that is going to appeal to the younger people, other than the lies of trying to say that you have now remembered that there is a Mamamboga, there is now Mkokoteni, and these people need to be remembered. That lie will not carry the day. Everybody wants a stable nation. He wants a stable future. He wants to be sure of tomorrow. We cannot chance it by handouts. And anybody who wants to continue with the politics of handouts, he's the one that is outdated. Kwanza huyo ndio mzee sana kuliko watu wengine wote. Kwa sababu siasa za handouts zimepitwa na wakati. Zilienda na Moi kabisa. Na yule anajaribu kusifufua, basi huyo ndiye amepotea. Ukweli ni kwamba tunataka future ambayo we can depend on as young people. And so if Baba provides that way, we are going with him all the way. And if it's young tax, we have had it. 2013, it was young tax, red tie, blue shirt. Everything was digital. Where have we ended up with young? Where we are right now. So the young people have not been sleeping. So don't even if the people did not experience the second liberation, they have seen the trouble that young tax have brought from 2013 to 2022. If they want to repeat it, so be it. They will be the first one to cry like they are crying right now. Sio kila baba lazima aweze kulima. Okay, we say in okay, I mean the church world, and I'll give a church world. I say that pastors, it is not pastors' duty to take care of all the church members. It is pastors' duty to see to it that all church members are taken care of. What that means is that Baba doesn't have to be able to dig. He doesn't have to be able to do anything. He just needs to see to it that every Kenyan is taken care of. And if you can concord a team that will take care of the things that Kenya is suffering right now, he's the man to beat. He has no competitor, in my opinion.
1 minute.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Jakes. Okay, Jakes.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Hope mko salama. I listen to Bernard. I laugh, but I agree with him and also disagree in equal measure. One, I begin from here. The IBC does not disqualify anyone above 35 from vying for presidency. So you should put it to rest that age is not an issue when it comes to presidential candidates in Kenya. So whether Baba is 80, 90, the age is not the issue. Number two, IBC has never been taken to court because of Ruto's interference or because of Ruto, what he did to manipulate or tinker with the results. So I don't agree with Bernard when he says that Ruto had a hand in it. By the end of the day, he was not even close to IBC in 2013. In any case, the one who was a prime minister was a different person. And you have also said those in power, the history has it that they don't end up being leaders. Let me remind you slowly, at least you forget. The president that we have was an assistant prime minister, and he made it to power. Then Elizabeth said that there is an issue with ICC and all, and that's why she has an issue with Ruto. Let me remind her that even the sitting president is a president who entered into power. Well, he had issues in ICC, and this is what he said. That was a personal matter. He will deal with it personally, and personally he did, and that's why he was acquitted. So we cannot be here accusing people, and some of these things are personal issues. None of us here has facts, evidence, and things that are not in evidence cannot make into a court of law. Facts speak for themselves. Ayaga is here claiming of a person who had land and all, but let me remind him, by the end of the day, none of these leaders has clean pair of hands. Show me a leader, and I'll tell you a scandal that has been mentioned. Will we be here crucifying them of what we have had? Let us be here crucifying them of what we have seen, what we can prove. We can prove that we have seen the Thika superhighway, that we have seen. But we have not seen some of these things. What we can only be saying is what is in the newspapers. Who knows if these newspapers have been paid to turn it someone's name? We cannot be here only championing one person year in, year out. Can I go to my submissions? Number one, chest stamping is what has been making ODM lose over and over again. They had told us they have 10 million strong, and we waited for the 10 million to be actualized. It has never actualized. They'll come back in 2022 telling us, oh, you see, the elections were not free, fair, and credible. And while it's time to prepare the IDC, they are here silent, only prioritizing what is not a priority. At the moment, Kenya is not suffering from a constitutional crisis. At the moment, BBI does not really augur well with so many of us. So by the end of the day, that should not be the issue that makes them not to push the IBC to be one, correctly constituted, two, to prepare for the next year general election. Because if they don't prepare well, if you don't plan well, you will fail definitely, and you will be here saying, oh, these people are not well, these people have rigged us, the ballot papers were stuffed, and we are here. Today is date 11 mwezi wa sita. We are yet to even begin voter registry. We are yet to even begin to mobilize the IBC, do their correct job. But we are here saying, oh, Baba will win. Who are you? Do you have the electoral numbers? Someone was saying that Central will divide its vote. I want to remind you candidly That has never happened in history, and it is even immoral, if I may use that word politely, for Bernard to lecture us here this evening that Central will be divided. He has never voted in Central. He has no idea how Central votes. And in any case, he's a strong and staunch supporter of Baba. Let those who support different candidates have their say. You speak your league, maintain your lane, stick to one direction. Our direction is this. We know who we want, we know the candidate we desire, and our candidate has his manifesto well written. I wish you come here and bring us what manifesto Baba is bringing on the table. What different thing is he saying? Different from what he has been used to telling us. He has said a lot. We now want to see, this is the change that I will do. I have been saying this is the new thing I am doing. We have seen him with Musalia, that didn't work. We have seen him with Kalonzo, that didn't work. Let me finish. I allowed you to finish. So we cannot be here saying that, repeating the same mistakes of selecting Musalia, Kalonzo.
Propaganda.
Aina shida, Mutai is in the house. Mtembei. So let me finish by, I have not even fikad nusu. But chest stamping will not make government. Chest stamping will not make government. Perpetual losers don't make perpetual winners. They have lost not one, not twice, more than 4 times. I want to say this to all people who are listening to me here tonight, that by the end of the day, it will take a man with balls, a man with character, a man with vigor, a man with skills, a man with potential to make the next government. It does not come by words, does not come by mere chance. It just comes by preparation. If you do not prepare well, you will not make it. Let me tell you for free. The early bird catches its worm. We are here seeing UDA doing its bit. We are not seeing ODM doing anything. We are not seeing Wiper doing anything. They are just there waiting for an endorsement. Let me tell you for free, endorsement does not work here in Kenya. Even the endorser has only one vote. He does not come with votes in his basket. If you remember correctly, one person who really campaigned over 500 campaign meetings, even while he was the president, was Uhuru Kenyatta. So he did his work. So we want them to do their work. Let them not sit, preach, and wait to be handed over. Let me tell you for free, those who are waiting for endorsement, they should take this to the nearest circle near them. They will not win the next election. Elections are won by people who go out there, convince the voter, sell their manifesto, sell their ideas to the electorate. And it's the electorate that makes their decision. Those who sit down there and think that the next leader will be determined in a boardroom, in people eating muturan, nyamachoma somewhere, and think that because they have united and they speak the same language, because they are high on a glass of water or whatever they take, that does not influence the voter. The voter is influenced by the person who will speak their issue. Ruto resonates well. I take it kind and tell you for free. Ruto will carry the day, not because I will vote for him, but because so many young people were not there when Bernard talks of second liberation and the likes. Clinton, you say that we should now give to him because he has fought for our nation. I want to ask him, if a KDF comes from Somalia and tells us that I defended the nation against Al-Shabaab, now I want to be the president. There are people who have fought for our nation in so many ways. Some have fought for the constitution, some have fought for our defense, some have fought for whatever they have fought for. But by the end of the day, it is what you stand for that makes you or breaks you. Finally, as I finish and I leave it to Mtembei to carry over, we have newcomers in the game. They will determine some of these things. Joho was strong because there was a seat he was looking for. Now there is no seat he's looking for. Kingi has a seat he was looking for back in 2017. Now there is no seat that he's looking for. All these people, they will want something. They will want a seat. They will make and break someone by the decisions they choose to make. So let's not be here saying that, oh, the votes are already been cast. A lot
umalizi utaongea 10 minutes.
Because I've waited this long. So
you know, unalipita kule kitu
no, you are
I end by saying like this: bullies and those who heckle others have never made it to power, and it will not start now. Thank you.
Umemaliza sasa?
Mr. Chair, hata mimi ni raia bana, naomba hata mimi ni mwanasiasa tu kama.
One question to James before
ukiongea hapo, ukiambia watu wasiongea about corruption as if corruption imekuwa nini? Why shouldn't we talk about corruption? Mtu anaiba shamba ya mtu anaiba shamba ya mtu kesi mpaka imekuwa decided kotini, unakataa iongelewe kwa nini?
Mtu ambaye hakuna mtu alikataa kesi isiongelewe. Tulisema give it a day, kila mtu akuje, hata mimi nikuje na list ya corruption cases zako.
Na evidence is there, the court case is there, the court number is there. Ukitaka you can just log in, uone the ruling. The guy stole the land of Muteshi na akaambiwa arudishe na alipe 5 million. Sasa mnasema isiongelelewe kwa nini?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Na hata hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kuongelelea. Aliiba samba ya Mteshi, jamaa yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema alichukua shamba ya mtu, na sasa hii wanakataa. Unaona, wanakataa, wanatuliza evidence, na wao ndio wanasherekea. Sasa hii I can see them celebrating judges. It is the same judges waliwapata na makosa ya kuiba shamba ya mtu, and they don't want us to talk about it.
But the evidence is there, Ruto. Just Google Muteshi versus Ruto. Utaona the case is there, defendant.
In Kenya,
Jackson anasema Ruto ali campaign kutoka 2013 ata win. My friend, politics ya Kenya, even one day changes everything. Hakuna kitu mmefanya, just ngoja campaign zitangazwe. Eti simply ndio mmekuwa mkizunguka hapa na tupesa mkipea watu mnasema Ruto hasina Ruto. My friend, you will be
shocked. Unaongea na feelings sana. Umekunywa nini?
No, see feelings, it's just that you guys mna pretend juu mmekuwa mkifanya tu meeting hapa na pale. That is what constitutes being elected. Hakuna bana.
They are celebrating judges halfway.
Kiongea ni kama anasema nani ajui Raila amekuwa akishinda kura hapa ni kupewa hajaipewa kitu.
Uko na evidence ya kura?
Evidence gani?
Uko na evidence Raila alishinda kura?
Si ndio? Kwani nani ajui?
Yes, we have.
Hata koti Supreme Court yenyewe ikatupigia mavi.
Supreme Court.
Unangoja evidence gani wakati koti yenyewe imekwambia hata hii kitu iliibiwa na wakatupa? What other evidence do you want? Hizi vitu mnaongea kama watu muishi Kenya, manugu nyinyi. Endeleeni.
Niulize Jake swali. Jakes.
I don't know. Wait, Bernard, I don't know, but Mimi si Nugu. So who is the Nugu Mtembe is talking about?
Nugu ni mimi, hiyo isikuari.
Clinton alikuwa kuongea, ngojeni Clinton ataingia.
No, lakini Mutembe, wacha kutukusi.
Ngoja Clinton bwana, wewe acha Baritai ushaongea. Ngoja Clinton aongee. Ni nini?
Hata nimesahau kitu nilikuwa nataka niseme. Nikikumbuka
Ngoja nimesahau.
I want to say this before tena kurudi. I love that nimewasha moto. That is what I do. But basically, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think this is a gathering of monkeys. This is a gathering of people with different opinions who come to share their views. Number two, when the history of Kenya will be written, nowhere will it read that Fulani has ever won and his election was given to someone else. It only says like this: we have had 4 presidents and the fifth is coming.
Historia gani unasema? Kwani kuna historia inaandika peke yako? Krigla aliitwa hapa kuja kusema who won 27 elections. Yeye mwenyewe alisema ajui. And this is a team which was paid to do the research, my friend. Na wenyewe wakasema hata wenyewe hawezi jua. Kivuito mwenyewe anaulizwa the following day anasema hata yeye ajui. Sasa unasema kesi kama hiyo unataka kusema eti mliwini.
So since hawajui, why does it? It's okay. Unajua hizi zile nyimbo huwa zina hit kwa studio and then mtu anadhani yeye ni famous.
Hakuna. That's cliche. Hiyo ni cliche.
Sasa ilikuwa ndani yangu
is too old to be heard. Let me tell you.
Clinton tunaongea time ongea anasema amesahau. Clinton kuna kitu
nimekumbuka what I wanted to say. So jambo la kwanza nilikuwa nataka niseme, mimi sijakataza mtu kuongelea mambo na sijui corruption nini, but I just wanted members to focus on today's topic. Ndio nilikuwa najaribu kufanya. After all, shamba iloibiwa si yangu na siwezi complain. So corruption we can talk about it, lakini tuwe na heshima kidogo kwa viongozi wetu. Nilikuwa nasema kuna mtu aliita Raila huyo mzee, tukarekebisha. Mbona Ruto akiitwa huyo jamaa turekebishe? Inakuwa sasa show imekuwa tangatanga ama nini? But we accept all the names. So my point for today is, nikirudi kwa hiyo topic ya leo, sijui Ngilu akisema msipoungana mtanyoroshwa. It is very true. Na wameambiwa mapema wajipange, wasipojipanga watanyoroshwa. Na mtu ambaye atawanyorosha pia waliambiwa, si eti walifichwa eti msipojipanga mtanyoroshwa. Ndio kesho waulizie tutanyoroshwa na nani? The statement was very clean. So it's either they team up or they don't team up, na hawatapata uongozi. So some people call me tangatanga, and I accept and I can defend my position. The reason as to why I don't fancy Raila's presidency is one, Raila alitupea governor Homa Bay. Na kuambia devolution yetu itaanza 2022 maybe, wakati atakuwa ameondoka na huyo governor wake. Another reason, Raila has been vying for presidency miaka na mikaka.
Raila never gave you a governor. Raila never gave you a governor. You voted for that. You voted. Kama mlipigia kura mtu mjinga, kubali tu. Hata sisi hapa Nairobi tulipigia mwenda wazimu. Hata sisi hapa Nairobi tulipigia mwenda wazimu. We can't blame Uhuru and Ruto.
Clinton mnachagua ng'ombe, then
Raila votes in Kibra Olympic, not in Homa Bay.
Team handshake. Naomba mnipe tu time yangu. Mwache kunivamia. I've not said that Raila.
Who was elected governor wa Migori County the first time?
Mimi sitoki Migori, sijui governor.
No, nakuuliza nani alichaguliwa huko? Si huko pia ni kama unataka kutumia stronghold useme ni Nyanza. Si hata hiyo ni Nyanza na stronghold ya Raila. Si Okogobando won with another party. You guys mnaenda kuchagua ng'ombe and then you want to blame Raila kwa kuelect ng'ombe. Mbona msichague wengine wa competitors?
Mutiambai,
Central Kenya ni mbali sana na Homa Bay. So hakuna kitu naelewa Homa Bay. Let me tell you.
Najua kabisa my friend.
Migori iko central. Migori kwani iko central Kenya?
Let me answer Ayaga. Ayaga, I've not said that Raila gave us the governor. I've said he gave us the governor a long time ago. And we are living with our condition right now. Kwa sababu alitupea governor. Na anapanga kutupea mama mwingine tena kuwa governor. So, what we are trying to say here, like what I'm trying to say, Raila has been vying all this long. 2007 na 2013, agenda yake kuu ilikuwa ni kupigana na historical injustices. Mimi kwenda kutafuta mtu aliyemuua Robert huko haitajenga barabara kwetu, kusema ukweli. So I don't buy that. Eti naenda kutafuta mwenye alifanya nini, kufanya nini. We need ideologies. Utafanya nini kwa shule, utafanya nini kwa barabara, utafanya nini kwa wapi. So, and why am I supporting the other side of the political divide? Kuna programs. Jamani, kama ulienda university kuanzia sijui 8 hapo. Hii double intake tuna enjoy ni akili ya Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto. Kitambo ulikuwa unasoma unangojea sijui miaka ngapi ndipo ujoin. So there are so many things, and Mutembei, we don't have to agree with you politically so that we can think on the same direction. Sometimes people differ, but we may come to vote.
Sitaki muangry na mimi.
Na mimi pia sitaki uagree na mimi, ni example tu. Unaelewa?
Pia sitaki ni agree na Mutembei.
We have to
Mutembei will only result to insult
Mutembei,
and
protect
calling
me, man.
names.
These people are interfering one time. Mute them, Mutembei. So
Clinton, Mutembei na the rest. Unaweza ongea kidogo, just 10 seconds.
So
you
10
know,
seconds.
critics is healthy. Ukikuwa criticize, watu wanakujaribu kukuleta kwa laini. ama pengine kama umekosea, mimi nikikosea, ukini criticize, I'll be very happy because I know there's something wrong with me. And whoever criticizes me want the best thing from me. For me, not from me, but want the best thing for me. So critics, I want to say critics is the best thing in lifetime. Sababu unaweza kosea kitu kidogo ambayo watu hawajui.
Unakuanga na positive criticism na ingine ya ujinga. Kama hii mnafanya
lakini
kama in this case Mutembei
za ujinga hazikubaliani.
Hiyo kitu italeta
Mutembei does not entertain anything that does not praise his side, and that's why he's never comfortable.
I know
hakuna wakati utakaa chini.
Mimi hata nikifanya kazi yangu I take positive criticism. Hizi zingine za madharau, za ujinga, za umavi, I don't take them. Sasa mnakuja hapa na criticism ati Raila hajai win. Who doesn't know? Kama even the mwenye ECK anasema ajui nani amewin. Who tells you Raila hako win?
Raila ndiye alitupea governor.
Kama ni Raila,
hamna aibu mkipanua.
Unaelewa leo ni Friday. Kaeni kunywa maji kwa wingi. Kunywa maji kwa wingi.
Hata kaupepo
kunywa maji kwa wingi. Kunywa maji kwa wingi. Mutembei.
Maji kwa wingi.
Niko na maji hapa ndio nakunywa.
Kunywa maji mingi.
Mimi niko na maziwa hapa. Mimi niko na kunywa maziwa. Mimi nakunywa maziwa. Mimi nakunywa maziwa hii. Hii ni maziwa.
Guys, tukuwe na order. Inakaa kama show imekuwa ya watu wawili, hii pande nyingine na hii pande nyingine. Na tunaweza tukaimanage hivyo. Mutembea kwetu
Clinton.
Tupambane hapa mpaka wengine watu join ama watoke. So
bring in the order. Waje tuendelee.
Clinton, shida ilikujia, you see when I was making my submissions, Mutembei came in with dismissive facts. And as I said earlier, it's not about heckling. It's my right to stand with the guy I support. As it is your right to support the guy you support. What a good debater does is convince the opponent to either join camp or at least agree, or rather eventually agree to disagree, but not heckling, calling names.
Elizabeth, hujasikika hapa leo. Hebu ongea tukusikie.
Sasa nimesikia tumeitwa Manugu. nika nyamaza kidogo.
Wewe ulikuwa safe. Manugu ni sisi.
Manugu ni wale watu wafikiriangi vizuri.
Ni majamaa. No, mimi kama vile nilivyosema before, ningelipenda kweli tupende nchi yetu, manake vile tunapeleka hii nchi haiko poa, haiko sawa hata kidogo. Manake kama ukiangalia kama ni economics ekonomia tutahitaji market
chumi
no. Ngoja kuna mtoto wangu hapa niongelesha.
Averlo aperto che ci sono un sacco di tuoni.
Sì, ti chiamo dopo, dai vai un attimo. Poleni, nilikuwa nasema sasa ukiangalia kama sisi kama Kenya tunakubalia sana kama second hand clothes zinaletwa Kenya, tunaua wale wa Kenya ambao wanafaa kutengeneza vitu za Kenya, made in Kenya. Tunachukua kama ni second hand clothes tunaleta wapi Kenya. Mimi saa hizi huwa nina deal sana na international law. Ukiangalia international law kama kuna ile contract Europe ilifanya na Africa. Ikawa ati Europe inachukua cotton, inanunua cotton raw material kutoka Africa. Inaleta Europe, ikileta Europe inatengeneza nguo zinapewa watu wa Europe first class clothes wanavaa wao. Alafu sasa wakishamaliza kutumia zile nguo ndo sasa sisi tunatumiwa. Sasa hata ukiangalia mambo kama hayo unasikia yani kuna huzuni. Unasikia yani huzuni. Haya, alafu pia tukiangalia saizi kama president, mimi nasema president anafaa awe ni mtu ambaye anapenda nchi. Kama sasa Uhuru vile maybe kuna advisors ambao saa zingine wanamfanya apotee njia, lakini Uhuru ako sawa according to me. Manake yeye ukiangalia mambo yake, hata hii mambo ya jaji, najua si watu wengi watakubalia, lakini kwangu mimi mambo ya jaji ameangalia akaangalia ile ule uzuri wa nchi, ndio maana akawawachao majaji ambao waliwaacha kando. Lakini kuna watu hawaoni hayo, wanaona tu yani Uhuru amekosea, ameenda ati against the constitution. Sasa si tukiangalia constitution kila wakati tunaangalia kwani constitution imekuwa ndio Mungu ama ndio vipi? Ninaelewa kwa law ati constitution ndio iko pale juu kwa pyramid, lakini wewe ukiangalia sasa ni kama ukue kwako ati juu law imeandikwa hivi, wewe hata wewe kama wewe ndio mzee wa nyumba hauwezi yani unakaa chini ya ile law. Hata kuna pale utaangalia hilo itatupeleka vizuri. Hilo mimi nikiangalia hivi itatupeleka vizuri. Ninajua kwa nchi si vizuri, manake pia inaweza lead watu leaders waanze kuwa hawafuati sheria. Lakini ukiangalia vile Uhuru anafanya mambo yake, ni mtu ambaye anapenda nchi. Aliona Kenya inaenda njia mbaya, akasema mimi huyu former prime minister mimi nitafanya urafiki naye, ile ndio nchi irudi iwe na amani. So mambo kama hayo tunafaa kuangalia, mtu ambaye anapenda nchi ndio tumchague, si eti mtu ambaye anaongea zaidi kuliko yule mwingine, ama ameanza kufanya campaign, amechaguliwa leo, kesho ako campaign, na bado tunakaa hapa tuna discuss yetu, tunasema mtu kama huyo tunaweza mchagua tena na tumregeshe kwenye leadership. Tunakosea Wakenya, tunakosea. Sina mengi lakini asanteni.
Elizabeth, wewe ndio umejua kuongea sasa. Wewe huko kwa hiyo kundi ya Manugu.
Wewe
Wacha tuongee sasa.
tuite Manugu, tuite chenye unataka kutuita ni sawa. Tumeitwa majina mengi my friend. Wacha nikwambie, tumeitwa Tangatanga, tumeitwa watu wa Wilbaro, tumeitwa washenzi. So we don't care. Call us whatever you want to call us. But the fact remains that we have a national conversation.
Can we talk? Huyu Bartai sijui serikali ameongea sana.
A national conversation. My friend, ukubali ukatae. Ni lazima tuongelee hii bottom up economics approach.
Mama Boga,
which you know nothing about. You know nothing about bottom up. Let us talk.
Because you know, my friend, hii ni lazima Mama Mboga leo lazima pia tumsikize.
Serikali, mimi nataka kukuuliza wewe, tunatuma
can we talk?
Mama Mboga
serikali
mtu wa
umepanda juu ya mti lazima
ateremke
na
my friend.
Thank you. Matembei, acha niongee.
Yes.
Acha niongee. Akina serikali wameongea hapa karibu kutoka saa 2, bado wanaongea tu. Hata hii maneno ya bottom up, hata ukiwauliza hiyo pesa ya bottom up wanatoka wapi hawajui. Wanadhani kuenda na pesa ya kuibwa, kubribe people will boost economy. That is not bottom up. Bottom up must be channeled through constitution. Pesa itatoka hivi, iende namna hii, irichi wananchi, ikuwe kama grant, watu wafanye nao kazi. Lakini hii kubeba pesa na gunia kuenda kupatia mtu kama grant, pesa za kuibwa, alafu unatuambia hapa ni bottom up. They know nothing about bottom up. Those are just fallacy, like they were telling us in 6 months to stadium. We know them. They talk a lot. They always defend nonsensical things. But finally, let me tell Jakes, if it quacks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So wewe ni tangatanga, si ati kwa ubaya, wewe ni tangatanga. You know, I have one character.
I think I said the other day.
I have one character. Give me 1 minute. The one character of those who are supporting William, they will tell you, no, I was a supporter of Raila. And I left supporting Raila because ukianza tu kusikia such silly statement, ujue tu ni mtu wa tangatanga. Kwanza alitakataa, sahi anakubali. Finally, hii topic ya leo. Topic ya leo ndio nakujia baba. Relax. Topic ya leo it is only clear that heading to 2022 farasi watakuwa wawili, and agenda pia ni mbili tu, the reformist and corrupt people. It is corrupt people who have grouped together to form alliance called Ufisadi Daima Alliance, and those who believe in Kenya, a progressive Kenya, a progressive Kenya where everybody will be equal, where we will have somebody in Turkana can run for presidency, where we will have somebody in Masailand in Ogiek can become a governor of those counties, can become ministers, can become whatever they want to be. But the other side of corrupt people, they have only one ideology. If we are done with the presidency, we take it to the other side, from the other side, because even those corrupt people, they will tell you, we have a clear candidate. We have a clear candidate. Ask them, where will you get the deputy president? They will tell you probably from central Kenya, and then after that we promise him or her kumi yangu kumi yako, kwa sababu akili yao imekwama hapo. Now that is the only problem they have. It is called syndrome of less thinking. Mtu akikwambia unajua siasa ni kama kutongoza msichana, utaambia nitakununulia ndege, nitakupeleka Dubai, nitakupeleka wapi. Huyo msichana akikuja kwa marriage na vitu kama hiyo in mind, that marriage will not work, and that is what has not worked for Uhuru and Ruto. Ruto was told so many things, oh, kumi yangu kumi yako, and they stuck there. Those guys are not thinking. Easy bottom up is now they run out of idea. They are just telling us, because these are the same people who are preaching digital. Digital. We will make this country a digital. We will supply laptops. We will do nanotechnology. We are going to change Kenya. In 6 months' time, we are going to do what? Launch roads. Today, they are telling us, Mama Mboga and wheelbarrows and sijui and fallacy, things that does not even add up in the name of bottom up. If you ask them clearly, even Jukes here, if you ask them, tell me now, you always ask us, where is money that is going to pay those 70 MPs on BBI will come from? Ask them. The money you are talking about, that will go trickle down to common mwananchi as per constitution. This constitution you don't want to amend. Where will money come from? They don't have. They are just telling you fallacy. They will just tell you Ruto will carry money with bags and gunias, go and pour it maybe in churches, and people will work. No, economy does not work like that, because it is only few who will get it, and purportedly those who support him, which is very wrong. Me, what I'm praying for, that we pray for equal Kenya, where Wajir get 35%, we in Siaya, we also have our 35%, and then we develop Kenya equally. It is very sad going to Wajir and feeling like Wajir is not part of Kenya. Going to Isiolo Mandera and feeling it is not part of Kenya. Let us have a united Kenya, and this is what people like Raila and likes of Kivuda Kibwana and Mukisa Kitui, Martha Karua, you can name them. Those people fight for equality of Kenya. The second liberation is like a mirror. We look back. Unajua life ni kama tunatembea. Ni kama you are driving, Mr. Jakes. Ni kama you are driving. You have to use a side mirror. You have to use a windscreen, and you have to be yourself. Yourself is the present day. The mirror, the side mirror, you are looking back where you come from, and your future is your front. You cannot say we don't bother about the people who fought for second liberation because we were never there. Even if we were never there, our time is now. We have now the third liberation. We have new constitution. We want to make a progressive Kenya. But you guys are still singing us what Kenyatta told us in 1963, wheelbarrow, sijui fighting, sijui for what. My friend, we cannot work like that. People are talking about nanotechnology. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda is moving a digital life. We in Kenya, 65, 60 something years after independence, we are still talking about wheelbarrow, mgogoteni. Our youth should do that. And you are the people who are telling us, my friend, you are the people who are telling us we are building roads. Are you building a highway for a son of somebody to go and ride a otewi, how we used to call them back at our home? It's very dangerous, my brother. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Achia wengine.
Tusikie Kizito kwanza, then Bernard unaweza endeleza, ama Jakes mwenye atabaki hapa for long. Nataka kutoka kidogo, nilikuwa nimekuja tu kuambia my mind venye Kenya inafaa kuendelea.
Hata tumekasirika na
Mtembe wewe.
Okay, Mtembee.
Wewe business zingine.
Mtembee, asante sana kwa kuniweka hao wenye wanaongea. Kwanza ngoja, nimepewa chance. Sam, si unyamaze niongee.
Okay,
nyinyi
master.
watu watangatanga mmependa kutangatanga hata kwa kudiscuss.
Okay, sasa, sorry.
Thank you. My point is, Mr. Serikali, I want to tell you one thing. Please, be a Kenyan. First, be a Kenyan. Second, be a Kenyan. Third, be a Kenyan. To be a Kenyan means...
Do I look like a Ugandan?
Wait, you will talk. After I finish, you will talk. I am not a kind of a person I exchange words. I like dialogue. What I want to tell you is this. You, when you are trying to convince us from bottom up, it's only that is what I want to talk about. From bottom up, you people have to know that this money, where is it coming from? You people see the problem we have in Kenya. Everybody in Kenya, like right now, you see the fight that is in JC and executive. Everything in Kenya, everybody complains. You see the problem in schools. Everybody complains in schools. Only what we can do as Kenyans, let us not go back to where we came from. Long time, people were being convinced during Moi time. Alikuwa ameleta maziwa ya Nyayo. Everybody here, apart from me and some two people, but I saw maziwa ya Nyayo, siwezi kataa, lakini me I'm above it a little bit. So, those people who saw maziwa ya Nyayo, by that time, the CDF you people are enjoying now. People are bragging and saying, we want CDF. Why is it that you never talk about this bottom up during Moi? And it was there. Kenya has been there since independence, and this money has been there. It's only constitution, they never put it well. Secondly, when you are talking about bottom up, you have to know that bottom up, the money has to come from up. The money is not coming from down. So I fail to understand how somebody can be coming to you to make a rambe, give you money, then you start shouting that he's helping me. He comes to buy you wheelbarrow, you start saying he's helping me. When we want development, we have to consider infrastructure. That is the first point. Second point, third point, infrastructure, because this one is what will employ your child, is what will employ me, is what will increase economy of our country. I fail to understand why somebody like Jakes, you support somebody whom you know very well. This person, he has got issues. He has got corruption issues on his record. Why don't you tell him, go back there and clear with the JSC, clear with anti-corruption people, say, come out clean. By the time you are going to campaign, come out clean and say, Nudi Naji, here is the certificate, you gave me certificate of good conduct. I never. You as Jakes, when you go back to Kenya, they will ask you for certificate of good conduct. This certificate of good conduct, if you never pay money to bribe to get it,
They will give you the right good conduct. They will give you that good conduct because it's just a paper. But if to say they want to do, you don't do corruption, you who takes good conduct by paying money, they look into your records. We go digital the way this Ruto was saying that we go digital, and we look each and everybody's records, and we know there's nothing that is touching you. No data is touching you. Why is it that you allow somebody that data touch? And if it's clean, let him come public. The way he came public today saying that Uhuru, respect constitution. That's the same way he should come public and say, you people are saying I'm corrupt. I stole Kimwarer money. I stole this thing. I took this money from this person. I took this land. Here are my records. Why? That's why you see people who stay in the US, everybody is contesting. They go to debate. They will be asked questions that are touching their lives. Even your wife that you divorced, even the girlfriend who came and claimed that you make her pregnant and you are not taking care of the baby. They will say, I'm not taking care of the baby because of this, or I'm taking care of the baby. You have to be clean. That is only my take. I don't have too much to say because I just enter, but I just want to tell people that let us not just talk like Kenyans. Let us stop being Kenyans whereby you just come. We Kenyans, we like only to oppose. You oppose even in the wrong side. Even something that, even if your brother is a thief, let your brother say your brother is a thief. Not to wait until he die, you go to burial like we Luos. We go to burial, we say, this my brother was a very good man. He was and everybody knew that he was a thief. Somebody died of HIV. You go and say, this he was suffering from Alirogwa, from witchcraft. And you know very well he died with the HIV. Let us talk the truth. That is what Takataka people, they don't want. They only want to oppose. And you know, Kenyans, they like people who oppose. They will even today, if somebody oppose that tomato should not be used for cooking, everybody will say tomato is not good for cooking. Thank you for only that. The next person can take. Or anybody who like to ask me question will ask me or oppose me.
Thank you, Kizito. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jex, you will take the chair.
Okay.
And
Okay.
as we continue.
Can I make my last submission? Then I leave. Okay.
Just a
Hey,
moment.
hold on. You ask and then wait for a reply.
So how many chairs do we have? Because I was addressing checks. So I'm like, checks, I'm addressing you.
Just a moment, kidogo tu. Let's first ask, is there a question for Kizito? Unmute your mic and okay, Mtembei toa hizi comments ndio nisome majina. Toa comments so that I can know who is talking. Mtembei unakwamisha nini? Okay, the guy second last, roya chini ongea. Malcolm.
The reason as to why our system of politics and economics is in a mess is because of stealing elections.
Okay.
Okay? It's because of stealing elections. It is not because of anything else. In fact, I believe because we have not been electing presidents, you know, the president is determined by the powers that be. So Kizito, let's just face the truth. Until the time we get our IBC in order, until the time we are ready for our vote to count, that is the time we'll be electing presidents. Otherwise, right now, Ni story tu. Sahi we believe Raila will get to power, okay, because he's on the side of the powers that be. Okay? He would have changed this country from 2007. But what has happened? Kila tukimpigia kura anaibiwa. Kila tukimpigia kura anaibiwa. And right now I can tell you for sure, if Raila became the president today, because ametumwa na Uhuru, he will not have the influence that we are expecting. Okay? So this country called Kenya will hardly change. It will only change the day when we accept IBC to play its role perfectly without interference from the powers that be. Sawa Kizito?
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Malcolm. Your point is well noted. I don't know if Kizito you have a rebounder before I call Baltrai.
No, I don't have anything. He has talked everything.
Okay.
This IBC has been the problem.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I agree. Bernard, kidogo, do you agree with the sentiments from Malcolm?
On the aspect of IBC, yes, 100%. The aspect that if Raila is sent by Uhuru, he will not perform, I don't agree, because historical facts. If we did not agree with KANU after the merger, I am sure that he can turn into a proper leader when he's in the office, regardless of the vested interests of those that can plant him in the office. You can rebel like Magufuli, okay? Magufuli was put there to protect some interests, but he went straight against all the people that planted him there, and he made a difference. So having been with the history that he has, I am sure that he can disappoint the powers that be by ensuring that the country gets on the right path, regardless of how many casualties.
Okay.
Proof is with Mau. You remember Mau Forest? When it was time to save it, and the people that were to save it were afraid to do it. Baba went, even when it costed him the Rift Valley. So for that, I trust him.
Okay. Sawa. Allow me to bring in Bartai kidogo too. Malcolm, just
Let me respond to Bernard.
No. I have a reaction.
Kidogo tu Ayaga. Malcolm.
Ona nikwambie Bernard. Let's all face the truth, because we all want our country to change. Okay, I come from the coast. The coast province, our small god was Raila Odinga.
Why do you use the word was?
Was. I'm saying was because right now you can see, we are facing the truth. You can see what is happening in coast right now.
What is happening? Tell us. We don't know. We are
Raila Odinga in Coast Province was our small god because we believed Raila Odinga akikuwa president, he will deal with the issue of land. You know, he will deal with the issue of marginalized communities, which we are one of them. Okay. And all those years, we were very sure kwamba Raila Odinga angepewa kura in 2007 ama 2017. Raila Odinga would have changed this country, you know, and we were so passionate about it. But you see what has happened? Because in Kenya,
Malcolm, just one moment. Malcolm, just one moment. Joseph, prepare to come in after Malcolm. Okay, Malcolm, go ahead.
Because we don't elect presidents in Kenya, you know, we just put votes somewhere and then some people sit somewhere and decide who to become the president. Now those people are going to decide Raila is going to be president. You get? But now because they are going to decide with connotations. You're going to become president. We have made you president. Unasikia? And the reason as to why BBI inasukuma hivi is because hata Raila akikuwa president, he's going to be put on checks.
Okay.
So we just hope kwamba akiwa president atachukua whip na aanze kutandika wale watu walimfanya akuwe president. Then you should remember kwamba the economy of Kenya is in the hands of a few people. We have people wenye wakienda kwa ATM na wakitoa pesa yao, economy ya Kenya na collapse the following day.
Okay.
You know, those are the painful truths that we have to face as Kenyans. Let me give the opportunity to somebody else to contribute.
Just come in before. I know there are questions from Mayaga and Bernard, but just before I receive your questions, let us get another person kidogo tu. Ayaga, just a moment.
Uliniruka saa.
Kidogo tu Bartai, niliona umepotea nikadhani huko, but it's okay. Let me have Jose and then it will be question time for Malcolm. And then after the questions are well responded by Malcolm, we will come to you, Bartai. Is it okay in that order?
No problem, no problem.
Okay, Jose, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I do agree with, is it Bernard? Yeah, I think Raila is that kind of a person who is able to, even if we pluck him there, we put him there, he's a man of his words, and I'm sure he'll be able to do what he thinks he will do. I remember the time the way we said about Kanu when he merged with Kanu. I think if we have Raila, and to just go back to the history, Raila has fought for this country for, even the freedom we are enjoying today, apart from, siasa ndogo ndogo, the freedom we are enjoying today, as much is not fully uhuru, we are, Raila has done a lot for the democracy. He's the man who has fought for the democracy of this country. And mtu wote to bring some silly tribal issues, it is very wrong, because even if we go back again 2007, is it 2000 when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, and I think he's a man who deserves. We need to give him a chance. He's a Kenyan. Kenya is not ruled by two tribes, or and I think he can do a good job, and he would leave a legacy that we would forever remember. I think people should just wake up, and realize that this man, some of us who are old enough to remember, he's a man who has fought, amewekwa ndani na Moi, amewekwa ndani na Kenyatta. Yeah, but what else do we want to see? This guy I think he deserves more than what people are saying. He's a guy who can change for better. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ayaga, let me first begin with Bernard and then you, Ayaga. The questions that you have for both, I don't know if you have for Jose and Malcolm. Bernard first and then Ayaga, quickly. No
question. I just support his sentiments. I agree with what he said. When we fix the IBC, we fix the country elections. That's a good point.
Okay. Ayaga, go ahead. You had something.
Thank you very much. I have a problem with Malcolm. Malcolm hajatuambia ni nini inafanyika coast. Me, I thought he will tell us at something he said he was, and he told us now look at what is taking place at the coast. Ukamuuliza vizuri ni nini inafanyika coast, hajakujibu hiyo. Lakini kitu nataka kuambia Malcolm, ngoja tu kidogo, kitu nataka kukuambia ni kwamba we cannot doubt Raila. Whatever the angle he will use to attain the presidency, the guy will work. When he joined KANU, way long when we were young, he separate maize and beans, and we saw the likes of Biwott and Mark II and JJ Kamoto of this world was separated with good people like Saitoti. When he joined Jubilee the other day, he also separated beans and maize. and you can see the maize are on the other side and the beans are making noise on the other side. You can see now the problem we were complaining about Jubilee, the people who are pushing for security law, look at the people who are pushing it. Ndwale, where are they? Kindiki, Murkomen, Moses Kuria, Kimani Chungwa, Ndidi Nyoru. You can see he has separated the bad from the good. I also hope that when he took over the power, he will just only separate the beans and the maize, because it looked like Jubilee was a mixture of a Githeri that has some maize that have not has problems. Now we know where the problems are, and we know the people. I think you are there with me.
Let Malcolm answer your question. What is happening in coast before we talk of beans and maize? Malcolm.
Ayaga, that is a very interesting statement. Anyway, we know now William Samoei Ruto has been able to make a footing in Coast Province, isn't it? We should agree to this. Kwamba influence ya Raila Odinga in Coast imeshrink. Okay? His influence imeshrink kiasi kwa sababu we have
Malcolm.
We have William Samoei Ruto.
Just a question, eh?
Okay.
What informs your argument? What makes you think that his influence imeshrink, given that most of his diehard supporters and even governors and all are still with him? Or I don't know what informs your
Number one, we saw live on television Governor Kingi confronting Raila with the issue of starting a cost-based party. Okay? That was a sign. That is a bad sign. And it has never happened. Bernard, don't shake your head. It has never happened in Coast Province. We were so faithful to Raila Odinga. Jubilee ingepenya, hakuna party ingine ingepenya. Mtu akisimama na ODM ni kama amepewa express ticket.
Anaweza unda chama lakini bado allegiance baki kwa baba. Kuunda chama haimaanishi they have shifted.
Sasa ni kwa nini hiyo miaka yote Kingi hakufikiria kuanza chama, amekuja kufikiria kuanza chama leo? That is one.
That's a good question you need to answer for yourself. That's a good question you need to answer for yourself.
Bernard Ayaga, just a moment.
Number two.
No.
Just a moment.
Let us rebuttal this.
Just a moment.
Wacha tu dakika. Nipe dakika mbili.
I'm giving you Ayaga. Just allow him so that you can have more muscles to rebuttal.
I think amemaliza.
No,
he's on number 2.
Case number 2.
Okay.
We have now Akina Aisha Jumwa, Akina Muhammad Ali, and a good group following these people who are pledging allegiance to William Samoei Ruto. Unasikia? So see, generally what I want you to see ni kwamba the solid support ya Raila alikuwa nayo in Coast Province imeanza kuwa poked some polls. You get? And that should tell you kwamba his original influence ile ilikuwa toka kitambo. Coast was another bedroom for Baba. But now kuna some thorns in that bedroom.
Okay.
So that is something that
Malcolm kidogo tu nikukate. Wacha lete Ayaga. I mean, do you agree with this sentiment that kuna watu wamehama ambao wako na uzito huko Coast? Do you think so?
Can I add something before
ni kama jamaa.
I want you to prepare well, eh?
No, I just want to add something on Malcolm, then Ayaga can react with it.
Okay,
but quickly.
Okay. This is I choose to agree and disagree with Malcolm at the same time. This is my thinking about Coast. And I can as well highlight Turkana, because Turkana and Coast have the same dynamics in terms of politics. The people who are causing all this this thing what Malcolm is talking about, leave alone even Asha Juma and Muhammad Ali, those are young fish. The big issue is Joho and Kingi, because Joho and Kingi wamekuwa stronghold wa baba in Coast. Now Joho anamaliza time yake, Kingi anamaliza time yake, na Nok in Turkana anamaliza time yake. It means they don't have, after that watakuwa wamemaliza the IST seat in the land, that is the governorship. So definitely they'll want to join executive either as speakers or legislation as either speakers, or they want to join as ministers. And they're basing their argument on this. Look at Najib Balala. Since 2003, Najib Balala has been in government. And he has a party that I don't think even Ikona more than 20,000 members. But when during the negotiation for government formation, Najib Balala will present his party to the table, representing some few people from Coast. And that is why he has been in government, he has been minister since 2003 or 5. Because he'll come in and like, this is my party, he will negotiate against this party. So what some few Coast governors are trying to do, they're trying to get something that will bring to table, either for Baba, that is what I'm saying, I to agree or disagree, either they'll come for Baba with this their small party to negotiate for themselves, or they'll come for, or they'll go for Ruto to negotiate using that a small party they have.
Serekal,
That is
allow me to protect you because before you cause self-destruction, eh?
Yes.
Because I know you are raising very serious issue, and how Ayaga and Bernard are preparing, they will seriously slaughter you. Ayaga,
Thank you.
you can have the throat of Malcolm.
Oh yeah, let me just remind Malcolm that in Coast Raila amekuwa na opponent kutoka kitambo, like Karisa Maitha, go to backdate up to that moment. Yeah, amekuwa na opponent. 2013 Balala had a Republican Party. He opposed with a group of people like Suleiman Shabal, and come to 2017, Mungaru, who was Malindi, where Aisha Juma is making noise. Leave Aisha Juma. Oh, alishindwa na Owen. Is it Owen? Kwa sababu mimi siasa ya Coast huwa niko sawa kabisa. Either Owen ama somebody. Kazungu Kambi. Those people opposed Raila. Leave alone Ali. I don't think Ali is not a big deal, because Ali, it was an opportunity because Nani got some votes. Awiti, this Awiti the Bolo, Awiti Bolo got some votes in Nyali, and the ODM guy also got some votes because he was in Wiper and ODM. I think alipenya hapo katikati. The guy has no influence. Mimi mara mingi huwa nakaa Kisauni, najua hiyo area ya Nyali, and I can tell you, take it to the bank, he will be defeated as early as saa 2. Ukienda Kilifi, these guys are positioning themselves for 2022, like hiyo story ya party, and I think amekufa juu hata jana Joho withdraw the candidature in support of Raila Odinga. Hiyo ni habari hata bado amejui. Ukienda Southern Coast like Kwale, gavana yao ni Salim Mvurya team up na kina Juma Boy and Zip Papa. They are forming one togetherness of the coast, which will be very hard for Ruto to tackle, using people like Moshetani and the new guy. The new guy is more DM, and that guy take it to the bank. Huyu wa Museveni, Facial is running in ODM ticket in 2022. During the debate of voting, the BBI voting day, the guy sojourned Raila's place and he asked Baba which way I should vote. And Raila told them, there were 2 MPs from Coast, go and vote yes. When Raila was telling you that guy is more ODM than UDA, mulipiga kelele, wait for 2022. Like I told you in Juja, The guy is more of Jubilee than UDA. They are still not believe. Wait in 2022, they will be shocked. That guy will be in a Jubilee or where
Question
Uhuru
Ayaga. Question Ayaga. So you
Yes, sir.
want to bring to our attention that Jubilee in 2022. I'm coming to you just a moment, bro. Let me ask this question to Ayaga and then I'll go to Ham. Is it okay? Okay, so Ayaga, so do you want to tell us here now that Jubilee will have a face to even talk of come 2022?
You know, Jakes, kitu amjui, Uhuru is not a party man. Since
Ndio
KANU days,
tunakuuliza tuambie.
Uhuru is not a party man. Hiyo ndio kitu watu wana mistake. Even Ruto is not a party man. You can see Ruto in 2022 with UDA and 2027 with another party. These guys are not party man. Party man is somebody like Raila who want to maintain a party for long. Uhuru, they can reban, they can renew that Jubilee into another giant yenye hata uta believe italeta shida huko. They can rename it, they can do whatever. They have a reason of killing it because they know very well Jubilee, they sold Jubilee in Kenya up to an extent that Ruto angekuwa na hiyo Jubilee itawapiga. So anajua vizuri. So killing this party and maybe they will rename it or kama like Kibaki. Kibaki was a DP, PNU, NAC, then PNU as a re-election. He will not. Even UDA will not go beyond 2027. You will have maybe another CDC or whatever, MYC.
We are going to
like
come
that.
to
They are never...
tutakuja tuongelea kuhusu hizo political parties and all but allow me to bring in Ham.
You forgot me now.
Kidogo tu Bernard, kuna jamaa hapa hata tujasikia sauti yake, hata atusalamie kidogo tu Bernard. Wewe ni serikali wewe na serikali nyinyi ni mko na post already. Let's have someone else kidogo tu. Ham, come in.
Yeah. Mnanipata?
Kabisa.
The statement of today is the state of Kenya in political 2022, si ndio? Na kuna mingi ningetaka kusema, but just give me 2 minutes. First, I want to give a clear answer to Malcolm. Niambie Malcolm that when you talk of politics, don't ever underestimate a silent giant. Unajua, when you look into politics, we have 3 things ambazo sisi wadandizi or the analyst of politics tunaangalianga into and how that person can scoop the region. And when you go to the physical citizen, sisi tunaangalianga the local citizen, they look on the physical, but the factors of gauging someone how strong he is in the politics, not physical. Kuna vitu zingine zinakuanga hidden which a normal citizen doesn't see. Let me answer Malcolm on 3 things. 1, in politics, when you say someone is strong, you check on 3 grounds. First ground is the physical person and the physical thing, the party. Second, you look into what we call business class. The business class, those people who are doing stakeholders of business, who would cut shorts in business. And the third one, you look into the influencers, the mobility, and the finance capacity. Let's come to your answer of saying Raila is not powerful in cost. I think you are underestimating. 1, Raila does not use his own money to influence anyone on the ground. He uses the strategy of pyramid. He has put people on the ground. I will surprise you and go do your research. Mr. Faisal, who just won the other day Msambweni, is a true ODM person. But the Tanga people took advantage to sell their manifesto. When you go to coast, Raila has network from Shimo La Tewa, Taita Taveta, all the way to Tana River, crossing to Somali. Reason, he has the business class who are influencers. He has the physical characters who can call the shots, and he has the party, which is well grounded. So, mark my statement, there will never come a time someone will overthrow ODM in cost. Whether he has people or not, if he lacks person, he has business class. If he lacks business class, he has influencers. Just see someone like Echesa. Echesa has the influence, he has the cost of money, but he's not a politician. Mark that statement. Let's come to now the general look of 2022 state of politics in Kenya. I will start with the finance. And the finance capacity is that Kenya, we don't have money. We are running on deficit. Reason, because we are borrowing to sustain our economy. But there is category of the 10% Kenyans who own the Kenyan big cake. And those people, they are the one to determine the cost of campaign and the politics in Kenya. Whether we have money or we don't have money, election will go ahead because the 10%, they are capable. In fact, just 4, they can fund everything in politics. And those 4, they are going to determine who is the candidate, who is the state machinery, who is to sit on that chair, and how are they going to get back their money. If those 4 factors are taken care of, election will go ahead. Whether it is BBI referendum, whether it is the presidential election, and even if there is anything else to take place, that one will happen. Then
So question before you finish, I love your chain of thoughts, but just to link you with what Ayaga says, because the question is the politics and the emerging issues that will come up in 2022. What is your take on what Ayaga said on Jubilee? Do you see it coming up? And because as you have said, there are things that influences something to come up. All you have said, money and all. Do you see Jubilee coming up from where it has fallen?
I don't want to convince anyone to buy my thought, but I want to say the facts, the ground. The fact on the ground is that Jubilee is not going to be resuscitated. It's a gone case. What you're supposed to expect, it's a new dimension of a new party or a new formation, which is already on the ground. One Kenya Alliance is the next Jubilee. That's a fact. Check. Who made Jubilee to happen? Who made Jubilee to happen? It was one, the business class. I don't want to mention them. You know them. Secondly, it was the pillar, which was the presidency. Who is that person? That one was the Uhuru. And the third, the policy of mobility. Who was the mobility here? The mobility was William Samoei Ruto. And the business class, we know them. They come from Central. So having factored in those grounds, Uhuru was automatically going to take the chair, and he took it 2017. You overthrow the election, he came back again. Okay? That one is to tell you Jubilee is gone case. And if it's going to sustain, it is just a flower, but the membership behind, not Jubilee. Let me come to the court. The state of judicial, which we saw what happened, and we knew the best candidate who could have taken over, it's not because there was nothing new or there was something old. No, we have been in Kenya and we know how things operate in Kenya, and we know when we are going to election, judiciary is always part of the state machinery. So I will say my position that yes, we are going to allow the sitting person to take control, but be convinced that whether you go east or west, if the business class is well organized and the party has seen the candidate to go for that seat, then the so-called influencers are willing. There is no way the judiciary is going to control that person to sit on that chair.
Okay.
Right now, the state of judiciary is to sit and organize the BBI. The BBI is going to determine the 2022 state of election. When you talk of IEBC, IEBC has never been a tool to determine our president. IEBC has been a rubber stamp, chap, and just give us that person we have been waiting for. There is nothing much. Now, let me come to the Baba issue. The state of Baba, it's not about Mandela thing, and it's not about the young generation. It's not about the old person. The state of Baba is about what vision he has been looking into for the Kenyans. All things we are seeing into Kenya, it's as a result of the birth between Kibaki and Raila. There is nothing new which has come with this government. In fact, for those who have traveled across the Kenya, we know so many projects which have just clumps. We saw the LAPSET, which was opened the other day. LAPSET is not about this government. It was about Kibaki. The only deep sea port, the second one, I think in Africa, which was opened in Lamu, it was not about this government. It was the Raila Kibaki agenda. And so many things we can tell. But the issue here is every general comes with his own information. One thing which always people fear from Laila is that he will not tolerate nonsense. Any state machinery which has been there is going to bring down and start fresh. And that is the work of an engineer. An engineer does not work on anything which is already there. He dismantled everything, even the one we call Thunderbolt. If you are an engineer, you know what is Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is one nut that holds the main chassis of a heavy chase car. If you open it with a lot of nonsense, the high chances we are going to bury in the next second. So when you talk of Raila, is a thunderbolt. If you open it reckless, it's going to thunder everything around and discard, and everyone will be alone. So you have to handle with a lot of, a lot of care.
Jex, I want to pose a question as Ham continues to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Would we rather have a Raila presidency without BBI or a Raila presidency with BBI? It sounds a very simple question, but we can think about it critically. Because the Raila we would have had as president in 2007, I deeply feel in my heart that he would have been a different president than the Raila we're going to have now.
But I don't know if it is me or if the other panelists agree. Do you understand the question? What Malcolm, what are you trying to bring home? Do you want to mean?
I'm saying, would we rather have a Raila presidency without BBI, or would we have?
How does BBI influence him?
BBI, from my standpoint, from my standpoint, let me talk. Let me talk. Let me put a statement, then you can start questioning.
Okay.
From where I stand, I feel the presidency that Raila will be given through BBI will be a diluted presidency, will be a presidency where he'll have so many people watching around him. Huyu jamaa ameongea mambo ya kuwa Raila is a thunderbolt. We would expect that thunderbolt to crush the corruption and the poverty and all that. But now he's going to be given the presidency with guys that are watching around him.
and making sure that he does not become the thunderbolt that we wanted him to be.
Okay, can I finish my point? Then you just come
Okay,
with your
let's
question.
Haman, go ahead. Go ahead.
Malcolm, when we talk of a thunderbolt, it means something that has a lot of pressure in it, in manner that you don't hold it reckless. That's why even today, even after former Prime Minister retires, he will still be a very person influential, not in Kenya, in Africa. And I want to get 1 minute just to give some example. Let me take you back into Congo. Right now, who is in Congo is Tshisekedi. If you check on what Tshisekedi had with agreement with Joseph Kabila, he have overgone it. He has told Kabila and his people out. And that is what is happening. Right now, there is no gold is taking out from Congo. Things have been contained. Let's go to Angola. Jose Santos, with his minister, he agreed that I'll give you the power, protect my empire. In less than 2 months, the company which Jose Santos had were all confiscated, money from outside the country were freezed, and everything was returned into the government. The lady, the daughter of Jose Santos, she's in exile, and even the mzee is in prison, house arrest. That is a true picture of the next governments of Africa. Let me take you what is happening in Mali. It is the Manisa Musa family empire which has been ruling since 1540s until today, when even Ayub the cleric who said, my stepbrother is corrupt, is agreeing with foreign powers to take our resources out of country. In less than a year, we have been seeing Mali overthrowing government 3 times. Okay? Right now, the Kano, Assimi Goita, is the sitting president because he's aligning with people. Let me take you back. Just in Burundi, what happened? The people who were sidelining with Nkurunziza, they were not with the people, but they brought a person who was with the people. Okay? And many more we are seeing in Africa. So I'm telling you, whether it's about BBI or not BBI, Raila has been with citizens even before I was born. So there will never come a time the next government will be formed without Mr. Mzee, Prime Minister himself.
I don't know if you understood the question from Malcolm. Malcolm says that Raila would have been better without BBI. That is what Malcolm is saying.
I can interject.
Can I just
Kidogo tu Ayaga, kidogo. Let Haman answer and then we continue.
Malcolm was asking, do we need Raila with the BBI or without BBI? The point is, even the BBI belonged to Raila.
Okay.
Those things were even 2007, 2002, when the government of Moi was going, and we took the government of Kibaki and Raila. These things were in the manifesto, but we have seen government trying to push the agenda outside the government which is coming in. So it's not new. In fact, it is old with 20 years if you calculate back. Thank you.
Okay, Ayaga.
Yes, thank you. Malcolm, I think you have not read BBI or you have not taken keen interest in the politics of BBI. If you had people like Martha Karua and the likes of Murkomen are talking about BBI is bringing imperial presidency, I think if you go deep, read that BBI well, I think Raila with BBI will be better compared to this constitution. Yeah.
Okay. Isaac,
So,
just allow me to bring in someone else also so that we can go ahead. Isaac.
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Oh, clearly. Very, 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 very
Okay.
well. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you have been following the debate.
I have been following on and off, and
Okay.
it's interesting. I just bumped into the channel. By the way, I'm one of your subscribers, so I saw this and then I
Okay.
said, "Oh, let me join in." Yeah. So very quick to the discussion that is going on right now.
Uh-huh.
It's quite insightful. I've learned, like having different perspective on this one. But just a very quick question with honesty. How many have read the book?
Sorry, he's gone. But I think the question was how many have read BBI. Brother Benson, how are you?
Jax, maybe I could.
Okay.
I
Go
could. I
ahead now
could.
that we have lost him. Go ahead.
I could come up with something.
Okay.
See, we all, honestly, with deep honesty, we know Raila has fought for this country from the time he became a politician.
Okay.
But the effect ya Raila mimi nilianza kuiona wakati alivyosema Kibaki tosha.
Okay.
You get? And I was there when he was saying Kibaki tosha, and we saw the changes that the Kibaki government brought in, and of course they worked together. At some point they were forced to work together, and we saw the development that came to Kenya as a result of Kibaki and Raila working together. So we honestly would wish to have a pure Raila president that has not been adulterated. You get? We all would wish to have that.
Just a moment, Malcolm. How does BPI in how does it alter him?
Mimi, I believe BBI is some kind of an arrangement whereby hata Raila akikuwa president leo, because he was supposed to have been president, but he was not given the presidency. It means he will be made a president. You get? And
so how does it?
Here, the process of being made a president will come with conditions. You get? And those conditions will be enforced through BBI.
But as what Haman has told you, BBI is a brainchild of Raila and
No. BBI is a Trojan horse.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you mean he can create something to be like his detonator?
Is a multi-purpose vehicle.
Okay.
It's a multi-purpose vehicle kwa sababu let me finish talking. Kwa sababu hii kiwanja ya 2022 ingewachiwa Ruto, William Samoei Ruto na Raila Amolo Odinga waingie kwa kiwanja for 2022 without any influence. I can tell you this is the time yenye Raila angeingia by force by fire.
Okay. Interesting. Haman, you want to come in?
Isingekuwa hii BBI, Raila angekuwa tu kwa angekuwa nje, angekuwa
I
out
beg
of
to say
government.
something, please.
Just 1 minute. There's something that is burning in Haman's heart. Let it come out. Okay.
Raila angekuwa outside government. Na kiwanja
just a moment, Malcolm. Allow someone to rebound you.
Malcolm,
Go ahead.
I've given you a very clear cut, and I've given you example with a lot of openness. I've given you Congo. Who doesn't know Joseph Kabila? Kabila agreed with Tshisekedi, even through a document through the court written. I've given you Joseph Santos, the longest serving president in Africa, Angola, with a lot of millions. Even total Kenya is said to be from there. When you sit into the power and you are given the sword, it changes the talk. Even if you wrote it with your family, it changes the talk. And that is one we call the tool of operation. When you have it, you can do anything. So when we write about BBI and we give you condition, does not mean you stick by what we tell you. The sword means you can overall. That's why today Kabila cannot talk and his people they are out. Today Joseph Santos, very powerful person, he cannot even go out. Today, just South Sudan, whom Bashir said ICC is a very small room, cannot host me. The person who took the power in Sudan, he handed over El Bashir to ICC, not only on a physical move, but under the cage. You need to understand the meaning of power in a very critical manner. Don't just see the BBI.
Ham, let me just pause there.
Malcolm and Ham. Malcolm and
Honor.
Ham, allow me to
Ham,
bring someone else
I
of
want,
Tokoza.
no,
Can I say something?
One moment, just a moment. Malcolm, a moment.
I want to ask a question to Ham.
Just a moment, Malcolm.
I want to ask a question.
Just a moment. Hold your question kidogo. So
Who
that
is this?
isikwe watu wawili. Bernard, go ahead. Then I'll have Jose, and then Bartai, and then Malcolm, then we have Ham. Let's have that order. Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you. Ham, I agree with you on the aspect of getting the sword, but more powerful than the sword is the constant character of a person. The sword functions based on the character of the person. So what will make the Raila president different is his constant character when it comes to doing the right thing in the midst of controversial compromises. And from the history of his operation in politics is that he has walked away. He has also entered into some mergers, some compromises here and there. But one thing has been constant with Raila's operation in politics is that he never compromises to a level whereby he cannot bounce back. He will give his hand to the perceived enemy, and it will look like he's finished. But at the end of the day, he will bounce back stronger and greater. And so, as much as there will be BBI or without BBI, the constant character of Raila Odinga will stand up in his presidency. Whether he has signed memorandum of understanding, whether he has signed an oath of vow, whichever it is, his character will bounce back. And that is one thing that we can bank on if he's late to be president. We can be sure he will do the right thing, regardless of how many hyenas and how many vultures may be around him wanting to eat the rest of the country. He proved that with Mao. He proved that with Kanu. He proved that with NAC. He has proved that today. Who would have imagined that after 2017, Raila will support Uhuru? That was unimaginable. But he has played an important role in securing Uhuru's presidency, despite the fact that they were vowed enemies in 2017. And he has proved himself as a statesman, and I'm sure he plans to have a legacy. One of the things that messes up our function as president is called second term. If the president is given one term and is going home, like Raila will have one term, that is, if that is agreed, then we can be sure of total performance, because there is no re-election to please anybody. There is no prior arrangement after that. So there will be a better performing without owing anybody anything. Thank you.
Bernard, why give him one term? I think the constitution allows him for 2 terms. Why one?
He is a statesman, and I am sure he's okay. Having challenged Kibaki for swearing with an oath to take only 1 term, then halfway he turns around and say he wants the second term. I don't think Raila wants term, in my opinion.
Bernard, wacha nimsaidie kidogo tu on Bernard's time tafadhali, wacha nimsaidie. Even in 2013 Jubilee, URP and TNA walikuwa wanasema Uhuru atafanya miaka 5, alafu Ruto afanye 5, alafu tena Uhuru tena 5. Hiyo miaka 10 walikuja kuchange baadaye. The arrangement was, hata ukiangalia manifesto, Uhuru was to work for first 5 years, then
You have
Ruto
changed the
the
topic,
second 5
wewe.
years. No, I'm not changing the topic. So tukikwambia
We
Raila
were at
anaenda
Baba, you have already gone to Uhuru.
so tukikwambia baba anaenda for 5 years, relax. This is a way of seducing a girl, my friend.
Okay, sawa. Jose come in.
Ayaga, don't spoil the soup. No,
Jose come in
let
because Ayaga has already
Ella,
spoiled the soup. Just a
no.
moment,
Ella,
Bernard.
yeah,
Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Ayaga took your
okay.
time and spoiled the soup. Go ahead,
I
Jose.
think I support what Ham is saying because if
Uh-huh.
you go back to all those African countries, I think they've gained power through some whatever means is possible. It doesn't matter. Raila is a statesman. Even if he comes with a BBI or he comes what is a performer. Look what happened to even Thika Road. Nobody, when he was an engineer, nobody wanted to take that. You know, walisema Raila alibomoa barabara, but what are we enjoying now? We've got a super highway. Look at Mao. He's the same guy that took. I think he's a man. He's a statesman, the way Bernard is saying, and I do agree with him. Raila akiingia, when he comes to power, he will do his best. It will be like the way we said about Magafuli. You know, Magafuli, they thought Magafuli will come there and, he will be, he will be brought up and he will just be like them. He will protect them. But what he did, he turned around and he made that country where it is now. I think Ham is a good point you're bringing in, and I do support your minds. Thank you.
Okay, just say, allow me to bring someone with a different and contrary opinion by the name Bartai Serkal, so that we don't seem as if we are praising one person. Bartai, a lot has been said over one man. We are almost saying one man, one vote, 1 shilling. So, what is your different take on 2 men, 2 votes, several shillings?
Okay, allow me to be Baba Sycophant for once. Okay, if I was to be a
I
politician,
thought you were to say something else. Sawa, tuendelea.
No. Okay, I actually want to talk about what Malcolm raised because it's a very important question. If I was to be a politician, I'll choose 50% part to be from Raila and 50% definitely from William Ruto because they look like Baba is a good man in terms of patriotism. Is a good man. But sometimes he miss some 1, 2, 3 things here and there. Same to DP. In a way, he's a good politician, but he miss some 1, 2, 3 things. Okay, if I was to vote for Baba, I'll prefer Baba's presidency without BBI, and this is my reasoning.
Why? Kwani shida ya BBI ni nini na it is his idea?
And I want to explain myself.
Okay, please do.
Since actually the introduction of this BBI, we have been told a lot of stories. The first thing we were told, there are 6 copies of BBI, different BBI. I remember there is a time.
I am not so much into propaganda, but who said so?
Allow me to finish my.
Okay. Go ahead.
More commandant Susan Kiika told them so I may believe you. Ni ukweli kwake, so usimlaumu.
It's okay. Let's stick to facts, Bartai and Ayaga, so that we don't change. Yeah, go ahead.
We were told there are around 6 copies, so we don't know which one is which one.
Okay.
And personally, the copy I get to I saw, I'm told it's not the same as what was presented in some county. We also told there are some county assemblies that is it 34 out of 34 that passed the correct and some others passed the wrong one. I remember there is a time that there was some serious push and pull within the secretariat.
But the question is this, Bartai, before you give us the story that almost all of us know, how does BBI dilute or increase the potential of Raila? That's the question, because whether they were 6, 20, whatever number, it doesn't buy water. The question is, what makes him better or worse with or without it. I think that's because if we bring in propaganda, I don't think we are making him just.
I'm heading there. Why don't you give me time? Yeah.
Sawa, pole.
So what I'm forced to believe, in this Kenya we might be young, but you have seen things in this Kenya. You agree with this thing, you agree something on boardroom. What you're given at the end of the meeting is so different. My worry to this BBI is Baba anaweza fanyiwa kitu tulifanyiwa 2017. It might be shown another document on the table. Ikifika siku ile, ikifika akuwe president, the things that atapewa is so different. And why I'm saying so, we are promised 5 years, we are promised 10 yangu 10 yenu. Tumeionea few sasa hiyo 10. Experience. We were told to fold our party called URP. We fold unconditionally. Now we're building another one called UDA. So I'm just sending a signal to my brothers like Hayaga that, man, once bitten, twice shy. Be careful. But if it was for me, let me finish.
Wacha nisaidie serikali
kidogo tu Malcolm, wacha amalize Malcolm alafu utakuja. Bartai, continue.
Sasa mimi ningekuwa baba, ningechukua serikali venye iko, I'll introduce BBI when I'll be on the seat, because I'll dictate what is to be included in this BBI.
Exactly.
I'm interested with these 70 constituencies. You see how parliament is working now. Why do we need the 70 constituencies? Somebody needs to take over, especially there is a very seat introduced. There is a seat called Prime Minister, who nobody wants to talk about this Prime Minister seat. And on top of this Prime Minister seat, the same Prime Minister will be elected on National Assembly, and you are introducing some 70 more constituencies. Watu Baba, as much as you hate me, Ayaga, let's think.
Kidogo tu, Ayaga. I know you want to come in. Haman does not agree. Malcolm, say something before I allow. Ayaga, just a moment. I know you want to have the neck of Bartai, but wait a moment.
I just wanted to put across one statement.
Okay.
And I'm directing this one to Ham. Wakati president anaapishwa, the state, kuna hiyo kitu inaitwa state. The state is the sword, ile yenye Ham amesema. Wakati mtu anaapishwa akipewa hiyo sword, hiyo inamaanisha anaweza kata mbele na nyuma. It doesn't matter kuna nani wala nani. Now the question comes, do you think hawa watu wengine wote wakina Uhuru and company hawajui hiyo? They know kwamba si tunapea Raila, and Raila hata kabla BBI, we know Raila is a tough guy. Raila ni tingatinga, inang'oa visiki na kulima mchanga. So even as you serve this man the presidency, you have to be aware.
Okay.
And we know Uhuru Kenyatta is surrounded by experts, advisors, to manipulate the government kama shati. So even as we all believe that Raila can do something powerful, we need to realize that those people who are planning to give him the presidency are aware of all what we are talking about here.
But Malcolm, the question is, we are talking of giving. Kwani the voter has no say in this.
We have already Jex tumepita huko. We are aware kwamba our votes don't count.
Okay.
Hiyo ndio sababu Musando alikufa.
Can I respond to Manu?
Sneak into IBC and they messed us
up. We are going to vote, please, and our vote counts.
Allow me to bring Bartai Bernard just a moment. I know we are almost opening a can of worms. Kidogo tu Ayaga, before we open the can of worms. Ham, go ahead.
Malcolm, just get my point and write it down and do your research into detail. One, the reason Raila could not scoop the power in early times, it's because of one thing. You need to know this clear. the business empire, they knew very clearly if this guy gets power, the business empire having a lot of influence, they will not go far. And that one, it has been set systematically to poison the system empire, that they bring their influence to the now normal mwananchi that this gentleman is risk. But business empire, they have engaged and they have calculated and they have weighed between now the Raila and the Ruto. And they have realized the best person they can deal with now, because they know him better, it's Raila. They are not trusting Ruto. They are even scared. Get that answer correct. Secondly, they know.
Kidogo tu
Wait.
Bartai, kidogo tu Bartai, just a minute, just a moment, kidogo.
Secondly,
go ahead, Ham.
They know very well Prime Minister is now worthy to deal with their class because himself is in that class of business, and he cannot allow anyone to come on that empire and mess up with investments of Kenya. So the so-called business class, which I told you, when you are looking into politics, you look the person, the business class, and the influencers. Now, the business class, they have taken care of everything. And they know our Mzee Baba Raila, if he comes to the power, they cannot go against what he says because they have put him to test. And so doing, that's why Bernard is very confident saying, being a statesman, he will go for one term. That two factors, they have symbolized who is statesman. Then finally, meaning that the investment of the business class and what they make decision over the Kenya, it's covered. They are very 100%. They can now do what they want as long as one of them, who is Baba, is taking care of everything. So when you talk of whether he comes or not, be assured he will take the power. And in our English saying, we say the older the honey, the sweeter. So remember, Mzee is old, so it's more sweet.
A question to you, a direct question to you from here. Just a direct question from me. I've not asked a question. Let me ask him so that I have Ayaga come up. Ayaga, you're next. Now, my question is this. You are saying because of him being a statesman, he would just need to serve a term, right? Now, do you think 5 years is enough for him to actualize all his dreams, desires, and ambitions, given that this is a seat he has yearned for so long? This is something that has been part of his dream, because I tend to believe he has plans, manifestos, and all to help him come to power. So does 5 years warrant him just work so hard only to get 5?
Let me answer on a very brief note. One, Raila is in politics and in Kenyan government. He has been there since when he was young. So he knows where the system is weak and where the system need to be strong. That one he knows. Two, when you look the government of Kibaki, who was the backbone? The backbone was Raila. So Raila, he knows very well who are the best advisors and who can take care of that weak backbone. Look, when Raila came to the power and he happened to partner with our Uhuru, the government of Uhuru has come back to the state of at least operation. And you can even listen. Whole business class are saying business is good. The influencers, Kenyans, they are saying we are happy to do our business. Despite now is not executive, because it is only executive who can bring on the system which can work better for the country and stabilize. I will tell you this. If he takes the power tomorrow, it is not, there is no need of even 3 years. 1 year is enough for a person to put the right channel, the best system, and he steps out, and the machine will carry itself. A good example, do you want to give you a good example? A good example,
Please do.
Ethiopia. Just see what is Ethiopia happening. When Naikunu was in Kenya Airways, Ethiopia was falling. But see what is happening. Ethiopia is taking over whole of Africa, even the pride of Africa, which was our Kenya Airways. We are no longer even being smelled. Ethiopia is, because whoever came on the platform, he has been there. He put the system very correctly in less than 2 years. And today, any carrier in Africa cannot compete with Ethiopia. You have another thing you want to hear?
Allow me to bring someone else, but I love you. I love your thinking. You are making this.
No.
Ayaga coming.
Acha tuongee kidogo. Hata hiyo jibu ilikuwa rahisi sana. Magufuli took only like 5 years kurekebisha Tanzania. The second term hata hakumaliza 2 months. So mimi wacha nijibu serikali.
Just a moment, Haman. Just a moment. Ayaga, go ahead.
Yeah. So you know, there is this propaganda which is so sweet, and it is like a reverse psychology these guys are using in Tanga to paint BBI as Raila Odinga king. That let Raila become president is when he introduced BBI. You know, that is in Tanga to make Kenyans believe that it is Raila who want BBI, or Raila is who is the originator, or it is Raila. Everything in that BBI is Raila Odinga, which is very wrong. BBI is for prosperity of this nation. Raila Odinga will come and go. Those constitutions will remain. So if Raila becomes president and introduce another BBI into after 2022, when he left power, he should walk away with this BBI. All those things will remain in our country. You know, there is some propaganda that you can just give to some people who have short memory, like Hoi Hoi and Hoi Sans in South Africa. You can't in Kenya, we are very advanced in psychology.
Ayaga, did you just compare our Kenyan beloved people to Hoi Hoi and Hoi Sans?
by telling us that let Raila come to power and introduce the BBI after 2022. That one is like compare us with the Hoi San and the Hoi Hois of South Africa. The people who have never changed since the world began. So my contribution is very simple. Thank you very much, guys, for actually accepting that Baba is taking this thing. You know, these are the kind of reasoning we have always been yearning. And I can see Senator Nancy is watching us, and she is asking us, where are the arithmetics? Let me answer Senator, because I know she is watching. Senator, politics is perception, nothing else. Those numbers are fallacy. Even if you ask William Ruto, where are your numbers? It is fallacy. He cannot tell you I have this million at my. It is just purported fallacy. Any perception that I have Rift Valley, I have Rift Valley, I have maybe some part of Western, I have Central. Ruto have never been voted for, so he doesn't know his numbers. Politics is perception. If we also have a perception that Raila have Nyanza and Western, and maybe this time we will get like 20% of Central and Nairobi, and he will have Coast and Northern Kenya, he will have beat Ruto a long time ago. So Nancy, don't ask us for arithmetic. That is very simple. My brother, finally.
So that someone has a question for you. Do you want a question?
Uniulize ndio nimalize.
Malcolm, ask the question.
Let me ask the question first. Yeah? You see, Ayaga, as much as we support Tanga, we don't carry Tanga brains in our heads.
Ask the question.
What did you say? What you say?
Like, you don't get what I'm saying is, Ayaga, we know Baba. Some of us, I told you I like Baba, but there are some things I don't agree with him.
Okay.
Same as much as I like Deputy President, there are some things I don't agree with him.
Like what, for example?
No, that is a story of another day. The 2010 Constitution, the 2010 Constitution is a
Or let me answer you about that. Yeah, that's a very simple question.
Malcolm ako na swali.
My comment, Okay, let me start with my comment towards Ayaga.
Uh-huh.
Ayaga, some of us are way above the Tanga business and Kieleweke stuff. We are
Okay.
looking at Kenya as a country.
Okay.
We really would wish Kenya to be a better country, a corruption-free country. We really would have wished to have Raila as president long time ago because we know what Raila can do. So the business of Tanga, we are out of that league completely. Now,
thank you very
Ham.
much. No. Ask me a question. I'm will come later.
No,
Kidogo to Ayaga and Malcolm, just one moment.
Advocate for Brother Benson. He's been
Just-
here. We need
yes.
his prayers.
Kidogo tu nina. You know, he's the one who is going to cool the storm that Ayaga is about to bring.
Okay, I wanted to say something to Ham, just a statement.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
These people of the business class yenye Ham alikuwa anasema
okay.
Ni hao watu wakina the COVID billionaires who are facilitated by the government to steal from the government. They survive on making money through corruption in the government. And they are the people who are controlling the economy of our country.
Okay.
So that means if they put Raila into if they are able to sit in the table yenye kunafanya decisions that make Raila as president, then you can see the connection there, and that is the connection that we don't want. That's why tunasema we would rather have a Raila without a Raila president without BBI.
My friend, now you guys are now going to an argument taking my time.
Ayaga, I'm defending you. Malcolm, I have heard your question. Ham you'll come after Ayaga. Kindly prepare. I know you have something to say. Allow Ayaga to finish so that you come in.
Please let me answer.
No.
Yeah,
Ham, give me time.
Your question is well noted. Ham, you are coming next. Your question is well noted. Ayaga, finish.
Mtaribatol hapo for long. Wacha nimalize mimi.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My friend Serikal, when Serikal is coming here to tell us that he was told that BBI had 6 copies and the other assemblies. You know, those were things that were being told, they were being spread by Tanga people like Susan Kika, Murkomen, and their spokesman, Dennis Itumbi. So if he carries the people's brain to a platform, and I say he carries people's brain, and he's comparing us with the Hoi and the Hoisan, I'm right. I'm not wrong. He's the one who said those things. Unless aende kwa clip, a reverse nyuma kidogo, ajisikize, ndi akuje hapo kuniambia, sikumwambia hivyo. And to Malcolm, hata mmeni confuse uliniuliza swali gani, kwa sababu umeniuliza swali unauliza Ham. What was your question, Malcolm?
Wakati nikirespond to Ayaga, I was saying some of us are above the Tanga business and Kieleweke stuff.
Oh, thank you. Nime refresh. Yeah, that was not for you. You see,
wakati tukidiscuss hapa, we are really looking at Kenya from a bird's eye view. Tunaangalia from above. You know what can help Kenya become a better country.
Okay. I agree with you, Malcolm. Hiyo swali haikuwa yako, ilikuwa ya serikali. Serikali ndiye alikuja na hiyo nini, na nilikuwa tu namwambia ukweli, kwa sababu hata we umemsikiza amesema sijui 6 copies, sijui nani amemwambia, sijui aliambiwa sijui na nani. So those people who told him are the people we had, and those people are from Tanga, not me. I'm done.
Ayaga, allow Ham to answer Malcolm, and then kidogo to Ham, just a moment. Angela, how are you? If you can wave, and Ellie, if you can wave, thank you for having. We are coming to you. Just hold on. Ham, can you respond?
Let me be very clear. I am a liberal.
Okay.
And I do a liberal, open mind politics. I'm not into politics of tribe. I am a Kenyan, and wherever I am, I say I am a Kenyan because I don't like anyone to look me as a tribal person. Malcolm, when I talk of business class, I did not mention corrupt business person. And I did not talk of anyone with illegal way of getting money.
Okay.
I made those genuine Kenyans who work hard day and night to earn their coin, to put that coin into politics. By the way, politics is like a betting game. You bet, you place your money there, you support that candidate. If he wins or he doesn't win, that is the business class I'm talking to. I'm not talking to this billionaire of COVID. By the way, when I talk of business class, I'm referring way back, even when when Mzee Kenyatta was coming to the power, there was a business class that cut the line and told the gentleman on the position that time, look, we need this gentleman. So when I refer to business class, and anybody inside here, get it clear, I'm not talking of this corrupt people are eating money for Kenyan. I'm talking of genuine people. We have Equity Bank, gentlemen. We have so many guys of Citizen. We know him. These guys, they have been doing business even with Mzee Moi. We have people like our legendary Capital FM gentleman. These are clean businessmen in Kenya. In as much as you hear noise out there, go down, do your research. So these are the people
Well
I'm
said.
referring to. Malcolm, that is what I referred to. Thank you.
Okay. Brother Benson, wewe ni dynasty. Si unikubalie tu nikaribisha wageni.
Yes, sawa sawa.
Angela, go ahead.
Hi everyone.
Hi. Have you been following us, madam? Sorry.
Yes, I've been following for the last 1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just for me, I like rocking the boat a little bit.
Kindly, please do. We have been having sycophants and praise and worship around. Please open the can of worms.
Let me open it. Now, you know, every time we meet in this group, and even the last time I was here, we were talking about the same thing. We're talking about BBI, we're talking about Ruto, we're talking about Raila, we're talking about Uhuru, we're talking about the same people, the same characters. Let me start by saying that with the current situation as it is, personally, I like the BBI.
Okay.
And I support the handshake 100%. Okay. Because it's going to unite Kenya, and it's going to cause those the Kenyans who have always felt left out to belong, to feel as though they belong. So I think it's a very good step that Uhuru and Raila did to bring about, something that's gonna change the current situation and change historical stuff that has been happening in Kenya, in a way that, at least with something like BBI, there is a hope that there's not going to be the same violence that comes every 5 years when we have elections. Every 5 years we have elections, there's violence because somebody feels as if they've been nyang'anywa, So I agree with the BBI. However, I would like for us as a forum to reach a point where we go beyond the same people. We're talking about the same people, the same politicians, and these are people who have been in politics for years on end. Many of them have tried to be president. It has never happened. Many have been vice president. Many have been they've been leaders in Kenya. However, we have not seen in Kenya the change that we need, the kind of Kibaki kind of change, the kind of change that Kibaki brought, where we actually had hope in Kenya. We actually had hope in terms of you could enter a matatu, police comes over there, wants to be bribed, and people in the matatu cause chaos. Those that's what I dream for Kenya. I dream that one day we'll have leaders who really care for us, new leaders, new faces, new ideas, let's rotate these people. Let's not be talking about the same characters. Can you imagine in 5 years from now we'll be talking about the same people? And Kenya is still the same way.
Okay.
We need to think differently. We need to BBI is a good step, and I like the fact that it's Uhuru and Raila who brought it about. But I think we need to, beyond BBI and beyond Raila, beyond Uhuru, let's think further. Let's have a vision for the country. Let's have a vision where every Kenyan feels as if they belong. I know it's a dream, and I know you guys are almost like, okay, you're a dreamer and whatever. I don't care. I will dream because I know it is possible, and I know a change is possible. And we have the right leader, the likes of Kibaki. We are going to create a change for all Kenyans, and all Kenyans will feel they belong, and lives will change. And okay, I'm sure it's almost impossible to eradicate poverty in Kenya, in Africa, and in Kenya by extension.
Angela,
but it is
allow me
possible.
to interject and ask you a question. Is it okay?
Go ahead.
And I'll also steal it from the audience. The audience are asking you, Angela, should Kibaki, who you seem to agree did as well, if you go back in history, he equally was in power or was looking for the same seat for quite some time, and when he got it, he did us proud. Don't you think even these people you're saying that they have been trying for quite some time and they haven't, that if we were to try them, probably maybe they'll also give you a Kibaki moment, as you are saying, because by the end of the day, we might not see the changes because we have not tested all of them. So don't you think if we gave an opportunity to either, I'm not emphasizing on any, I'm just saying either, don't you think, just like Kibaki, we did not know so much of him until he was able to do and deliver in his term? So don't you think maybe Raila, Ruto, or whoever may deliver on their term because it will now be their time?
They may, and that's why the vision that I have and the dream that I have is not necessarily for 2022.
Okay.
So they may, who knows? But I just pray that in 5-10 years we'll be talking a different story. Like, for instance, I had somebody, I don't even know who it was when I was walking away from my computer, and I had someone saying this thing of 10 years for me and 10 years and 10 years for you. In a country of 50 million people, you're talking about two people
who had a gentleman's agreement.
Who had a gentleman's agreement. Nobody, none of us was there. We don't know what was discussed. And now we're talking about they agreed 10 years for me, 10 years for you. We need to come out of that type of thinking, because, I mean, out of 52 million, why are we just waiting for two people to now exchange?
Okay.
and
but think about
it's
it,
crazy.
Angela. Angela, let's debate our options, because today we are talking politics in general. Our options are on the table. If you are to present your cards now and talk of our options, even the new blood, when they come, they align themselves to the old tricks. None comes with almost fresh ideologies and fresh mandates. They first align themselves to the old tricks, and then eventually they sell their policies. Don't you think there needs to be a shift, a paradigm shift, even from the voter and the leadership, so that we can now finally say we are almost dealing with the old, because it will be same old if we don't take care of what separates us. Because by the end of the day, if I'm to join politics, I'll either praise Ruto or Raila, the next person will do the same. So eventually I'll fall in line. Do you think our leaders are also failing because none of them is almost independent and showing some sense of ideologies as an individual?
I think to become a leader in Kenya, you almost have to kind of, I think it's like almost someone needs to go into like a fast for 1 whole year.
Okay.
Join one of the, just a time to think, reflect, pray, And then once you come in, join one of the two parties, one of the popular parties, yeah? Because that's the only way you'll even get heard. And maybe somehow entrench yourself in there, but knowing your values and not allowing yourself to be changed. That takes a person of true character. Because once you get in there, you're likely to start compromising and throw away your values for the sake of 5 years from now or the next election or whatever. So it's not going to be, I mean, change is not easy. And then Kenyans have been brainwashed for so many years. We don't see beyond these people. But I mean, I don't know. For me, that's my dream.
I know Bernard wants to open some kind of issues.
Okay, let him
we
open.
see beyond these people, but we can appreciate their input.
I wanted to open a
And
bigger
they
can
can
of worms.
facilitate our going beyond the sea.
There is someone who has a grenade by the name Malcolm. Malcolm, throw your grenade here.
I want to disagree. I don't agree with BBI. My thinking is if Kenya is to be transformed, then things like BBI should be out of question. Okay.
But at the moment, I don't think we are there yet. So let's stick to what we have, and what is coming soon is the elections in 2022.
I had something
Whether
for
BBI
you.
happens or not, I don't think that should form our debate today. We have talked and dealt on this issue.
Right now, we can only talk about Ruto and Raila Odinga.
Yeah, that's what we are trying to do.
And
I had something
I mean,
before
but
I
imagine, like, can I say something?
Malcolm, you just said we are looking at Kenya. Is Kenya Ruto and Raila? What's happening?
Can I say something?
Bernard, let's face it.
Can I say something? Can you imagine from today, Paka 2022, when the elections will be done, we'll be talking about two people.
That's what
out of
Malcolm wants us
52
to
million.
believe.
Malcolm
wants us to talk of two people.
Let's face it.
Today is Friday.
Angela, those are the politicians we have. We cannot import politicians from Uganda. Those are the only politicians we have.
But Ayaga, one time you told us Ayaga, there is a day you told us that leaders are made. Why can't we, the youth, decide, let's pick one and make that person? Because if there's one time you told us that leaders are made. If I agree with Angela and Malcolm, and also disagree with them, why don't we pick one of our own?
We can.
Let me
Why
tell you.
not? Why
not?
not?
Why can't we pick you, Ayaga, and make you a leader?
The problem
What is
is,
so wrong? What is so wrong with having
Jake,
Ayaga as a president? What is so
let
wrong?
me explain.
I'm a president.
Allow me to
wacha
explain first.
nijibu hiyo. Wacha nijibu.
Let Ayaga continue.
Thank you very much. Leaders are made. Sijakata, have not changed that. Leaders are made, yes. How? My friend, having a young man as a president is like bringing a disaster into a country. We tried it in 2013, where we are.
Now
Look at where we
you
are.
are fighting the
Look at where we are.
constitution. The constitution does not say that when you are young you should not be a leader. If you are 35, you are already qualified.
You are you are 35 years. That's constitution. We have tried a 40-year-old or less than 50. My friend, these people have brought disaster. They have raped our economy. Our economy is fully raped.
It's not about age.
Up to a point. Yes, because
you see,
that's why
it is not about age. A leader is a leader.
Leaders are made. We cannot refuse that. We cannot go beyond that.
Just a moment,
presidency is different. That's why look at the developed countries. Look at the developed countries. They can't have US. You can't have a 35 years as a president.
Actually, you can.
Yeah,
but
you cannot. It is not very easy.
No,
it is not very easy.
I think you're contradicting yourself.
It's not a matter of being 35 or 45.
Per constitution, yes, you can.
Leadership is transitional. transitional.
age is not.
We see far by standing on the shoulders of those that came before us.
Not a matter.
That's a fact that we cannot run away from.
Can I say something about leaders?
After supporting a
Leaders
digital
are
government in
born.
2013, after supporting a digital government in 2013, and today we are here, my friend. Let us think. Let us look for presidency. Let us look for a little bit mature man. Yes.
I'll allow us Ayaga to listen to Angela. Alafu Serkal will be next. Angela, go ahead.
Okay. I believe leaders are born.
Uh-huh.
I believe leaders are born. I don't know whether you guys have heard of Charles Spurgeon. He was a preacher in Britain way back, I think in the 1800s or something like that. He started preaching at 19 years old, and he and so actually 17, even earlier than that. And by the time he was 21, his church was attracting over how many people? 20-something thousand, and that's in the 1800s.
Okay.
So a leader is born. And the problem we have is we try to make leaders. We force this thing of now the way we are forcing these two leaders to be our leader in 2022. We force leaders, we force people because they are from a certain family, because they are loud enough, or they are out there, or whatever, or they are aggressive enough. We need to.
That's very wrong. That's very wrong. Leaders
Ayaga,
are
allow her to
generational.
finish. Ayaga, allow her to finish.
Jack,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ayaga.
so let's anyway, I hope one day you guys will see what I'm talking about.
Malcolm Kidogo, allow me to bring Serkal. Serkal has not spoken and he has been really burning.
Okay.
Serkal, can you cool down and talk to us?
Okay. You know, the problem is you want to react to something, given to react after 2 hours, so you even forget about it. Okay. And I think that trick actually started with Mutambai. We will need to agree
Write
about
it
this.
down.
No, some of us. I cannot write the whole day. Then I'll
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're wasting your own time. You're wasting your own
Number
time.
one is, I want to disagree strongly with Ayaga that you're only supposed to be 75 years so that you can be elected. Allow me to use this simple example. We elected our governor, Engineer Alex Tolgos. I think he was around 34 years. But what that guy has done in a very small county called Elgeyo Marakwet is wonders. I don't support him. I'm not a big fan of him, but age is not a matter. We need to agree. Age is not a matter. It's just that our thinking, you know, ni venye tu tumekonditioniwa that mtu ako na 56 years ndio ako na akili kubwa kushinda ingine. By the way, I think even venye unaendelea kuzeeka ndio venye unaendelea kuwa mjinga. So I don't buy that idea. Ham, I had something for you. There is this thing you say, the business empire, the business, you said you have a name for it. Business what? Haman?
Business community.
Business community. Is it the same thing is it the same the iPad system and deep state?
Huh?
Serikal.
Is it the business thing you have been saying? Is it the system and the deep state?
Serikal.
Yes.
I would have liked to give you some lecture on some good mental understanding, but let me tell you some secrets in leadership. Angela, with the Serikal, take Byron and pen and write this. 1. Leadership in Africa, it lacks something we call integrity, and that is the chapter disturbing our Kenyan government. We do not have integrity. And again, Serikal, when you talk of Talgos, the Iten, the Kehios, those people, they groom their young men, they groom their young girls. By the time a person is eating 15 years, he has already categorized himself from boys, from men, from young adults, and they can lead. That's why you see Talgos is doing better. Not even Talgos. We have the best leaders from Iten. Example of Kimayu. Those are the people I've sat with them in one desk. And I can tell you, even the big marathoners who come from Iten, It's not just matter of being born and just go there. They are being groomed. That's why you see we have the best people who bring a lot of integrity in Kenya because they come from Iten. Even the young girl who ran just Saturday, and she scoops a gold medal position 1 in Eldoret. If you listen to her, she has been working it through with her mother every morning from 4. It's about integrity. It's about being groomed. You don't just wake up in the morning and become the best substance. Take it to the account. And when I talk of business empire, it is also groomed. You will not wake up in the morning and you want to go to the bed with a jet line. No, you have to fall, wake up, until you get the concept of integrity. So when you talk of Kenyan leadership, we are lacking integrity. That is the basic cutoff, and it is the same problem disturbing Africa. The integrity and the maturity of concept. Not because we cannot lead, we can lead, but integrity is not there. Thank you.
Kidogo
Thank
tu,
you.
allow me, Malcolm, Serekal, allow me to bring also fresh brains kidogo, so that we don't we don't make people wait, as you have said, Serekal for 2 hours. Si ndio?
I did not even
Kidogo tu Serekal, kidogo tu. Is it okay?
Okay, okay.
Eli, come in. Eli, how are you? Eli, ninaona karibu sinzie, umengoja sana. Go ahead.
No, it's just because I'm really enjoying this conversation.
Okay.
Sometimes, silence is powerful because it means you're enjoying the way people are communicating there.
Okay.
There's not a single thought that I was not enjoying there. People are very, strong in their views. I think, Jex, you have a very good way of leading this group,
We thank God. But also Bernard and Mtembe and the rest, they are equally good. Maybe ni vile hujakutana sessions zao.
No. I'm not downplaying anyone's role. I'm just saying that I've seen fireworks here before.
Okay.
and how and I think it's because you don't show your bias openly,
Okay.
And that is good. But I wanted to say something that Angela spoke about, which is something that I wanted to speak about, but she already mentioned it. This thing about sijui kumi yako kumi yangu. This is so dangerous, because I think for me the outline is I'm not a fan of electoral democracy because I think it's stupid. It's just it's just one of those things where we just go and kill each other, and 4 or 5 years we come back and we ask for votes again. It's just stupid. But it will look even sillier for me to make an alternative suggestion. So I'll keep my views to myself.
No, you are allowed. Actually,
no.
I'll not do you justice if I allow you just to flow with the water current. Just you are allowed to take a divergent view. Even if you support Mesakitui, we are here to support you, sir.
No, Jex, internet doesn't forget, so I'll keep my views to myself. What I would just like to say is, if then electoral democracy is the only way, is the only option for the country, then I think it's so dangerous for people to talk about, you have 10 years and I have 10 years.
Okay.
And on top of that, there is this thing about the census, the population census. I've always worried about the authenticity of the count of the census. I don't think that the numbers are usually correct. I think the numbers are fudged because we're over politicized, Kenya, and it's necessary for the numbers to be fudged.
Okay.
And this is part of the reason why, for example, Mutai Nguni and other commentators say before 2013.
Tyranny of numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then after that tyranny of numbers, you have 10 is yours, 10 is mine. And that's
Okay.
a very easy thing to say in front of Kenyans.
Okay.
So
So if I may ask you, sir, do you want to imply here tonight that the population census given is a narrative issued so as we can to persuade people in areas that this is a stronghold, this is a what, so
Yeah.
that to influence votes? Do you want to suggest so?
Yeah, I'm saying this, but it may sound like like just a simple thought.
Mhm.
But going with what Ham said about integrity, the in intellectual platforms, the scientific data about Kenya, population census, and all those things, if
Mhm.
that is corrupt,
Mhm.
then our politics is corrupt, because
Okay.
that's one of the engines that influence even the budgets and what people get in which region and what people don't get in other regions, and
Okay.
how we treat each other. Oh, mimi ni Mluya, mimi ni Mjaluo, we Mkisi, we are bigger than you in numbers, that kind of talk. So
Okay.
even if we speak about now like civic education
Mhm.
to improve the way we think about politics, it's not going to work if part of the problem is lack of integrity in research and things like that. Finally, finally, I think that we sometimes we give these politicians too much power. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
Even the way we talk about them as if there is no other options. But it's difficult when you have a dictatorship from way back in the not even 1960s, from way back when the colonialists came to Africa.
Okay.
The dictatorships that followed until the independence stage, and then that transition after Moi's rule, it's so difficult to change things instantly.
Okay.
So we're still in a long transition. We must respect that, because it's not going to happen just like that,
Okay.
But this conversation is one of the things that, changes that transition. Because can you imagine 5-10 years ago, there was no such thing like what we are doing here, So this is you don't know what will happen in 10 years, how Kenyans will be sharing their views. Maybe the dynamics will be even more powerful. Yeah. So, but the last thing I wanted to say is because people are obsessed with this department called Raila Odinga, because some newspapers actually have
You
such a
called him a
department.
department.
Yeah. Some newspapers in Kenya, some media houses, in fact, most of them, that's a whole department, because it sells. And now, all of a sudden, Ruto sells. Yeah. What I wanted to say about this is, and I've had people asking so many questions about this. If this gentleman dies tomorrow, then what? So why can't people put that question in reality and suggest, is this gentleman the only solution for Kenya? And the same for Ruto, and then at that point, Kenyans will be able to open up their brains, their minds, and think, wow, so these guys, yes, they're not bad people, or they're bad people, but there are so many other people who can, team up and help the country. Because right now, I think we're just going to come back in 5 years' time asking the same questions. Yeah. And I have nothing against Raila Odinga and how he does his politics.
Okay.
I have nothing against William Ruto and all these other people, but some of the hidden factors about the things that we don't want to talk about, the big elephants about these people, is what Kenyans now should start talking about, because these people owe the country a big deal, you know, big. So when you find that some of them are fighting publicly, we know they sit in boardrooms of big companies where they share their loot. Why don't Kenyans openly talk about these things? When you see the judges now starting to speak up, the bench, this is a good thing. You know, the judges are taking a direction that has never happened before. I don't care whether it's BBI or no BBI, but the judges are beginning to shake the system. And I think this is a good thing, right?
Okay.
And that's just my personal views. Yeah.
Wow, awesome. Allow me to ask what you have asked to Benson. Benson, Eli asked these questions like this. He asked, what if he dies? Okay, I don't want to say he dies. What if he retires? Do you think we as the voters, do you think we have an option? Or we are just cocooned to one person, to one ideology, to one political alignment and all? Do you think as a voter you have an option?
Or if Raila and Ruto retires?
Yes.
Or one thing that we have to agree, and I've been saying this, history is one of the very best things that teaches us.
Okay.
And Raila has a history of the country, and like he speaks what the country want to hear.
Okay.
You know, so if somebody speaks what the country want to hear, there's no way in which you can do away with him. And then that's how kind of the leaders are. And like even if you listen to what Ruto is saying, he has a section of people who are yearning to hear those his words, and that's why you find like some of his words are resonating with some few population. And Angela was talking about he was talking about the leadership, but I want to give you my own definition of a leader. Who is a leader? A leader is anybody who has followers. When you talk Jesus was a leader because he had so many people was following him. When you talk about somebody like Hitler, he had people who were listening to him. But what will give the difference between a true leader and a false leadership is a true leader will always have the vision of his citizenry, will always come first. His needs of his country will always come first. A true leader will not always be us versus them. That a true leader will be one person who is ready to forgive first for the sake of the state. That will be the leader that we are looking for. And if just to refer you, I'm so much into the Bible. When you read the First Timothy chapter 1 verses 3a, it talks about the deacon, on how you can see the deacon. And when you look at the deacon is somebody who is a leader in the church, and he gives you the character traits of that person, whereby at last he says that, first of all, before you give that person that leadership or to get him onto that state, you have to first of all test that man. After testing him, and you feel now it's now the right time that this guy should be a leader, then you should give him that leadership. And how do we test this person? One, we test him by the kind of things that he says. Does he say things that unite us as a country? Or does he say things that divide us? That's how we are going to test them. First of all, before you give them leadership, test them. Have they sacrificed their life for the country, not for their family, for the country, for the sake of the country? So if we find that person, I don't think that person should retire. Why should he retire and is fighting for the country? And all of us knows, all these leaders, we know them, what they are capable, their character traits, the friends they hang out with, the people they work out with, what they say. Then after knowing that, then we would say, Raila, you should retire. Why should you retire? What you are saying is not part of us. It's not part of our history. It's not what is going to make us have a good country. Ruto, should you retire? Yes, what you are saying is not part of us. What you are saying is not uniting us. Kalonzo, should you retire? That's how we should look at them. Let us not look them in terms of ages, but let us look, what are they bringing to us as a country? That's what I would say.
Okay.
Can I say
Angela,
something?
Angela, same question. You as a voter, do you think you have an option as to what Ellie is saying? Ellie is saying we have glued ourselves to some leaders that in the event something happens, God forbid they die. You as a voter, do you think we have been prepared for a fallback plan? Do we have plan B?
I don't think we have plan B because many of us Kenyans, we are so vested in what we believe right now. So most people, if the person they want to win dies, they might as well also die because it's going to be the end of them. Because we are so vested, we are so condemned, so it's very hard to think beyond these people. Because and maybe even that's what we need. Maybe we need to be forced to change, to think differently. I don't know. But anyway, God forbid any of them dies, because we wouldn't want that. But it's going to be really hard. We don't have a plan B. We don't.
Okay.
It's going to be a disaster.
So you, as a voter, do you think your choice will be informed when you go to vote? Do you think your decisions will be informed? Am I will just follow the cloud?
Personally, I think I would be able to change quickly with the change that has happened personally. But I know very many Kenyans would struggle with that. Okay, currently there are two horses in the race, right? Currently, there are two people who look like they're the ones who are going to be the candidates. But there are others.
Okay.
There are others. So yeah, maybe people need to start thinking about the other options that we have, and even beyond the current leaders that we have, because majority of the leaders that we have currently are corrupted. They don't have any fresh ideas.
Okay.
They are in the system. They are part of the swamp.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. No, me, I'll be able to move quickly. I don't know about Kenyans.
Bartai, what will inform you? Will you be changing the forest but be still the same monkey, or what will happen to you in the event the person you strongly support something happens to him? Probably they don't even make it to the ballot. As a voter, do you think you're informed for the next candidate, the next choice? Do you have options?
In Kenya, in Kenyan politics, the phrase that the forest is new but the monkeys are the same actually applies, or is the other way around. Because we practice much of tribal politics and regional politics.
Okay.
For us, for me, or for I can easily move on because I know what I want, and my community can easily move on because they know what they want. The Kenyan politics is much of interest. What are you giving us? We no longer have our kingpin. We call them kingpins. We don't have our kingpin. Let me think like a normal man, Angie. We don't have our kingpin. Or this is our kingpin. What will you give our kingpin? If you'll give them prime minister, then he'll support you. So we don't like fixed. We're not like in Rift Valley. It's not like it's so fixed that it is this person. No. if we can get that thing, we can move there. That is why when Mzee retired in 2002, we could easily pick up DP to spearhead our agendas. And after DP, when he'll retire either in 2027 or 2032, we'll definitely have somebody else, if it's Gideon or if it's Mandago or if it's Mimi, Amani, somebody who comes from Rift Valley.
Serekal,
Yeah.
why can't you have someone else who does not speak Kalenjin but still has the best interest of your people at heart? Because I don't think if Ayaga was to be someone in Rift Valley and maybe he has an interest there, why can't you have called them your community? Why can't your community support him? Why stick to kingpin making?
I think that is the regional politics. That is why I say in Kenyan politics, we still do much more of regional politics. Look at what is happening in Mount Kenya now, the coronation of Muturi. It's because we practice that regional politics. What Mount Kenya are trying to do, they are trying to look for a kingpin who will take over after Uhuru Kenyatta. So it is not a big deal. And let me, by the way, let me set the record straight. It's not supposed to be a Kalenjin. Look at what is happening in Rift Valley now. I think the other day, our group, our members of parliament and some of our leaders had a meeting. Who was spearheading the meeting? It was a Turkana. It is not so much into tribal, but it's that region. It's because we are in the same block. Yes, it was
Allow
him.
me to bring Haman before I bring Malcolm. Kidogo too, there's something that Angela brought home, and I want to pick your mind, and then I'll come to
Can I
Ayaga.
interject for?
Kidogo too,
Can I
Kidogo too. Allow me to get so that we can finish this part, then you come in. Is it okay? So Haman, do you think the voter has options? Do you think, despite all you have told us, in the event some of these leaders don't make it to to the ballot box, as a voter, do you think we have options, or we just say we'll just look for the next old person, the next person who has been in power for some time? Do we have options?
One, Kenya has a lot of leaders. That one is automatic. Two, the challenge we have with our Kenya regime, it's that there are those people who believe Ayaga should not take before I take. And there are those who believe it is Ayaga who should drive the people of his own culture to support him, to give him. And having that mentality, it is going to show the Kenyan citizen we do not have alternative. It is only Ayaga or Jakes or Malcolm or Angela. But if we can level the ground to point that first, let's deal with the system. Because even right now we are talking with you, and then Kenya knows in Kenya right now, and we are seeing, we are having a problem which is cropping, and it is cropping in political class. If I am a leader and I happen to die, we are going to generate a person from that family to take that position. And this is boardroom negotiation. We are not giving the citizen of that region the position to bring their own. So if we can deal with the political system machines and let the citizen bring their own, it will be good. I'm very happy to say, and I'm going to conclude, we have a leader who is in Western, and I will be specific. This lady, she is in Busia. She's elected in Busia, and she comes from Eastern, Florence Mutua. It is not that Kenyans don't know. Kenyans, they know. But the problem is there is no free will. The free will is already switched. So if we can switch it on, I'm telling you, we have a lot. And leaders are there. Even
But Haman, if you remember correctly, one time I think one of these leaders said, I think was it in Tanariva, if Ayaga can remember, he said that there is no way someone from let's say Kikuyu land can go to Tanariva and choose and become a leader there. The people there should choose their own. I don't know if you remember. I think it was sentiments from Kalonzo. Do you think such is the way to go? as a country?
That's not the way to go. And that's why
Okay.
I'm saying we need to deal with free will. The system should be collapsed so that we
Okay.
can bring free will, whereby even if you come from Masai land, you can lead in Nairobi. And even if
Okay.
you come from, you can lead in East Africa, or you can lead in
Okay.
Zimbabwe. So the free
Okay.
will, we need to deal with the free will. There is so many
Okay.
leaders, but
Okay.
the empire system should be collapsed. Thank
Okay.
you.
Malcolm, come in. I want to ask you this. Do you think we the options we have ni kufika hazijafika kutosha ama what makes it difficult for us to move on? Year in, year out is almost the same monkey, different forest, but
I
it's
think
like the voter never learns.
my point is just the same as what Ham has said. The truth in Kenya is that there is a system which decides who become the president.
Okay.
Because kule chini kwa MP na nini, we the voters can vote whoever we want. You get, but now the person who can bring change in Kenya is the president, and there is a system that does the job of deciding who becomes the president. And until that day when that system collapses, our problems will continue and continue, and we shall be the same all the way.
Okay.
Now, the system bars any other person that we feel is a good leader. That system bars him from coming into office.
Okay.
So as much as we have so many leaders, we have so many alternatives in Kenya as a country, the system bars such kind of people from coming into office.
Okay.
You get? So we just remain hopeless. You know, there's nothing much we can do. And it brings me to another point. In one of the discussions in this forum, we decided we need these discussions to produce something tangible.
Okay.
And so we decided, because there is a system that is so solid, that is well financed, you know, that brings presidents into power in Kenya. Then we can decide to rally behind the Akina Omtatas.
Okay.
You know, the civil society.
Activists.
Activists, because we want to bring change into our country. We want to cause change in Kenya. And the only way we can cause change is to put whoever has been brought by the system, we put him on toes.
Okay.
You know, just the same way now we have Angela, I don't agree with BBI. And so I would use the civil society who went to court kupinga BBI. You know, we want to we put the government that is in office on check.
Okay.
So that as much as they have the power to do whatever they want, we still can use other means to stop them.
Okay.
Otherwise, in Kenya, we do not lack leaders. I can be a leader myself. I can perform very well. But honestly, where do I start? You know, it's only this forum that knows Malcolm. My own village doesn't know me. You know.
Okay.
So, and this thing called system is so solid and well financed. You know, that is the thing that it has made Raila. It has been impossible for Raila to dismantle. You know.
So okay, kidogo tu, I'm coming to you, so
Jakes,
kidogo
a
tu
minute.
Benson, kidogo tu
Malcolm.
Benson, just a moment, Benson. Let's try to summarize this so that we can go to an agenda Eli had tried to bring. I don't know if Eli is still on, but if I'll have you, Benson, then Ayaga, so that we can go to something else, so that we don't dwell on this, and there is a lot we can share.
Let me answer this. Let me answer
Kidogo
this.
tu, Benson was on board, then you.
Okay.
Benson, go ahead.
Oh, Malcolm, you can make your community to know you by doing what is very right. And what is very right is that start a conversation of a good leadership in your community, hold these forums with people, young men, and like give them the kind of leadership you want, and you will be known. It's possible. Don't stay so much in town.
Okay.
Go home.
Kindly allow me
Malcolm,
to
atutembee kidogo tu serikali. Ayaga is next, then you.
No, just a minute, just 1
No,
second
no, no.
bro,
Serikal, now you
kidogo
are
tu,
becoming a
kidogo tu.
prolific heckler.
It's okay,
Come on.
Ayaga. I've already protected you. Continue.
Thank you very much. And let me answer this question that you ask about what next. Suppose they are not there. Such questions shows that we are in a state of confusion. You know, when they came to colonize Africa, they arrived here to confuse Africans. And we are totally confused beyond a certain level that even the questions we ask are unreasonable. So the same question was asked around 1972. What next after Kenyatta? Suppose Kenyatta is not there. Mpaka ilibidi Attorney General then, I think ni Jonjo, if I'm not wrong, kutoa something like a order that passed I don't know where. Somebody ameweka eko tafadhali. Jakes, ni wewe?
Go ahead.
Nasikia hiyo eko. Thank you very much. Mpaka Jonjo ilibidi atoe order at just imagining the death of a sitting president is a crime. So those questions were there. At what next? Eventually, Kenyatta died in 1978. Kenya move on. The same question was asked. Sisi mahali ambapo tunatoka na kina Benson kule chini, Luo Nyanza. If Jaramogi dies, what happens? Will Luos migrate to Uganda, then Sudan, where they came from? No. Jaramogi died in 1994. Things move on. Let us avoid this the confusions that we are putting ourselves into. Raila is a reformer. There are so many people who fought for reforms. If Raila dies today, we will support Koigi Wamwere. Koigi Wamwere is still alive here in Nakuru Bahati constituency. I may go to Kifuda Kibwana.
Ayaga, someone tells you. Ayaga, someone telling you there's also an example of Inspector Mwala, according to the comments I am reading.
Yeah. So this confusion that when we support Raila today, now like me, I'm supporting Gideon Moi because I'm in Kano, and I'm a Luo. I'm from Siaya. In fact, Rareda constituency. If I'm supporting Gideon Moi, so let us say this: such questions that what next if somebody dies, those are questions zimekuwa hii Kenya yetu. Unless kama una read history keenly. Mimi ni mtu wa kupenda history because I use history to make me move. The same questions zimeulizwa. When Jaramogi dies, there was a confusion in Luoland. Who will lead us? A leader emerged. Raila beat his peers. People like Orengo were there. Dalmas Otieno, Joel Omino. The leaders were there. Like today, if Raila dies, we have young leaders. We have Babu Owino is there. We have Otiende Amolo, my home MP. We have so many MPs. We can just settle on one and they say now, let us coronate you and move up with you. Number two, we are Africa. Africa is culture. Our culture is that we have a leader. I'm very upset nikisikia wengine wanasema kwamba coronation ya Muturi is just something bad or what. When the same question of what next, Wakalenjin wameuliza juzi after 202 year After Moi, who next? Ruto emerged. Leaders emerge. Leaders emerge. We will have somebody who will sell the Raila's idea, the ideas that I believe in, the ideas that I think are good, like his, and we will move on. So these silly questions, actually, we should note as young Africans, tafadhali, number one, let us respect our culture. We are cultural people. Number one, I'm more than a Luo, more than I'm a Kenyan. That one we cannot deny. And somebody is more Kikuyu than is a Kenyan. Because you know these boundaries, the way they were drawn by the white people to bring chaos. Because they were looking, these are Nilotes, let us join them with Bantus and some people like from the coast, so that to confuse them. And they confuse us totally. If you look at the drawing of our maps, we are fighting in two or three lines. Number one, tribals. Because I feel I'm a Luo before Kenya, I'm a Luo more than a Kenyan. And then I will say, no, I'm a Christian more than Kenya. So, whites, when they were drawing our boundaries, they confuse us up to a point. We are confused. We are confused. That's why seeing today Muturi being coronated as a Kikuyu spokesman is an issue. It's an issue. We can sit and discuss that. Those are cultural things. Why is that shrine there? That shrine imekuweko kutoka zamani. You know, I'm a historian. Na mimi bado nitawaambia tu, I'm a historian. Now, there are some history I don't agree with. Like people came and wrote our history at John Speke from Sijui, Portugal, was the first man to see Mount Kenya. Wakikuyus not there. They were there. All along they hawakuwa wameona hiyo Mount Kenya. Ni mzungu kutoka Germany. Alafu we believe on such. That is the problem we have today. Like Nyanza, where bababu yetu walikuwa wavuvi kwa Lake Victoria, ati hii na Mlolwe, hii wali change the name to be called Lake Victoria. That a woman from sijui UK ametoka huko na ndege, amekuja Nairobi, ametembea na train which was built when my grandfather was born already, yeah, amefika Lake Victoria kuona hii bahari tu, alafu isemekane she is the first person to see. My friend, that is where the confusions come to. Number one, let us embrace our culture. If Kikuyu coronates their spokesman, that's them. We should be happy for them. If Talai elders coronates William and Gideon or whatever, it's okay.
Okay.
Africans always have somebody as a spokesman, the man that can go and bargain on their behalf. And finally, look at the Legico, how they were being represented at the Legico. They were going for a man who could bargain for them. Like Kikuyus, they went for Jomo because Jomo could write and read English. When that Masai, I can't remember the name, he just walked out of politics. The Kalenjin people walked down to the village in Baringo to look for Moi because they saw now there was a teacher who actually can represent us. And that's how Moi got that opportunity. And that's how Moi becomes their spokesman. So let us be sober when we discuss our politics. And then when somebody dies, we move on. That's our culture.
Okay. Can we move on to something else? Anyone with an issue before I move to something else? Serekal, can we move?
I had something to Benson. Benson, you talked of we go and educate youth. You told us nani this Malcolm something about going. Oh my jaribu. Because I tried.
Unmute.
And the way I do this, I just want to give you the way I do this. I do community work, and when I do this, I do having conversation with the youths, giving them sanitary towels, giving them books, all manner of things. So at that point, you have that conversation, and our theme is usually hope for tomorrow. So we have so many people. I usually bring motivational speakers, talk to them. So it's something that is workable, is doable. It just needs passion.
Okay.
Kindly invite me. I need to benchmark with you.
Jax,
Okay, I have
Jax,
something
Jax,
for Ayaga.
let me
Ayaga,
respond.
Kidogo tu,
I like your
kidogo tu,
discussion.
kidogo tu, Malcolm. Just one moment.
Okay.
It's a question, Malcolm. No, not Malcolm, Bartai.
Yes.
Bartai, is it a question?
I have something for Ayaga. Ayaga, I like the way you brought in the history and how we do our succession politics. But you see now, where I disagree with you is this thing that you want us to keep quiet until the day you have the crisis, then we think after the crisis. That is where I have a feeling that we will be forced to have leaders that we don't have say over them. This is my argument. We know after 2032, Deputy President William Ruto will stop being our spokesman. No, let's stop. Let's leave Deputy President Uhuru Kenyatta after 2022 will stop being a spokesman in Mount Kenya spokesman. Now they're in process of looking for another person.
They already have, not in a process. They have one.
They have one. I'm not sure if the process is done because I don't come from Kikuyu. If it was Kalenjin, I would have told you it's done or not done. I would have wished to also know I would have wished that you'll be part of those who will look for the next kingpin in Nyanza, because you'll have a decision, you'll have a say over what those people will say.
I think
we need
Serikali.
I want us to move from this.
Serikali, wacha tu nimjibu. I think Benson is still around. Benson is still around. So
yeah, everyone is here.
Yeah, the
And
proverb.
Kizito is here as well. Kizito, how are you?
No, Jex, nipe tu dakika moja.
Okay.
The proverb nitampa. I think Benson atatranslate kwa sababu yeye ako na kizungu mzuri sana, maybe kunishinda. Benson, please tell, and Mondi is here, Eli. Eli is here. So he will tell where we come from. We always say, Liech ikuo dokolo kungi. You cannot backcite a king when a king is still around. Or you cannot say you will have a king when a king is still on the seat. I think these two brothers of mine will actually tell you what that proverb means.
I don't need a further.
Kizito, can you translate the German that Ayaga has just brought home? He's speaking in German. I don't know. I just heard something, but I cannot even say what he said. Can you say what you have said, Ayaga, to Kizito?
Kizito, nasema liech ikuo dokolo kungeyi.
Yeah.
Can you translate that into English?
That one. You know. Before I translate, we have got phrases that you need not to translate to people like Elio Mondi, because Elio Mondi is a Luo who disappeared.
We are translating to Serekal and Jakes and Malcolm and Angela, who are seeing this as French meeting.
Just leave it like that. Let the people
No, listen.
Eli, tell us, what is that?
No. What he's saying there?
The meaning is
we want to know the meaning.
No, Kizito.
Yeah.
You say that I'm a Luo who has disappeared, but that's you're right to say that. Let me just say what Ayaga said literally.
Yeah. Okay.
Without making as if I am going to represent Ayaga's or the views of Luos. But literally, what he said is that you can only speak, you cannot speak of the elephant and when the back is turned.
At you.
Yeah. Sorry. Only when their back is turned. Yeah? Is that what you said?
you cannot talk about the elephant when it's
Yeah.
looking at you.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you can do it when their back is turned. That's what I
Yeah.
was trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. You are
So
very right.
maybe
That's why I was telling you, let it be like that. Because when we are talking, the meaning, Jakes, let me now explain.
No.
I'm yet to understand, but continue.
Let me make my point.
Omondi,
Kizito. Kizito, no. Kizito. I hate to
Can I talk? Because they
Kizito, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I hate to stop. I hate to interrupt conversations, yeah?
Okay.
But I want to say this, yeah? I've been in many forums where people invoke culture. And they say, oh, this is our culture. Our culture is like this. Listen, we're living in a modern, fast-moving society, okay? Right now, we are in front of ourselves. We're talking online. This is internet culture, okay? People are sharing views without dominating the views of other people. I can see we're all respecting each other. The fact that we used to have a certain way of doing things doesn't mean it's going to be permanent, right? So culture is relative. It's not something that is absolute and it's stuck in a stone. No. So when you say something like Luos do this or used to do this, we must abide by the king, which is also a king for you, but not a king for others.
But Eli,
Kalenjin's the same, Kipsigis, Taita the same, Luya's the same. My point is this. I'm not rubbishing your right to express culture or cultural wisdom, yourself and Ayaga. All I'm saying is this. Culture, this term culture has been abused, used and misused so many times when people want to make a point. Yeah? Actually, oh, this is our culture. That's why we do this, we do. No, by the way, I believe in my maternal side of things than where my father comes from. So is that to say that I'm opposing my Luo culture? No, I believe this is my personal adventure, my personal space. I prefer to talk about where my mother comes from, and I say that is where I come from. Nobody will tell me. No. Nobody will tell me.
I'm not
Nobody will tell me.
I'm just asking. After you finish, Jakes, please, can you give me?
I'm finishing in 2 seconds.
You are next. You are next. Kizito.
I'm finishing in 2 seconds, Kizito, sir. What I'm saying is this, yeah? When someone expresses their culture, I believe it is their personal statement rather than a kind of a big tribal thing, right? And I have been to so many forums where people have said, this is our African culture. Man, Africa has about 3,000 or 4,000 subcultures. How can you just bring this here into, like, this is our African culture? No. There's no such thing as African culture. There are African cultures, right? And we all know this, right? And this is part of the problem where I talked about intellectual integrity. Do we have it? Do we say things just for the sake of it? Because Ayaga said something there about, I don't know, the Queen of England, some Victoria or whoever it was, like, traveled to Lake. What are you talking about? You said you're a historian and you're giving us all these fake stories that did not exist.
I'm not giving you a fake story. I'm not giving you. Namlolwe as originally with us, we call it Namlolwe. Nowadays we call it Lake Victoria. If you go to history,
we know that.
They will tell you another woman from England came there, and they told us it is in history.
When did she come there?
The first person to see the lake.
But when did she come
Victoria. There? I don't know. I don't even want to know.
Come there.
Those are the history we were taught. Those are the history we were taught Like sijui whoever
Ayaga,
saw
Ayaga,
first
there are
man
some
to
things you
see
just
even
put
the
us.
source.
Ayaga,
The first man
Ayaga.
to see the source of River Nile sijui was so and so.
Ayaga,
Those are
we are
the
drifting
history.
off.
Those are the things I'm
We are
disputing,
Ayaga,
my brother.
Ayaga,
We are drifting
Ayaga.
off.
You're making a very strong, powerful point, but you're bringing some things that are not facts. That Victoria you're talking about did not come to Namlolwe at any time. Please, don't be worse than those Wazungus, the things they propagated, you know. Just speak the truth, Bana. All I wanted to say is this, right? And no hard feelings, yeah? You'll find that in these conversations about culture, people will fall out, right?
Okay.
Because they will see that others are a sellout, because they don't profess the same thing that the bigger tribe or nation or subnation or race is talking about. But I think it's because for years people have used this term culture to propagate things that they believe in.
Okay.
And no, honestly, and this is part of the.
Omundi, can you talk shortly? Then I can,
Just a moment.
because when you talk
I've
too
finished.
much,
Me, I've finished.
I
He's
will
through.
not
He's
answer
through.
everything.
Kizito, go ahead. Kizito, go ahead.
Okay.
It's your turn.
What I wanted to say is this, Mr. Omondi, I respect you. I respect you so much with your opinions, and whatever you are talking, you have right. The same way you say I have right. But what I want to tell you, this is why Ayaga used the word liech ikudhokolokong'eye. Do you know the meaning of that? Because in Kenya, the truth, the plain truth is that is why we are bringing this kind of thing we call kingpin. Why do we bring this kingpin? Because in Kikuyu, they must have a kingpin. In Luo, we must have a kingpin. In every tribe in Kenya, we have a kingpin. Why do we use kingpin? Because now, you are my brother. When we are fighting in our home, you are my brother, we are fighting at home. When anybody comes, we will turn against the person. That is the meaning. Don't run away from your culture. I don't say that your culture, people translate this culture in another way. The culture is a Luo, just like in the other platform last time I said, the only thing why Luos cannot prosper, the only thing why Luos cannot prosper, I'm not a tribalistic. My first woman, third woman, fourth woman, and the fifth, they are Kikuyu and Kamba and other tribes. But the only thing I always say, I always talk plain truth. You are a Luo. And when a Luo man, we have this kind of jealousy. It's not that we run away from culture. Jake, the problem, Luos, they don't say that this culture, they try to say, hey, it's not culture, like the way Omude is saying it. I respect him, and please just give me 2 minutes because you took a lot of my time.
Go ahead.
Omondi is running from the culture because we Luos, we are jealous. Even Omondi himself, his real brother. Have you ever had any Kikuyu fighting over land with his brother? No way. A Kikuyu can steal today, and the brother will come and say, I've never seen him. Why is it that Luos are always straightforward? Because I will steal today with Omondi, and Omondi will come and say, is Kizito who stole this thing?
Jex.
No, it's the
Jex. Listen.
Can we
you
go
see,
to something
Jex,
that
listen,
is
Jex. No, Jex. You see, the 2020 Constitution apparently brought something called devolution of powers, right, to the regions. Okay. And this particular thing, predictably,
2010.
2010 Constitution, yeah, it opened up the space for the regions or sub-regions. And did we think in our right minds that we were not going to have so-called kingpins all over the place. It was going to happen. You saw the way the governors were behaving.
It has been
claiming
there
to
ever
be.
since time immemorial.
No. Let me just finish this. Yeah, the governors they were thinking they're mini presidents and all this, and
But
obviously
because they are excellency, they are excellent. They are mini presidents in their county. Omondi, don't
yes.
do that.
Okay, fine. But then this particular
Is it,
thing
you are
about
too tough.
council of elders, this council of elders thing, it became more prominent after the 2010 constitution. Fact or fiction?
You know
It's a
what,
fact.
Elomondi, sorry to say, maybe you are
Is it
too young and you came to US before you venture into culture. First, this Luo culture, we have got
Okay.
our Luo culture.
Ayaga, that's a low
I will
blow.
sit on the bench. Thank you.
Ayaga, that's a low blow. I don't want to go there. Ayaga, just, Kizito kidogo. Kizito, that's a low blow. But anyway, can we move on so that we don't
No,
seem to attract the prodigal
I
son?
just want to, today, I've been listening. I was outside.
No.
You remember?
Kizito.
I want to bring something.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Jex, hiyo proverb inamaanisha kwamba huwezi kucoronate a leader when a leader that was coronated before bado ako. Like what is happening in Kikuyu land, unaona Uhuru is still alive and they coronate him and now coronating Muturi. So inaleta shida. Same to Moi. I think Ruto was coronated the other day with the Talai elders when Moi died. Imagine all along Ruto emerged as a leader in Kalenjin, but he was not coronated, right? When Moi died is when he was coronated. Though I support Gideon, but he went there to cause some confusion after that. So that is what I meant, that a leader unasengenya tu kama ameenda, kasha kufa, ama ameenda, kitu kama hiyo. You can talk about inheritance. That is what African belief actually all about.
But Raila will be the president if people like Elomondi can change their mind, support their brother. If you support your brother, he will be the president. Don't go and support Ruto from Surgoi, and even this Ruto will never even make a road going to your own country. Then you go and elect an MP telling you that, oh no, we'll make a road. Which road? Ruto will concentrate on his place.
Okay.
Because he differ with Raila, you think your MCA will make that road. You are in the US, everything is okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kizito, tumekusikia. Angela, I don't know if you're there. I want to ask you a question that Eli had said earlier. Eli brought this point home and said that the judiciary has come of age, if I may use that word. It's now doing its part. But even having said that, do you think we are yet to fully see the interdependence and the independence of the three arms of government, given that we still need all the three to work and play their part so as to have a unified nation?
Okay, first of all, I don't agree that the judiciary has any business telling the legislature or the executive what to do or how. They need to be independent, and almost they should not be attacking the executive or the legislature for that matter, or telling the legislature do this against the executive. They need to be independent. I mean, and in a way, I kind of feel with our judiciary, our current judiciary, they don't have clean hands. It's almost like politics. They're politicking, so they're not doing it. If they were speaking out with clean hands, then I would say that's a good thing. But I don't believe they have clean hands. I believe they are as dirty as can be, and so they have no they have no right
Moral
to even
authority,
speak.
yeah?
They don't have moral authority to even say anything, and they need to respect the other arms of government in order for us to have a healthy country. They are overstepping their boundaries. Yeah.
Evo, if you can hear me, just wave or unmute. Evo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, now
I
let
can hear you.
me bring you in. I don't know if you have been listening to us. Eli said something, and he said that our judiciary, in one way or another, has come of age, but we still have the other two. Where do you think the rain started beating us? That we only have one side doing something, the other side opposing it, because as it is, I think today's was it yesterday's ruling makes it, I think, the ninth, the number of decisions the court has overturned after the executive had passed it. Do you think probably the executive is biting more than it can chew, or the judicial is outplaying itself?
Thank you very much, Jake, for giving me this opportunity, and hello everybody on the panel. To go back to answering your question, Vilomesema, kuhusu what Eli was saying, I think Kenya is come to age because what's going on in Kenya, everybody in the past wamekuwa wakiogopa ile idea ya, you know, you get given the job, but you don't know, you run a job with your hands tied because you don't want to tread or cross the path of your boss, if you know what I mean. So what's happened, like, let's say for instance, kama mlikuwa mmesikiza Martha Koome earlier, she spoke about, you know, amegusia slightly issue ambayo inaendelea with Uhuru Kenyatta not appointing, you know, the rest of the judges back in the panel. But she's mentioned it, but you know, in a layman's term, we might not understand it. But what she's trying to say was, you know, she's siding up with what Maraga was saying, and for that to happen in the modern day Kenya, it means we've actually to move at a notch higher. You know what I mean? So basically, tunasema she's got the balls to even actually mention that. What she's trying to say is the president, you know, at the end of the day, we all tunaweza kublame Uhuru Kenyatta as being having sidestepped na akafanya vitu in the wrong way. But remember, the president has advisors, and he can only go as far as advisors are telling him what to do. So my point is, I think the advisors might have misadvised the president, you know, on what he's supposed to do, because the judges, the constitution is like their bread and butter. This is what they, you know, it's like it's pretty much their Bible, if you know what I'm saying. So they know the ins and outs. And I watched the interview Maraga gave to the KTN lady, full on. I think it was just shy of an hour or 50 something minutes or anything like that. And what Maraga was pretty much saying was, you know, the president actually did not follow the constitution, and plainly he should be what's the word, I can't remember the word. I can't remember the word. Impeached. Yeah, that's right. He should be impeached. I mean, the problem we have in Africa is people rule with an iron fist. You know, you become a president and you don't realize that you are actually employed by the public who voted for you to be in power, and so you are supposed to be working for the people. But they go up there and then they totally forget and think, you know, I'm at the top and I can run the show as a one-man band. It doesn't matter what. So and now this is where we are coming up with the Kenya today we've got is where, you know, the judiciary is actually standing up for what they know is their right. I mean, they take an oath to say, you know, we're going to serve this according to blah 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 whatever, and that is the right way and the right thing to do. Not like previously where, you know, people a one-man party where we never used to, during the Moi era, the Moi could choose and pick whoever he wants to be the CJ, and then he will only act on whatever the president says. So it doesn't matter what court case was brought in front of the CJ or anything, or any judges. It's what the phone call was made. The decision will only come if Moi says, this is what I want you to do with this case, and then that is exactly what will happen. But that's not the case now. So I think we are heading towards the right direction. Which is a
Bro
good thing.
Benson. Okay, Bro Benson. My question is, do you think our leaders, when they pledge to hold the oath of office, do you see them living up to the expectation of the oath they take, the constitution they sought to protect? Because that is where they eventually end up in court and have their issues either failed, dropped, or, as even Evo is saying, we might almost say they are wrongly advised.
I think one thing that we have to agree in Kenya is that none of the leaders will always go as per the oath they've taken.
Okay.
And this goes from the members of parliament, Senate, even into the judiciary, because the way even Evo is talking about president doing so much, we have to also to look at not the president, even the judiciary. There's some kind of things that we need to ask ourselves that we need judiciary to be doing that they're not doing. And if you listen to what Raila Odinga was saying today, about William Mutunga, and if you listen and listen on how Raila was talking about he was not served the justice, and now William Mutunga is saying so it's both of them. If wrong is on the other side and the wrong is on the other side. So one thing for sure that I would like to tell you, that all the leaders, none of them has been to the oath of office that they've taken to. That is not, they violated it so many times. Yeah.
Okay. Brother Collins.
Yes.
Brother Benson, just hold on. Maybe I'll come back to you in just a short while. Just kidogo tu. Allow me to bring Brother Collins. How are you, sir?
Mzuri sana. Habari ya kila mtu?
We are good. Unaendeleaje?
Niko poa, though I had to move. I was in a certain place, so I had to run home.
Okay, so what is your take on what we are discussing? We are discussing now the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. The relationship that now it's turning sour, where the judiciary is like it is on a revenge spree and overturning almost all the decisions that the executive has been doing. Is it a vendetta against the judiciary, the executive? Are we seeing all people going bare knuckles at each other, all in the name of defending the constitution and whatnot?
Sometimes in early May, I said something that we elected our leaders in a 2010 constitution, but Kenya is still being led with the 1963 constitution.
Okay.
So it's now that nobody has a vendetta against anyone, and nobody's revenging anything.
Okay.
If you check so well, then you will know that the constitution allows the judiciary to question the executive and the legislature. Okay. But because they have not been questioning them, and now is when they realize that they should be doing what they are supposed to do. In fact, we should not even praise the judiciary for doing what they are doing. That is what we gave them the work to do.
It's their mandate.
It's their mandate. And the people who are now, it's the same thing. A dog has come and has realized there is a leopard in the house, and he keeps quiet until the leopard is gone. Now, when the neighbors' dogs have held the leopard down, then the dogs are now barking everywhere. Like that. We also wanted to say it, but we couldn't say it when we were in the same, the leopard was here. That is the same thing now. You cannot talk about.
What have you said?
I heard them fighting over Liechikudokolokonge, and none of them has gotten the right meaning of that say. That is the same thing that Maraga and Willy Mutunga are now doing.
Okay.
Somebody who fears you will only talk in your absence, but in your presence, that person is as silent as if you are doing the right thing.
Aha.
That is the Liechiku Dokolokonge. That is what Maraga is doing. He was in the office.
Today I'll learn a bit of Luo. Okay.
And I support Maraga fully. I support Willy Mutunga fully, but why am I not supporting them? I support them fully, but why am I not supporting them? The 2010 Constitution allows the judiciary that we are independent, but interdependent. So if you see the judiciary doing all this, they are doing what they are supposed to do.
Okay.
Somebody is telling us that Uhuru Kenyatta is one person who defies the law. I disagree with him or her. Uhuru Kenyatta does not disagree with the law. You can only disagree with what you know, but you can't disagree with what you don't know. Uhuru Kenyatta does not know anything about the law. He is one president who has lost 54 court cases, 54.
Yeah.
37 being the ones belonging to Miguna. 37, you are missing 37 cases on one person. And Kenyans are 40 million. If everybody goes to court, Uhuru is going to miss like 9 cases per person. So Uhuru Kenyatta will be having lost cases, like more than 40 million cases lost.
Okay.
So if you say that our judiciary is their vendetta, no. Are they revenging anything? No. Tell me today, the Constitution says that a court judge is not able to be a judge if he's incompetent, he is not of sound mind, he
And
has
bankrupt.
interfered, bankrupt, and is also not fulfilling the Chapter 6 of the Constitution of integrity. What makes this person to qualify to be a judge of the High Court and not a judge of the Court of Appeal?
Good question, but I think you're asking Jake who is the wrong person. Let's.
So, somebody talks about the advisors. Uhuru Kenyatta is messing the country because we have choir members. You know, I wrote something on the YouTube. If we will have choir masters, it's always good to sing as we always sing, praises and worship to the choir. But at some time, we should always stop to ask the choir master the meaning of the song. If we don't ask the choir master the meaning of the song, we will end up singing a song that is really insulting the visitors. For
I
example,
hope you're not preaching to the choir.
I'm just saying this. If the choir master has composed a song that we don't know the meaning and we are really singing, praising, in the right sense, we would be insulting the visitors, but we have not asked. So that is what is happening in the Kenyan government. Uhuru Kenyatta is misleading the country, and the people are busy clapping for him, singing for him. And anybody who is singing for Uhuru Kenyatta and not singing for Jubilee, that is one person called a fool because these people are elected on the same ticket. So if the Jubilee government is misleading the country, they are misleading the country, including their MCAs. Don't leave them behind. They are including the Attorney General, whose name is never known by a Class 6. Kitambo, we used to know. You ask, who's the Attorney General of Kenya? Amos Wako. Who is the Chief Justice? Zacchaeus Chesoni. So those are the things we knew.
Yeah.
Saa hii Attorney General hata hujui jina yake because he is never there to question anything. They go to court, they lose the cases because he doesn't take his work seriously. And then you want to tell us the judiciary is interfering with the executive. The executive is interfering with everybody.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on there. You're making very interesting and hot points. Angela, I don't know if you're there. I want to ask you a question that Collins is raising. Angela, are you there?
Ni kama yuko.
Ni kama yuko. Kidogo tu.
Go ahead, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So, swali lilikuwa Collins says that our president has lost, was it 54 you said?
Yeah, he has lost
counting.
54 cases.
54 and counting. and he has a whole team of legal minds advising him. We have a whole person mandated to be an advisor of the president in the name of Attorney General. Do you think someone is sleeping on their jobs, or do we have incompetence in the name of an Attorney General?
We have to look at the history of the judicial decisions that have been made against Uhuru. And they started after the 2017.
Okay.
If I remember well, they started after the 2017 election, and then there was the Form 2A, what Form 2B wasn't.
34, it was 34A.
34A wasn't filled correctly, and because of that, the whole thing was overturned, and we had to go back to the ballot. I don't know. I get a feeling that the judiciary is not fully independent, and that they make decisions almost to not necessarily like decisions like decisions based on the constitution or based on law. It's almost like they make decisions to, I don't know, to rock the boat, to you know, to be told that they've made history and that kind of thing. It's almost like they're not doing, it's almost like they're not following the constitution or the law fully because they've been bribed. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know,
So
but
do
there's a
you,
problem
do
with
you
the
think
decisions.
you think the judiciary is testing the waters?
It's almost like is okay. In the case of someone like, say, Maraga, it's almost like you just want to do something opposite of what just to annoy Uhuru. It's almost like or to make history. Oh, Kenya is the first country, the Supreme Court decision. I don't know. You know that nonsense. For me, that's a feeling I get, and that's a feeling I'm getting with most of the judicial decisions that have come even after that. Even this BBI thing, like when you listen to the decision, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. There's no logic behind why they came up to this conclusion. And then you hear that these people have a story. Last year they were not. Uhuru didn't. It's almost like people are tit for tat. They are getting back at him because of something he did not do or do. It's too, for me. It's just too much drama, too much politics. We need an overhaul of the judiciary in Kenya because I don't believe they have clean hands.
Okay, Nyantori. I don't know if you're there, Nyantori. I don't know even. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Nyantori? Okay, Eli, I want to come to you before I go to Ayaga. You are the one who opened this can of worms. Collins, if you can mute kidogo. Collins,
So
mute.
unajua itakuwa si haki hata jibu yake mimi sijajibu hiyo na unataka kumuuliza tena.
No. I think fair enough. Just pass it on to Ayaga. I'll speak after Ayaga. Thank you.
It's okay then. Ayaga, go ahead. Now that you don't know even the question I was to ask, go ahead.
Question ni ile tu about judiciary and whatever.
No, I was to ask a different question, but related to the same. Go ahead.
You can just ask me.
Okay, so my question was this. Angela says it's people who want to act smart, create history, put on their show, but honestly, they are just not really doing the correct thing. Your sentiments, given that we have a court that has nullified so many things, calling them unconstitutional, null and void. Yet we have a leader in the name of an AG who used to serve in the Court of Appeal and all. So do you think it is incompetence in office in the name of AG, or we are having a judiciary that is overplaying its part?
Okay, thank you very much. AG we have was CRT, he used to. That was the first president of Court of Appeal, for your information. first president, followed by Yeuko, and then the guy that was sworn in today. What I can say is very simple.
Ayaga is gone.
I think, oh, okay.
Ayaga is still there.
Yeah, his internet is down.
Okay. Eli, come. I don't know if I don't know what is wrong with your net.
I'm back. I'm back.
Are you
Ni
good?
net ina
You're good
baffle
to go?
kidogo, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
What I'm saying is very simple. The hole we put ourselves into, we don't understand it at all. We had a parliamentary system, and then abracadabra, we jump into pure presidential system where we have no opposition. That's where the problem, and that's where the rain start beating us. Because if you draw that triangle, let us say now you have judiciary at the up there, then you have parliament, and then the judiciary. One must act as opposition. One of those branches of government must act as people's watchdog. Obvious, because we don't have opposition. The constitution we have, we don't have opposition. And that is true. So when judiciary actually hijacked this, when the parliament went with bed with the executive, they're right. What they are doing is right. And that's why you see some people will tell you now we are moving into an era where we will be ruled by judges. Yes, it is true. We are being ruled by judges because the opposition we used to is not there. Opposition we used to is not there. The problem is the constitution. This constitution confuses us a lot.
But there's something Collins told you, Ayaga. There's something that Collins said. Are you one of those guys still stuck in the old constitution, but behaving as though the 2010 constitution is an is an inconvenience?
No. I'm not. What we are saying, when you are young and you are testing waters, you have to try all sides of your life. Okay. You can marry today, the lady left, and then you marry again. You learn from the process. You learn from the mistakes. What we did as a young democracy, we were trying a pure presidential system. A pure presidential system is not working for us. And that's why what we have realized, now we want to change constitution back to parliamentary. Because parliamentary, what was somehow as easy for us to understand. The confusion we have people who memorize the parliamentary system, and understanding pure presidential system is hard for them. When that ruling was made in High Court, I was against those judges so much. Hata mimi nilikuwa against them too much, let me tell you. But after going around consulting, I went the other day, I met Otiende. Otiende is silent, and people are asking why the guy is silent. He was not even in court. What my MP told me is one thing, is one thing, and very simple. He told me judges has realized that there is no position. So they are just wrestling power but they are very right. That's why hata hajaenda huko kwa court of appeal, ameachia Orengo na wale wengine, hajaenda huko because the guys are very right. These guys are making wrong decisions up there because they know very well hakuna opposition, so they will do unconstitutional things thinking that nobody is watching over them. The watchdog we have today is judiciary, and that's why there is that push and pull between judiciary and and executive.
Okay.
Parliament is as dead as long time ago. Long time ago. So the judges have just taken opportunity the way we were told. Always take advantage of a disaster. Don't waste a disaster. Take advantage of a disaster. We had a disaster.
Well said.
Judiciary has taken over the disasters, and that's why we are discussing them today.
Okay. Oh, you have opened another Pandora's box. Allow me to allow me to go to Messi. Messi, how are you? If you can see me and hear me, can you wave?
No, I'm okay. Niko nafuata tu discussion. Nilikuwa naendesha gari, then I was listening. So hata nilikuwa nafikia imeisha. So I'm just following vile majamaa wanasema, and I can hear that Ayaga's argument about that we need a parliamentary democracy. If we have a parliamentary democracy is what they have in the United Kingdom. If we were to have such a thing in Kenya, okay, in a way, in theory, it might work. Ile kusema hasa MP atatoka, kokote, kama someone was saying, if it was like the last parliament, maybe someone like Aden Duale would have been or something like that. But again, this is Kenya. When it comes to those MPs wanalipwa shilingi 5,000, shilingi 10,000. And that's why I think the perpetuators of this BBI, when they inserted that clause in your prime ministership, because once you have a prime ministership, someone either can be nominated or someone can be elected as an MP and be in parliament. Do you know who will be going for those posts? It is this dynasty that will be going for, and they have the money. They will always be the prime ministers. That is the problem. If they had made it that person is elected by the wananchi huko chini sawa, lakini kuweka the person, because if you realize the president atakuwa na some roles, but the person running government who is the prime minister. And the second thing, realize this, hata wakiweka hiyo vile watu wanatoa mambo ya tribe, I don't want to say, because it's ni kama tunasema tu, okay, there will be 5 tribes and everything else, and the president can be able to fire the prime minister in case it's not working the way I understand the BBI.
I love your argument.
How will let's say Raila is the president, alafu mtu kama Musalia is the prime minister, na Musalia alimsaidia kuwin election, atamfuta aje kazi kama ni prime minister?
Okay.
I mean, you get the point. So that prime minister akikuja, because atakuwa anakuja na block zake za votes, you cannot fire the deputy because hako na wing yake, pengine amekuja na his own tribal block.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, first of all, it is not even solving the tribal issue. It is actually entrenching the tribal issues. And because of that, think about it, tuseme wafanye the first 5 years, the next 5 years. Si kuna some communities watakuja kufeel kwa wamekuwa backbenchers. What do you think is going to happen to Kenya?
Okay.
Because once the community figure out, hakuna vile, because they don't have numbers, they will never be in leadership. Sitakuwa shida.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's my take.
Allow me to continue bringing you more to the topic that was at hand. The judiciary and the executive, we have been seeing them at war. It has been bare knuckles, day in, day out. We have had them call off most of the things that the executive has proposed, terming them null and void and constitutional. Do you think this is the judiciary, as Ayaga says, acting opposition in a state where we don't have one really working? Do you think this is the judiciary acting a role that truly it's not its role?
No, the judiciary are doing what they're supposed to be doing, because that's what is in the constitution. Actually, what we have now is actually the opposite of what was happening in the 90s. In the 90s, the judiciary was in the pocket of someone, and then we had the opposition that were now in the streets. Now the thing is that the opposition is now dead. The people were supposed to be, countering or counter-checking the executive, and actually think about it. Once the executive, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, knew that he had the backing of Baba and all of them, that's when you see all these things, the pushing of hivi vitu yenye inakuwa vatana na kotini, ndio Uhuru now akapata hiyo motisha ya kwanza, because he knew in parliament he has the backing of. Hata saizi nasikia mambo ya impeachment, he knows nothing can be done in terms of impeachment, hata afanye nini, because the opposition will not, all these people are in his pocket.
Okay.
So actually, the courts actually are saving, and that's the work of the courts. Actually, the work of the courts is interpret the law, and that's what they are doing. No, MPs and the politicians, you know what I mean.
So,
but they're the ones supposed to stand up. But the truth is, the courts. That's why and actually, I think to be honest, Nikama Uhuru also is triggering this, a pushback, because all of them know you know, tuseme ukweli, all of them know that this guy alianza mambo ya revisit. Consider tena uje kama mambo ya BBI in a way, unajua kulikuwa na mambo ya ombudsman na kila kitu. So finally the courts wameweka their foot down na kusema, you know, we are here to be felt. You know, and actually
the judiciary they appointed by
Ati?
I don't know who is talking. Sorry.
Yeah, there's someone talking.
Go ahead. I can't even see the person. Go ahead, Messi.
Yeah, so actually I think as time goes by, even if people go, even this one in the, you know, the appeal, you know, I mean the BBI, the appeal they have, you know, at the courts of appeal, anyways, the case they have at the courts of appeal. You look at the demeanor of almost any law. Orengo tried to talk about it, you know, huko kwa the Senate. Akaambiwa, nakumbuka, what is his name, the MP of Rarieda? Otiende Amolo. He was already, he was laying down the ground, na hii kitu iko na shida. They knew. Lakini nafikiri kulikuwa na ile chest stamping kidogo, sijali hii kitu. And I think even when they started the whole thing, walikuwa najua. And I don't know how the 9-point agenda went to mambo ya amendment ya constitution. I've never figured out how it derailed to that. And that's why they derailed. Kama wangekaa na hiyo point and they say the main thing, the electoral reforms. Hakuna mtu angepinga hili. Because that's what is needed huko Kenya. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Allow me to bring Ashley before kidogo to allow me to Ashley, can you hear us? Ashley, are you in?
Yes, I'm here. And if you hear any noise, let me know because I'm on the road.
Okay.
I wanted to respond to Angela about her saying that the judiciary is causing drama. It's not that they are causing drama. The judiciary are judges and they are there to judge, to interpret the law. So if the president keeps causing drama, someone has to respond to him. And if they stay silent, they are not doing their jobs.
Okay.
So it is their job to respond as often as is necessary. And in this case, has been unfortunately often necessary, not only for the judiciary, but even for the priest, for the clergy to speak up, because Kenya is heading back where we came from. We are sliding back into a dictatorial regime. And if we don't speak, we'll find ourselves there. And I think it is the right time to speak and bring people like Angela to understand their constitutional right and to understand that our president is not above the law. He has to operate within the constraints of the law. And he cannot interpret the law. He cannot change it if he wants to. So, the other day I read somewhere where he deported somebody who had come to Kenya for political asylum. This person he didn't steal, he wasn't running away because he was being sought after for corruption. It's because of political strife in the country. So he was here trying to seek refuge because there is a possibility that his life could be in danger back home. And they agreed to take him back to his country in the middle of the night. Normally, if the country where you're seeking refuge refuses to give you the refuge, they tell you they cannot, so that you can seek it elsewhere. They don't work under the radar to deport you back to where you came from, risking your life. And this is even outside of Kenya, who are saying this president is known to disobey the constitution. This is not even Kenyans. So I don't think the judges are seeking drama. They're just, we are dealing with an unruly president who has tantrums. And unfortunately, he is in a position that he's not worthy of occupying. I don't say that because I hate him. I say that because his actions have proven that he is not even supposed to be there. We just don't have people enough with balls in parliament to remove him. That is the plain truth. That's who we are dealing with. And people like Angela think that he should. I'm not done yet. People like Angela think that he can go there and do what he will. You cannot. Even as president, there is a way. If the judges were corrupt, he had 2 years. How comes in those 2 years, DCI has not charged them, EACC has not charged in 2 years? There's been no case brought forward. So the vendetta is not with the judges. The vendetta is coming from the executive. and they are taking this position as a personal property. Kenya is not a personal property. That's the problem we have.
Okay. Wow, well said, Ashley. Angela, are you ready to rip off the bandage?
Yes, I am. First and foremost,
before
the
I
reason
bring Ellie,
Nancy hajatuambia nani alikuwa deport usiku. Hajatuambia huyo ni nani and he was from which country. Let us stop rumors.
He's from
I allow Angela to come in first. Angela, go ahead.
He's from Turkey. And this guy who was deported is an opposition leader from Turkey, and the Turkish president is actually a dictator himself.
Okay.
So this is somebody who should not have been deported. If Kenya didn't want to give him, there's a time someone went, Snowden ran away from America, and he stayed in the airport in Iran before they accepted to give him, not Iran, in Russia, before they accepted to give him citizenship. Or first they gave him a refugee. They gave him the status of refugee, but he stayed so much at the airport trying to look for which country would accept him. So if someone comes to Kenya and Kenya does not want to accept him, diplomatically, that is where the president is doing. He's not following the laid down procedure of things to diplomatically refuse him the refuge status. He doesn't have to give it to him. But he broke the law by returning him. If he had murdered somebody, if he had stolen, there are reasons why he could return him. If he was running away because he was being prosecuted for corruption.
Let her finish.
No.
I'm
a logistic officer. I'm a logistic officer. And Nancy, hiyo ndio kitu nilisoma kwanza shule hapa East Africa School of Aviation. So Nancy haezi akatuambia huyu jamaa
wapi kwanza wewe ulisomeshwa uka nini Nancy
aviation. He went to aviation college.
Aviation read my name like fast. That's there.
Angela,
let me respond before I speak. Let me respond. You see, the reason why I spoke the way I did about the judiciary is not because I was emotional, or for that matter, that I love Uhuru so much. The reason why I'm saying the judiciary is making emotional decisions as opposed to decisions based on the constitution or the law is because even a blind man
before you do that, as you say, they are making emotional decisions. Outline what emotional decisions they have made, and I will tell you how they are constitutional, please.
Can I speak, Ashley? Can you allow me to speak? Because I also
go ahead,
allowed
Angela, go ahead.
So one of the decisions that they made is in regard, even a blind man knows what the NMS has done in Nairobi. Everybody in Kenya knows what NMS has done in Nairobi. And then an emotional judiciary comes and says that NMS is illegal. I mean,
that's a fact.
Like, what are you talking about? Even in that judiciary, and as we follow the law, we also have to be realistic. We have to be realistic in regards to the things that are happening in Nairobi right now. Nairobi, if it was not for NMS, if it was not for NMS, if it was not for NMS, Nairobi would be a dump right now.
Just a moment, ladies.
So somebody coming to say that NMS is illegal, under what constitution? What is the law they're following? Can Ashley tell us the law that they are following?
Angela, calm down.
Even in parliament, we interject when someone is misleading.
Ashley, Angela.
Let me finish.
Calm down.
Hey, Jake,
calm down.
What I'm saying.
Just a moment.
Ashley, let me finish. Ashley, let me finish.
Angela, hold on.
Ashley, let me interject what you're saying. I want to interject, please.
Hold on.
Because even in parliament, they let you interject before you even continue.
Okay, I think we are getting off this thing.
Ashley, Ashley,
think
no,
we are getting
listen.
off this
Let me
thing.
finish and then you
and
tell us where I'm misleading. Let me
No,
finish what
I
I'm
have to
saying.
interject.
Secondly,
I want to interject.
Gex, put both
secondly,
of
the
them off.
judiciary declared
Gex, put
that
both of them
parliament
off.
to be legal.
Put
And
both
in
of
that
them
same
off.
breath, they are saying that this
I want to
parliament
interject.
needs to
It
impeach
is
the
illegal. What I
president.
said.
I mean,
What I said.
someone, Freddie, you're right.
Cool down.
Ashley is a heckler.
Angela, Ayaga, cool down, everybody. Listen and listen good. I love all your arguments.
I just want to
Yeah.
interject so she can explain.
Just a moment,
Let me
Ashley.
interject so she can explain it.
I'll give you a moment to do so, Ashley, so that we can have a fair conversation. This is what I find interesting. All of you are making points, but no one is listening. So allow us to have moments of listening also, so that we can be able to.
In Parliament,
yes.
Actually, I won't say anything else.
In Parliament, when someone is speaking,
speak for me, girl.
Okay. No, Angela, I just want to interject. Interject means I want you to continue, but before you've made a very valid point that needs an interjection. So I want you to continue, but I just need you to address
Okay,
the
what is the
Constitution.
interjection,
That
Ashley?
there is nowhere in the Constitution where NMS is mentioned. Just like I said, what Uhuru is doing, he's not following the laid down procedure, and that is where NMS is not there. He cannot come and create it, even though it is doing good. He should propose it and go through the right guideline, and then once we have NMS, then he can use it to advance Nairobi. We are not refusing it has done good, but it is he can't just wake up and create something like NMS out of himself, because Kenya does not. He's the custodian of the Constitution. He's not given the chance. He's not given the mandate to create that NMS. That is outside his mandate as the president of Kenya. That is what I wanted to say.
Calm down. Calm down.
Mimi huwa nataka kuingia place kama hiyo. Ashley analila na hiyo fake news yenye ilikuwa shared earlier. There is no, in fact, ile wale activists walikuwa wameenda kotini kupinga NMS. The court ruled that NMS is very much legal. So don't deal with rumors.
Okay.
Yes.
Hawa ni watu wanasikizanga rumors. Hata ndio maana nilikuwa nacheka kwa sababu
wait. I think that one has been sorted out. Let's do this. Let's. I don't know if Ashley is well informed or advised, but
Angela is going on.
Angela, were you through?
Angela is going on, but I want to ask her question so that as she answers the other ones, she's going to answer my question rightfully.
Just a moment. Allow me to greet someone. Wangungu, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm just enjoying the battle between the three A's, the Ayaga, Angela, and Ashley.
They are opening serious boxes around. I'm unable to control them, but
very good.
I was calming them down, bana. Mimi siko kwa hiyo vita.
What I've realized is some of us come to this debate with a lot of hearsays, so that when they start explaining them, the hearsays don't hold any water.
Okay.
But a question to Ashley and Angela. If today you don't have a car and your son goes and steals a car in another place, and he steals the money, comes and buys the car, and now you own the car, is that development? If yes, is it legal? Okay, continue now.
Angela, go ahead before I come
My
to
question,
Ashley.
I'm going to answer you with a question.
Just a moment, Ashley.
Does the means justify just the means? I mean, but does the end justify the means?
Justify the means. Okay.
That's the question.
Okay. Angela, go ahead.
Collins, just repeat what you said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The question was, if a child brings you home a car after he had stolen some money, is it development? And if it's development, is it legal?
I mean, of course, it's illegal. The car is stolen, so the car needs to be returned. And the money returned.
You are diluting your own point, Angela.
The car is not stolen.
The money was the one that was stolen.
Yeah,
You are
but with
born.
stolen money, right?
So is it development on your side? You now you have a car. You've not been having a car.
Angela,
No,
Angela
I mean,
Collins has put you in a
does the
box. I don't know.
does the parent know the money was stolen to buy that car?
Angela, I don't know if you have gotten the intelligence of Collins.
Angela,
Collins has
Angela,
put you in a box. This is what Collins has done to
Angela,
you.
Angela, Angela.
Ayaga, let me explain kidogo.
No.
Angela,
Let me help
Collins has
Angela.
really
You
fixed
know,
you.
Collins is always a very wise man.
He has
Let,
fixed you in a
me
box.
help Angela. Angela, Collins is
help
always
me, Ayaga.
thank you very much. The law says this. When county government doesn't function, the president can dissolve it. It can be dissolved or form a committee or something like a committee to run the county instead. And that's what Uhuru Kenyatta did. That is in the law. I don't know where they get all these rumors from Mitumbi that the High Court nullified, actually ruled that NMS is illegal. I have not heard that.
Happened. That has
Yeah,
not
that
happened.
has not happened.
Ayaga, the work NMS is doing is the work that the governor of Nairobi is supposed to be doing. If you don't know, read your constitution, please.
Thank you
But
very
the
much.
governor of Nairobi,
Ayaga is saying the correct thing.
the governor of Nairobi is not doing his work. What are we supposed to do? And the
that's
constitution
why-
has allowed,
So we are
just like
supposed to
Ayaga
go
has
and
said,
there
for
are
us,
channels.
for the president
If we want to
put
make
together a
that
committee to
constitutional
make sure
law,
that work is done.
there is
Angela, this is
the
the
one
trap.
person who is overstepping is Uhuru. That is the work of the parliament to make laws are made in parliament, not in the executive, baby.
Angela is answering my question unknowingly.
This is the trap you got into when Collins talks to you.
Angela is
let me
answering my
tell you what he
question
did.
unknowingly.
Collins told you that a child gives you a car from a stolen money, but you are quick to say it was illegal. Yet you are here defending NMS.
No.
So I don't know.
I will still. I know Collins
wish-
very well. I will still defend Angela. I will
It's okay.
still
Ayaga, just
defend
before you
Angela.
defend her, I want to bring in Ellie because he's the one who brought this issue. Yeah, Ellie, before we also come to Google, so that at least the temperatures of Angela and Ashley and Ayaga can slightly calm down. I wish kungekuwa na snow where they are, so that niwaambie watoke nje warudi ndani. Ellie, let me come to you, sir. Now, Angela says it's a show off. It's drama. Do you think it's drama or these are people doing their job? The judiciary, are they doing their job? And as Ayaga said, is it the opposition trying to come out from the judiciary?
Personally, I have no legal expertise. I don't have any power to speak in big capital letters about the workings of the judiciary. And on that basis, that's why I said earlier on that I think that the judiciary is moving on, at least on the right track. They're trying. If we remove those faces, that the common faces that we know, that we see in the judiciary, even we always kind of have a cult figure in every other department in Kenya. So, for example, Amos Wako in his department as an attorney general in the past is still like some kind of gold dust, because he came from the international environment. With he had his legal expertise and all that. So we always kind of celebrate these big names, right? And in fact, 90% of this debate we have had tonight is about all these elite people. We have hardly touched the persons on the ground. We've been talking about people who are shaping or misshaping the society in Kenya, which is unfortunate, but this is a fact. And the reason why I'm dropping all this is because I believe that what has been happening in the last 2-3 weeks, and please don't, this is not about BBI or no BBI, whatever, all those things, no.
Mm-hmm.
I think what the judiciary is doing now,
Okay.
the senior judges on the bench,
Mm-hmm.
it's not the token cosmetic things that we used to see in the newspapers. It's something different. Yeah.
Okay.
Even today, I think there was a story about some piece of land at the seaside in Mombasa, which President Moi had nyakuad.
Okay.
And this judge said, no, this one, he hapa si yake. Do you see what I'm trying to say? There are things that are happening now that the judges are saying that they could not do before. And it's easy for all of us to say, well, that's what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
I know Collins drummed that a lot. He said, this is what they're expected to do. We shouldn't celebrate them. But you know what? Kenyans are hard to please. This is a fact.
Okay.
You know, you can just go on to KOT, Kenyans on Twitter, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We are one of the most politicized societies anywhere you can think of. I'm not joking. Right? And I live here in Northern Ireland, and I think these people are politicized until I spare even 5 minutes thinking about Kenya, right?
Okay.
So the judiciary is moving. I'm not saying that they're moving positively in the right direction, but they're doing things that they were not doing before, and that is a fact.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if we use, you know, the problem what we do in Kenya is we look at the person, who is the engine behind, or who are these people around this judiciary or around the executive or around, you know, so if we remove those names and people's faces, but we see what they're doing, this is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Now, I'll talk about, say, for example, the immigration department in Kenya. I went to the e-government, you know, website, and I've been trying very hard to get my passport, my Kenyan passport renewed. Yeah.
Okay.
Because before we just used to send our documents to London, and within a couple of months you get your new, you know, when your passport has expired, you get a new one. But now the situation is different, right? Because of the biometrics and all that, and they're trying to clamp on dishonesty and things like that. So I saw a lot of Kenyans debating, you know, and you know, this serikali ya ujinga sijui nini. And personally, I also said the same thing. I even sent an email to Manoa. I said, look, you guys, what job do you do in that embassy in London? And then I had to travel there, made the appointment. It was very difficult to get an appointment. I spent lots of money. I got there on the 18th of April. And I thought I had wasted time. You know, I said, this is a typical Kenyan government. They will not do anything, right?
Okay.
So 18th of April, and yesterday, I got my new ID.
Okay.
You can see here. This is my new Kenyan ID.
Okay.
I have never used a Kenyan ID since 1994.
Okay.
And I'm not joking.
Okay.
And when it's just recently I thought, I need this thing. Let me get it. Because they're telling us now, in order for you to get your Kenyan passport renewed or replaced, sorry, you have to start with your ID.
Okay.
And there were people offering me all manner of things so I can bribe them.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is this, yeah? By the way, hata mnaweza kunishangilia hapa kidogo.
Kayamba ndio hizo Kayamba. Sawa, endelea.
Ashley, umesikia? Wewe ndio wewe ndio unampigia Uhuru kelele nyingi sana wewe Ashley, lakini sasa unaweza sema ati he's done something. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this, yeah? The common mwananchi we're not talking about. We've spent here a long time, the longest time. And Angela said the same thing earlier on, that we seem to be discussing the same things every time in this forum. We start very well, and then we forget that we're actually trying. Actually, you know what? This forum is changing things, because each one of you go to wherever you go to and speak about, oh, this is what we, you're actually doing civic education in a small way. But we are kind of going around in circles, which is quite, honestly, for me, it's exhausting. Okay. And what I would like us to do is, if you feel very strongly that the issues we are discussing, right, does not get to the point where we want it to be, what is the alternative? So we always need to look for a solution here to help one another, because we're not wasting time, by the way. But if we look at what is the alternative? Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that will move us to the next step. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not rubbishing the efforts of Mutembei, of all you guys. This is a stunning job, right?
Okay.
Because all of us are supposed to be in bed sleeping right now. Me, tomorrow I'm not working, but I'm driving my wife to work in the morning. Yeah. Then I have to take the kids to the park in the morning. Yeah. But I'm still here. Right?
Okay.
So we need to find a way where when you moderate this thing, you're looking for where there is a controversy, what is the next step as this group or as this forum? Because the issues we are discussing are so intense, yeah? Which means we can help change Kenya in our own little ways. Because some of you are excited about next year. I'm not, because I don't participate in those election things. But even if I don't, I have a right to know how we want Kenyans to participate in this thing, right? Okay. So I think when we discuss big issues, we need to kind of identify in a small topic kind of way. We don't lump three big things for a discussion on one night, because that would be a nightmare, right? We just need to, if tonight we want to talk about music and say, did music ever try to change the dynamics of Kenyan society, the politics and all? This is a fascinating topic, because there was this guy's called, Gidi Gidi Maji Maji, unbogable. So we can talk about such things, because those guys, they tried to change Kenya in 2002 with their small music, their lyrics. Yeah. So, we can kind of diversify our education here without making it too intense. Because if it's too intense, yeah, it can actually be traumatizing for your well-being. I'm just advising, because I'm involved. I'm involved in civic things voluntarily as well.
Ayaga kidogo to allow me to bring Wagunga kidogo.
So hiyo tu ni ya mwisho.
Nawaambia tu bye. Let me sleep
exhausted
for at least 2 hours. No, I'm not exhausted. Wacha nilale kama like 2 hours, kesho nirauke nifanye ABCD. Hao wenye wametaja Gidigidi anafanya patanisho, ako Radio Jambo. Majimaji ndio the owner of Coach FM and Ghetto FM. Wikimosh alikufa. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you, Ayaga. Thank you for your contributions. Wagugu, come in. I don't know if you have been following us. I don't know if you are part of the discussions behind the tents. But
yes, I was, huh? But before Ayaga leaves, you know, Ayaga amekuwa na chapa kichaka. He must not keep telling us about Gidi. Ayaga is a Raila Odinga supporter, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But he defends Raila Odinga 90% of the time and then talks about Gideon 1% of the time. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. He must be told in no uncertain times that we know who he is supporting. But anyway, having said that, Eli, I must respond to you. You cannot get away with this. You cannot call uchaguzi those things. You cannot sit here and talk to us in a very beautiful way about politics, and then at the end you say you don't participate in those things. What are those things? You have to walk away from that and start participating in those things. I think wanatuambianga that bad leaders are chosen by people who refuse to vote. So it's not those things. You got to start calling for them for what they are. Now, the other issue I would like to talk about is Eli. On this platform, we just don't do politics. I don't know how often you come over here, but I think Mutembei has been doing a very good job in bringing other things. I think the whole of last weekend, we not only talked about politics, we talked about a whole bunch of things. Immigration, we've been talking about other things. I know there have been other days where we talked about healthcare for so many hours. So we do talk about other things. But of course, with Kenyans, you cannot stay away from politics a lot. Ninakwambia, if we do a certain topic today, I can guarantee you by the end of that day, watu wanakuanga wanataka politics. So at the end of the day, you have to bring politics back. Now, we can choose to talk about politics in a different way, but Kenyans in the politics, you have to talk about it. Now, Angela, my sister, unajua Uhuru amekuwa, you guys are trying to defend Uhuru on one thing, but I mean, he has done so many things. Miguna is still out of the country with court orders to bring him back. Kenya Meat Commission, niko kwa military, against a court order. I think we still have chief administrative secretaries against court orders. Tuko na nini ingine, judges against court orders, BBI. So there are so many things that try to defend Uhuru on one thing. Ni kama unapinga kipande hii, there is something else that he have done illegally, and this is our president. By the way, I voted for him twice. So he is indefensible at this point. He has done so many. You can defend kitu ya NMS useme sijui tunakusanya fake news hapa na pale, but then I'll come around and nikwambie Miguna is still rotting in Canada. You know. This guy, Uhuru, at this point, I think he's a pariah president. In as much as I voted him, I'm a Kikuyu myself. I loved the guy at one point. I defended the guy at one point. But the Jama amekuwa a pariah president. So that's all I can say for that. I don't think there's anything else that I have left. But I love the discussion today. But Eli, politics is not so thing. We must start voting, even as young people. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to Wangongo.
Wagongo, ulikuwa umejiwekea makuni mahali, umepiga kila mtu.
Like me, I feel.
Inabidi.
I'd like to respond.
Sasa wacha wenye umepiga kwanza wakupige pia. Wacha tuanze na Angela.
I can take a blow too.
Okay, now many of the decisions that Uhuru has made, I'm not Uhuru fanatic, but many of the decisions that he has made for the sake of the country. Sometimes when things are not the way they're supposed to be, everything else, like if someone is doing something for the greater good, like for instance, even starting that Kenya Meat Commission to create jobs, starting the NMS to be able to provide basic services to the people of Nairobi because the governor is unable to. I mean, I don't see how we expect somebody can be the president and not be able to make decisions that are for the greater good or for the good of the country. Sometimes even basic needs trump the law. You know, when people, when I mean, like I cannot imagine how Nairobi would be right now in the hands of Sonko. How would it be? Can you imagine how Nairobi would be, or how even it was before
But Angela,
NMS?
it is the voters like me and you who put him there. It is not the constitution or a president.
Angela,
So who are we
that's true.
blaming here? Who are we
That's true.
blaming here?
We did put him there. However, if he's not working, if he's not providing the basic necessities, then Uhuru had to do what he had to do. I don't believe that's going. If it's for me personally, if it's for the greater good for you. He needed to do
Angela,
it,
if
and
there
he
is
did the
another
right
country,
thing.
if there is another country that could rescue
And I'll vote for
Kenya,
if he ran again next year, I would vote for him because he's an independent decision maker and he makes decisions that are good for the country.
if there is somebody who should be rescued, if everybody who is failing should be rescued, then we should have started the rescue. Because it's good, Uhuru rescued Nairobi because Nairobi governor was failing. Angela, correct?
Correct.
What of Kiambu? What of Turukana?
Somebody
What
should
of
now
other places?
rescue Uhuru because Uhuru is failing.
Thank you, Collins.
Like for
Uhuru,
instance, how has he failed other than trumping the law, which if we continue to follow it, it means Kenyans die. It means you die.
Okay, let's see this. Let's do this. Okay, I want to give you how Uhuru has failed in a simple statement as Uhuru is.
Okay.
Uhuru was brought in by Moi and he was put as the chair of board of local tourism. He failed straight. Okay?
And that has nothing to do with his presidency.
Okay. No, I just want to answer Wagungu. I'm really supporting you. You will see at the end of the day what I'm talking about. Uhuru failed when he was brought in by Moi as the chairman of the board of tourism, where they worked with Professor Dr. Richard Leakey. He failed. He was poached into the parliament as a nominated MP, and then also put again as a minister for local government. Correct? He failed the same.
I mean,
Uhuru
it's
was put
like,
as a deputy president, a deputy prime minister, and a minister in charge of finance. He failed, and when his failure was being identified, he said computer error. You remember that? They were almost stealing Kenyans a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing is Uhuru becomes a president. The first term of the president, they stole 240 billion Kenya shillings from Kenya, the euro bond. That's a failure. And Waiguru stole 971 million Kenya shillings. That's a failure. In all that, Wagungu still elected him for the second time. So
I knew that's where you're going.
Collins, you have a way of throwing serious bombs.
I knew where he was going.
So today Wagungu is telling us that Uhuru is failing. He is realizing that this man failed 7 times. 7.
I am guilty as charged on that one. I can tell you that.
So let me ask you, Collins, hata wewe, acha nikuulize. Is it Wagungu's fault for voting for a wrong person, given that maybe that was the option? Because it is the same thing that will happen in 2022. We will elect a leader, and then after he fails, we'll be here blaming the victim. Yet it is the person who has mutilated the constitution that should because the end or the back stops with him.
Good. That's a good question. I've now answered Wagungu and I've fixed where he should be seeing where he messed and the likes. And now to Angela. The people who elected Sonko, they knew Sonko is an unperformer, but because our Kenyan system allows populism in politics, we like praising mediocrity and we really clap and sing for them. So people elected Sonko knowing so well that this is a fraudster, somebody who understands so little when it comes to development, but he understands so well on politics of tokenism and popularity and populism politics. When he failed, Uhuru Kenyatta looked at the law and said, yes, the law allows Uhuru to form a committee to take over the government, the county government, or dissolve. Was county government dissolved? Angela, that's a question for you. Was the county government dissolved?
Do you mean when Sonko was impeached? Or...
No. Sonko was incompetent.
What does the solution? What are the steps towards dissolving it?
Dissolving it means the county assembly goes and talks about it, and then either they impeach the governor, but if the governor is impeached, the deputy government takes over. If the governor is not impeached and there is an agreement in the county, and the governor feels that the county is not being run well or is not able to run it, it takes back to the president or to the Senate. And then they form a committee. The executive forms a committee of taking back the county government. Okay? So the county government was supposed to be taken over by the central government, which I think Uhuru tried to take over the county government of Nairobi, which is the law. But did he dissolve the county government of Nairobi? That's a question for you. I need the
Does
answer.
he have power to dissolve the county government? Is that the decisions of the MCAP guys?
Yes,
No, he can do that.
It's the government, the central government dissolves the county government after an agreement, and the Sonko was abdicating his duties unknowingly. He was supposed to write a letter and give the central government that hii kitu nimeshindwa, mnaweza endelea, and then his membership and the county was being levelized. And then
Collins,
the county,
is it what was almost happening in Makueni?
Yes, Kivuta Kibwana tried it. He wanted to give it out so that it could be taken over. That is the law. And because the central government told him to hold on, they could not appoint any other body. Okay? So in the central government, taking the Nairobi and pretending that they are taking parts, that kind of a gentleman's agreement is not in any law. What they could have done, they could have just activated and told them that we are putting you with the ministry so that they work in concurrently with the ministry, not creating another body. Creating another body means making another committee they were supposed to dissolve. And why
in the
is Nairobi
meantime,
still
as we
there?
are doing, Collins, as we are doing all these things in the meantime, the Nairobi people are walking through mud, through takataka, all over Nairobi. People are stealing. Crime has gone up. Nairobi is now.
I must respond to Angela.
What General Bad is doing is good, but there are times I asked you something. I asked you something, Angela.
Collins, 1 minute. I want to ask a question so that we can attack Wagungu from a voter's perspective. Is it okay?
Yes, sure.
And I want to ask this question to Messi. Messi, we have a voter in the name of Wagungu who can vote twice for the same person simply because he believes in him as a leader. But this leader was even by the time he was being elected had issues with ICC and all. We have people who have voted for Sonko. They knew he was a hooligan, if I call him.
Incompetent.
So, yeah, they voted for IT too. They can
majority.
vote.
Let me talk about
finish the question. Just a moment, Angela.
And even Homabay, they voted for Awiti knowing very well.
The voter goes to the ballot saying, I would rather vote for a thief like Waiguru because he will steal but bring the thieving to me. Do you think it is the mistake of the leader, or our voters are they can choose anything to defend their mistakes? Because I think it is also a mistake from the voter to make them to choose the wrong person and then come here complaining, shouting so loud like Wagungu, yet they were well informed.
Okay, now
Yes,
let me.
Angela,
Can I say something about NMS?
I think the question is to Messi.
Ashley, let's have Messi, then Angela, then Ashley. Is it okay that order?
So unajua vile mi huwa naona hii story inategemea. I think the info depends. If you look at vile baba yao was elected. In as much as people knew, they had Kabogo na kila kitu. We see that politics. I think part of the reason why Kabogo lost, hiyo mambo walianza kusema ati anadharau wanawake, sijui nini na nini. But I think one of the reasons was, at that particular time, there was something to do with 2022. And a player, personally, me, the way I look at it, the person who engineered that to happen was William Ruto. Because he had already started to see how he's going to eliminate the leaders. If you look at the nomination that happened in Jubilee in 2017, how many people came back that were considered that had what attack in Jama wa health and nani?
The big wigs.
The big wigs will lose water. If you look at only this Vijana Gnandindi Nyoro, it was a coup that he did, because the first nomination that he did, if you remember Jubilee, it could flop in the whole country. Alafu yake akakuja kwa press conference akisema, I'm going to be in charge. Mnakumbuka? And then after that, it was already predetermined. The place where he wanted to control was central. And if you can see what has happened, he's reaping the fruits now.
Messi, I don't know if you remember, walianza kutuzia tukaditwa Jubilee na 20 bob, eh?
Yes.
And that's how Wagungu was able to eliminate some leaders.
Yes. So that's how it was done. So that's what I'm saying. I have to look at it differently. Ya Kiambu ilikuwa Kabogo they were looking at. Wakaona wakaweka huyu jamaa ambaye ni bubu huyu anaitwa nani? Waititu. Sema. So if I remember at one point, nakumbuka wapi sijui Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amesimama somewhere in Thika, alafu William Ruto was speaking, alafu akasema, hey, but mnataka kuongea na baba yao. Alafu baba yao stood up, and then that was his way of knocking out. And the people there, Wale, they bought that stuff. Kabogo was
so Messi, according to you, is it to slogans tunatumianga baba yao, hasla, mtoto wa squatter and the likes? Hizo ndio zinatudanganya ama we end up voting blindly?
Listen, that's used everywhere in the world. See, Trump aliingia ofisi akisema he's an outsider and he's going to drain the swamp. And people like that. Unajua sisi hatupendi mtu from inside. Tunataka ule mtu anaonekana the rabble rouser. That's the one that really attracts, the bad boys. Si ule mtu anakuja ati unajua hebu enda huko nyumbani useme unajua mimi nataka kusimama kura, mimi ni mtoto ya pasta, sijui nini. And then jamaa toka huko nje anakimbiza mamatatu, watu wanaimba, that's the guy who's going to win, because people feel they are related to that person.
The voter so you want to mean the voter goes for hooligans?
No. I think you are just trying to mislead Messi. He was doing good, but you are just trying to mislead him.
Yeah.
Now, I also wanted to
Kenya,
in the name of attacking me.
In Kenya, we don't have a reason. People like Wagungu don't have a reason for voting. The main reason for voting is not development. We are not voting for development. We are voting to punish somebody. So it's a vote of protest every time. So even in your village, somebody will just go and vote for the other person because you bought a car just recently.
So anyways, let me finish. So when we come to Nairobi, the way I look at it, if you look at the politics of Nairobi, but me analyze things, I look back. When Sonko wanted to run for the governor, mnakumbuka Sonko really fought until he won it. Because the status quo, najua mambo tunaongea mambo ya deep state is in Nairobi. The ones that run Kenya in Nairobi, they didn't want him. And that's why Sonko had to be forced to choose huyo jamaa mwingine alikuwa deputy yake. I don't know who his name was, I forgot. Igade was put there because he was like, Sonko was going to be the figurehead. Alafu Igade akuwe nini? Akuwe hata ni kama the person running things. But let me tell you one thing. When he deal with
NMS.
Yeah, exactly. But now what happened is that Sonko's personality, just like, I'm here in the US, with the Trump, people with those personalities, they're very nini. Their personalities are very forceful. Hata mweke jamaa genius huku chini. Si nani alifrustrate jamaa mpaka jamaa ka resign. And one of the reasons I think Sonko, in his own suspicion, never chose, this is just my own theory, never chose, always frustrated for there to be a deputy governor. I think first of all, it was for his self-preservation. Secondly, I think either, being in that position, you're not wanted, and that is Kenya. Once you make sure the succession line, there is no one. It keeps you in office longer. Maybe you'll be worried about people assassinating you. Ama kitu kama hicho. That's why Sonko kept on frustrating. Anybody who wanted, wakaweka zia lache hapa, Sonko huko naye ametuma ma MCA wameenda wamevuruga. Those was all intentional. To make sure there is no one behind him. But in the end, I think they figured NMS, Sonko alikuwa hiyo alisema ati alikuwa amelewa ati akasign papers sijui nini. But that was the end of him. The thing is what And the main reason was that from the get-go, nobody wanted Sonko there. Coming to Angela's point, Angela, have you ever asked yourself why Uhuru is so much invested in that Nairobi Nakuni? And there's so many. Takataka ko Mombasa, how much? I mean, let's just say the truth. All over
Even
Kenya, governor. Huh?
even right at your doorstep, kunazo.
Yeah, kunazo. But why Nairobi? Even look at the construction.
Because
Whatever.
it's the capital city.
No, this is their town.
Other countries are busy building the second capital.
Yes.
Jake, can I
Tanzania has
talk about NMS before it gets lost? Angela had talked about NMS, and that's why I came back.
Okay.
So she was saying because Sonko wasn't doing his job right, it was okay for Uhuru to, even though it is against the law, illegal, for him to come and put NMS. So what I want to ask her, since Uhuru has put us in debt and the money gets stolen, it's not doing what it should. So if someone comes to overthrow him, that will also be right.
But Junet Mohammed today said that will not happen. They will not overthrow him.
I'm trying to use the same logic.
Let me
that
ask
if someone came and tried to overthrow, should they be prosecuted or not? Because the thing is, we all have to obey the law because no one is above it in order for us to have order. And there is a way to do it. Just the other day, now they removed Sonko, they put another governor. So why do we still have MNS?
Okay.
So, and then when Sonko was there, he was talking about how there's a lot of money being stolen from Nairobi and he was saying it is people from State House. Who is State House? Who stays at the State House? So was he really removed because he was not performing, or was he removed because he was exposing who is stealing the money? Did they want to put someone there who will be silent when they are siphoning the revenue from Nairobi?
Okay.
Actually, who's the governor of Nairobi side?
Angela, unaulizwa kama unajua governor wa Nairobi, the lady who was elected.
And was even legit.
The best she has done ni kutupea barabara inaitwa Atwoli.
Angela.
Yeah, I know.
So you keep
ametupea barabara inaitwa Atwoli.
Angela umetuambia that what Uhuru is doing is for the better of the country. So I want to create a scenario here, okay? So if Uhuru thinks or wants to do what the guy in Uganda have done for many years, that Kaguta Museveni, I am so good, and so we can change the constitution for the better of the country of Uganda. What if Uhuru decided to do that? Wouldn't that be for the good of the country? I mean,
he's heading there.
Can we change? I mean, the guy is so good. So can we change the constitution? Would that be okay with you? I would ask. I mean, where does it stop? You keep saying that it's for the good of the country, but where does it stop? That's my question. Where does it stop?
I believe that in a country
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe in a country where people are lawless, where people are just doing whatever they feel like, chaos. We cannot now point at one person and say that him is the one who's breaking the law. Yet
he's the head. That's the problem.
Everybody is breaking the law.
The head has to lead by example to protect the constitution. He was not sworn in to change it.
Just a moment.
Oh my God!
Ashley, allow Angela to continue.
Why is it that anytime Angela is speaking, Ashley picks it like it's a personal thing?
It is a personal thing because this is what is spoiling. These are the kind of people who are making Kenyans suffer. It is personal.
Okay, Ashley, I'm going to arrest you so that Angela can finish the point because you're not making us to allow. You're not allowing Angela to finish her point every time. Angela, go ahead.
Angela, go ahead. You are protected.
So Ashley, have the floor.
No, Angela, you're protected.
It's okay, Angela. It's okay. Don't take it personal. We're just talking.
No, Angela is escaping some questions every time, and I think maybe this is a conspiracy. Ashley should tell us because maybe muliongea, so that immediately Angela starts, Ashley talks, and then Angela is not answering a lot of questions. Ashley, allow Angela to answer these questions.
Ashley has a hidden card, and Angela, when she tries to bring her cards on the table, we are not really sure which cards we are talking about.
I think, Jex, if you have done something in sociology, you'll understand. Maybe Ashley and Angela are working together so that when the question is so heavy, instead of letting Angela to answer wrongly,
They pretend to be fighting.
She cuts her in the middle.
So, do we need
Anyway.
Kofi Annan moment here? Ashley, do we need Ashley and
There's
Angela? Do
something
we need a
called
Kofi Annan moment here?
there's something called good dictatorship.
Okay.
Like for instance, the
Oh,
one that
oh.
Kagame, like for instance, the one that Kagame does in Rwanda, which has made the country now is on a upward trajectory, as opposed to Kenya, which is we are trying, but there is so much opposition. I mean, for me, I'd
Angela,
rather
are you
a
agreeing with
dictatorship for the
Wagungu?
sake of the country, for the sake of development, for the sake of all these things. Because at the end of the day, like I told you, the judiciary's hands, they are not clean. The legislature's hands are not clean. Uhuru's hands may not be clean. You know, even us, the citizens of Kenya, our hands are not clean. Just like you guys are saying, someone like Sonko, people voted for him knowing exactly who they are voting for. People voted for this Kiambu guy, what's his name? Knowing exactly who they were voting for. We are not let's not point fingers. Let's do what we need to do for the sake and for the benefit of the people of Kenya.
There's a
That's
question
what
that
I'm
was
saying.
asked to you. There was a question from Wagungu. He asked you, now that if I remember correctly, you said if you are to be asked to vote again, you can vote for Uhuru. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, if
Not
Uhuru
me,
was
not me.
No, Angela said so.
Oh my God! When it comes to voting in Kenya, you're not voting for values, principles. Someone who's
Now,
actually going to make a
the question,
difference. You're
now the
voting for
question
the
Wagungu
best
asked you.
amongst many.
So Wagungu now asked you this question. Now that you call him the best, and now if he comes with this slogan, since I'm the best, just like Museveni did, since I'm the best and people love me and they have seen my leadership skills, they have seen what you have praised. NMS is working. They have seen what you had praised earlier. KMC is working. I have the visionary. I have the idea. I have the skill. I have the know-how. I am the best fitted candidate. Can you change the constitution to extend my term limit? Since people are still saying bado mimi ni kijana, bado niko na uwezo, bado niko na skills. Do you wish we have a government and a president who can tinker with the constitution just simply because he has shown us he can deliver? And by the end of the day, why didn't we see some of these things the first 7 years? Why are they coming up now?
In regards to why we didn't see any development in the first 5 years, sorry. In the first 5 years is because there was someone standing in the way, DP Ruto. That answers your second question.
The question is, Kidero was there. Why didn't we see him do something in Nairobi during Kidero's time? Why? What makes Sonko the demon that
because
had
Kidero was working. Because Kidero was working.
Tell us.
That's the difference.
I don't think so. Why
Kidero
was he?
was working. When Kidero was the governor of Nairobi, Nairobi was actually clean. I mean, not clean like the American standards or like first world standards. But and remember, Kidero built the system from scratch. So Kidero did that. You cannot compare Kidero with Sonko. Sonko, I mean, really, let's not also be, let's not exaggerate things.
That is debatable, Angela.
May I say something?
It is debatable. Messi, allow me kidogo tu nipe Eli. Okay. Eli come in, then Ashley.
I just wanted to ask Ashley a question, something about international relations. She spoke earlier on about the case of Mr. Kenyatta always abandoning the law. And I think she gave the example of this guy from Turkey, Mr. Gulen, who was so-called, arrested by Turkish intelligence in Nairobi, and all that kind of thing. Like Uhuru has done something overboard, in excess, and it's the first time of such kind of leadership in in human rights issues, the rights of a refugee or an asylum seeker or a runaway or a fugitive, whatever. But I think there's some facts here, because in the case of Turkey, like in many international relations, countries tend to aspire for their interests, So Kenya and Turkey, their bilateral relations and some very sensitive issues around the politics of Turkey. That's why, for example, in 1999, during Moi's rule, Abdullah Öcalan was also abducted by the Turkish state in Nairobi. So it was not the first time such an incident has happened. And I'm not trying to defend it, but I'm trying to say that Uhuru is not the first person to entertain such. And even Kibaki's time, this Kibaki that people keep celebrating here, people like Felicien Kabuga were whining and dining in Kenya for so many years, including Kibaki's time. So I think when you give these examples, Ashley, sometimes I think it's good to be exact, because there's a lot of information on the internet readily available that people can just check, So if you turn around and say that Mr. Kenyatta has done this, this kind of dehumanizing, the reverse of human rights by whatever happened to this Mr. Gulen from Turkey. I don't want to get into the detail of that, because there's two sides of that story.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that I think it's not fair to personalize something as sensitive as that. And it's sensitive on both sides in international relations of Kenya and Turkey, right?
Okay.
So that's
Ashley,
just the point I wanted to make. Yeah.
Ashley, do you want to respond?
That
Yes.
was to Ashley. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Thank
like
you.
Wagugu said, if it was an isolated incident, the excuses, like he said, it might have been a good reason. But even where I was reading on Yahoo, it said he has been known to several times disobey the Constitution. So it is not an isolated case. It is one of very, very, very many cases. And that's what makes it a problem. It looks like he has a habit. And let me tell you, he's not yet learned how to be a dictator. But the more we allow him to keep doing the things that he's doing, he's going to be like Museveni. And I'm telling you, he will refuse to come out from power. So we have, at the slightest hint of him breaking the law, we have to resist it and tell him, okay. And by the way, I understand how the city has changed. He talked about KMC. It makes sense. What he needs to do is to go to parliament where the laws are made and convince enough of them to put that law in there. That is the procedure that he keeps skipping, because he is only president. He's supposed to protect the Constitution. He's supposed to protect us. But if he has a good idea, which he has, he can't decide it, put it upon himself to make those changes. Because you start like that, and now he'll even start making, power corrupts. And absolute power, what does the absolute power do?
It corrupts.
So he'll start like in baby steps, and then with time, he will even decide, you know what, I think Kenya would be better with a single party, and then he'll change it for the better of the country. So it will be like he is the all-knowing, all-wise, that he's the one who decides what is for the best interest of the country.
I think you're being alarmist there. You're just being alarmist, because
no,
you and I know.
Opinion. That is
you
my
and
opinion.
I know that you
that
and
is my
I
opinion.
That
you know
Uhuru
what?
Kenyatta
let me finish, please. That is my opinion. And the reason I am so alarmed personally, because I am alarmed, is because I think we will get there if we don't stop him. We all have to obey the law. It is like when people do mob justice in town because someone stole, we are told, don't take the law into your hands. Let us go and take the right procedure. Like, why would someone like Matiangi decide that Miguna is not a citizen? He is not a judge. That is not up to him. For him is to go prosecute him and take him to court, and then the court make the declaration. And then once they have decided, he is to follow it. So you see, it starts with the president, and then soon even his CSs, and then it will go to the MPs, and then it will trickle down the disobedience of the law. And we can see it has already started. That's the problem. And then when it becomes a normal thing that we cannot differentiate, that our president doesn't have absolute power, that our president is not above the law, that our president is not supposed to make law, but maintain it. You know, like make law is for the parliament. So he is overstepping when he makes law. So those are the problems. Those are the problems right there.
Well said.
Can I say something?
Wangungu and Ashley, before I come to you, I wanted to ask earlier a question.
Oh, let me finish this. Someone said there, let me finish, please. And I promise you, I'll not interject again. In 2017, I am a Kikuyu, and I know someone, you see, even here we are arguing, you're assuming because I am against Uhuru today that I voted for him because I'm a Kikuyu. No, I did not vote for him. I supported Raila until the handshake, and that I can prove. Because even Raila, I used to send them ideas. I have very good ideas sometimes. And some of them he knows me, that I was actively involved in his election until the handshake. And from that point, I departed because I found him to be a betrayer of the supporters who died for him, who were raped, who are gang raped, people like who put their life on the line, that they even CIDs was texting them in their inboxes, who put their lives in danger to support him. He should have come to us. He should have come to us. He should have told us what was going on, not surprise us with a handshake. So from that point on, then I was against him. But let me tell you, even in 2017, I kept writing on Facebook, you people, even when you are electing them for Uhuru Ruto for a second term, do you know when the Modi report was already reporting that our credit was already going down, but people are so engrossed in personality politics, they could not see that even then, the economy was already tanking.
When I see Mtembei, I know he has something for you.
Achani kundanganywa na Ashley. Ashley, mbona unadanganya watu ulivotia?
When you see Mtembei, I know he has something.
Can I say something?
This is a tanga.
Actually, you have woken the demons of Mtembei.
Actually, uzuri yake ni advice yake ni kuwa ndio alivotia Uhuru akamuruka akavotia Ruto.
Now I see. Can I say something?
Akuvotia Raila.
Just a moment.
Can I say something? Now I see where.
Mtabei, I used to watch you when you used to be the one, you know, when Miguna was caught, now you were an amateur then. I know you.
Actually utacha kudanganya tafadhali, ulipigia Uhuru. That's your vote. Hapo ndio ilienda. Acha kudanganya watu ati ulipigia Raila. Mtu alipigia Raila, you can see sense yake. Si kutuzi Raila na everything. Hapana. You voted for Uhuru. Just accept.
Why would I lie?
No, you are telling
Why would I lie?
You are telling people to vote for Ruto ndio wakae smart. Anybody who is trying to vote for Raila, you are not thinking these are the people. No, my friend, you voted for Uhuru and now you are voting for Ruto to punish Uhuru.
No, I'm not a tribalist. Everything I say for the sake, like Malcolm said, I say it for my country. I want us to do good. I'm telling you, kama Uhuru angekuwa mzuri, and if he's working for the interest of Kenyans, let me tell you one thing he would do. COVID, badala ya kuweka pesa nyingi kwa BBI, ange make sure kila mtoto ameenda shule na PPEs. That is a basic, and he didn't do it.
Actually, we need to look for you for the next Nairobi Women Rep who corner points motto. But before we campaign for you, let's also campaign for Angela Kidogo with this question. Angela, you
Yes.
support the president, but has the president only been a leader who not only has prepared the nation to fail in this sense? It has taken him 3 years to replace the IEBC. It has taken him 2 years to appoint the judges. Not that we have seen any amendments to the laws pertaining to IBC to justify the reason he has taken this long. Not that we have seen an independent investigation in the awaited judges for him to take 2 years. So him preparing the nation just when we are about to have a general election, and he has not fully followed some of the norms, Are we seeing a leader who thrives in chaos or prepares chaos so as maybe ndio tumhurumie, ndio supporters wamsupport, ndio kuwe na, because help me understand. I fail to understand what made it that it has taken all these years. What justifies such?
Personally, I believe that whether right now Raila is the president, whether I am the president, whether Ashley is the president, whether the Pope is the president, the Bishop, or Apo
President
Kanisa,
too. Come
the
on, Angela.
president. Let me finish. Regardless of who is the president, people will find things that he has not done and things that he has done. There is
But
no
some are
perfect
very vital.
president.
Wait, Angela.
No. Let me finish, Jay. Let me
Before
finish.
you finish.
Okay.
The perfection part you're bringing home has also been a form of burden to us as Kenyans. Because of the delay, we have over 8,000 cases awaiting in the Court of Appeal, not to mention the many backlog of cases. If we can have a leader who does his job, because if the judges were in place, maybe we would not be talking of over 8,000. You know what that means? If we follow the constitution, it means each judge will have to rule over 250 cases per the 20 judges. So honestly, are we just burdening some people for no apparent reason? Because even those 4 appointed IEBC who will be coming, they'll be rushing against time to prepare for an election. Why have a president who goes for last minute?
Did the backlog of cases start with Uhuru, or has it been an ongoing problem even before him?
It has been worsened by his lack of performance.
No, no. I don't agree with that. The judiciary has had a backlog of cases since time immemorial, since I can remember. So let's not put that on Uhuru. Come on. Like I said, there's no perfect president, and there's no perfect president who's going to do everything that everybody wants. There's always someone who's going to point a finger and say, you did this, you did not do this, immigration, you refused this one to enter the country. Every little thing. There's always somebody who's going to complain about something. So let's not let's not say,
Angela.
Ashley, let me finish, please, my dear. Let's not say that Uhuru is a total failure. And neither will I say that he's perfect. He is a human being, just like me, just like you, in a country full of corrupt individuals, full of corrupt people, full of delays of things just for the sake of delaying them. Me, I believe that the way he's running the country right now is what is needed for Kenya right now. And I don't believe that he's a threat to the constitution in terms of now he can even say that he'll be the president for another 5 years. No, I don't believe it's that serious. I believe that everything he has done has been for the good of the country. And I know that there are things that he has not done, just as would have Raila if he was the president, just as would have Ruto if he was the president, just as would have Ashley if she was the president, just as would have Jakes if you were the president. There'll always be something we can point at. Let's not go there.
Allow me to bring
Angela.
We Jakes and Niruka. I thought I was supposed to talk, but nothing.
Okay, Sema, who's
Don't go too messy.
okay.
Okay. I'm gonna talk. I think I get Ashley's point in terms of like hata alikuwa anaongea mambo ya katiba to the president has to do what kind of like what's good for it's good for the people. But I think one thing I think in a way by mambo ya KMC na mambo ya NMS and all that. I think one thing that Uhuru is kind of exposing about our society is that we have so many people who are not qualified for their jobs that they are given. That's why it needs for such action to be taken. And let's look at the root of this. For most people wale wameandikwa, hata tuchukue kama example ya civil service, ni watu waliingia huko job aje, enda mtu aliongana, ama wewe unajua kazini yako, ama yuko mtu unajua mahali, niko na huyu nefi yangu amemaliza form 4 ama amemaliza university, anaingizwa. So when it comes to the whole system going from bottom, all the way to the top, is all people that maybe they were not supposed to be at that job. And maybe the appointments ilifanya pengine after a while mtu anaingia pengine ni because of tribal, because of whatever. So that's why you find a president anakuja anaingia. Wherever you appoint the people, nothing is working because those people were not supposed to be there. Ndio, they might have that's why you see some people have the names. Tumejua amefanya kazi for 30 years, 20 years, memsikia fulani. But the person cannot run anything. And it comes from the root of how we get people into the job in the first place. So many people who are qualified from college, and maybe they were, the top cream, maybe because walitoka familia maskini, they didn't know so and so, ama tribe, the last name was ilikuwa, what do you call? So ilinatakikana. The right people are not at the right jobs. That's why you find Uhuru has to take. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but that's why you find now it leads to a leader wanasema, and he keeps on saying, anaweka watu kwa hii job, they are not functioning. Unaweka watu kwa Mumias Sugar, they are not functioning. Alafu kuna hiyo kitu Kenya napata, kama ni mtu wa Mumias wanataka sijui Mluya. Why can't a person from the coast go? He might be able to manage the colleges in Kenya. So you've seen that the situation of Yama Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor sijui Eldoret lazima tujini Mkale. Yeah, I mean, what went wrong? Something is totally wrong with the whole system. So alafu hata uweke mtu ambaye competent huko juu, huku chini yote maoza mpaka the roots, that person will not function. That's one of the things that's the problem in Kenya. So many people are not qualified. And I'm not saying even for elected leaders, most of this, let me tell you one thing. If you look at the governors, how many governors can you really say they are performing? How many in Kenya? Watu wanasema pengine kivuta kibwana, you utakaunt na nani mwingine, I can't even count. Because so many people, they are not, it's because maybe they want it because of their clan. They got the largest, ama wengine, I don't want to say the names because they have the most wives, so ameoa every corner, so it can be able to in low it. But in terms of performance, they're not really performing. These guys are, and there's some people who have the names, and I think some people have run for those governorships, and actually they are not supposed to be there. Maybe they would be good at, let me give you personally. When I look at someone like Anyang' Nyong'o is supposed to be in the Senate. I don't think he's supposed to be in a government. And that's why you see now, all of a sudden you're hearing a story about some people now who are in the Senate now. When you come, it's like now taking Orengo from the Senate, alafu ataenda kuran huko Siaya. So is that a promotion, kama governor? So is that like a promotion? See, he's already out of there. Now we don't even hear, how many people have heard of Anyang' Nyong'o this year? Probably you've seen him juzi kwa hii nini ya Kisumu, when they were doing the knee. And that's a person whose mind is supposed to be there. It's one of those intellectuals, Orengo. Like if those people, ama mtu kama Otienda Amolo zienda simama sijui kura wapi huko ni. Those people, so some people are needed at some places. But now you find, unapata hata senator, huyu mtu ako na akili huko. Alafu kuna mtu mshenzi, yanakuja na run senate, anakuja huko anakuwa bubu. And some people are not even qualified to be in that senate. I can, a person like I see people talking about, wameform alliance, mtu kama Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi, how many times has he talked how many people have seen Gideon Moi contributing to anything in the Senate?
He has a way of contributing. He is a good voter.
He's a good voter and he never votes against anything in the government because he's part of the system. So how is he representing the people of Nini? How is he representing the people of Baringo? Because he's part of the system. And that's what I'm saying. When you look at politics, iko hivyo corrupt. But now we understand, watu tuna make mistake, tunaimbiwa tano tena, ama TB, watu wanakuwa euphoria, they vote. But when it comes to civil service, something needs to be done in terms of how the hiring process works. Because from that, if it's not corrected now, it doesn't have to be Uhuru. It can be a president 20 years from now. You come and inherit these people who have now been hired now. who are maybe non-performing, watu ofisi wanafika saa 3 ya asubuhi, saa 9 hata wako ofisi. They are not doing their jobs. The people you find now, we have, can you imagine up to now in Kenya, how many, 58 years, ama miaka ngapi, we still have to go, mnaleta expert from another country to come and kujaribu and analyze a whole ministry, a whole department. I mean, that shows that the people who are there, they're just joyriders. Mtu anaona mshahara yake, anaenda, hiyo job yake pia inatumia for corruption, he buys a new car, this and that, akona the name director or deputy director or PS or, hata kama ni clerk, or whatever. But they're not supposed to be in that job. They just got into that job because someone, he knew somebody, or someone maybe was related to somebody. Another thing, and this stems from even in college. How many people in Kenya went to college and did what they were good at? You see where the problem is starting. Mtu anaambiwa, sasa unajua nini imekosa pod nini, waenda tu kwa mwalimu, waenda kuwa hii. I mean, am I lying? So the problem starts inaanza from the ground. So many people, mtu anaenda anaambiwa, mzazi anamforce waenda kuwa daktari ama sijui ama fanya hivi. Right now we are talking, right now we are talking in Kenya, as we are talking in Kenya. Remember the graduates wale watu wengine wana graduate, wale walipewa leakage na walimu wako high school.
Okay.
Do you think that will not affect us 20, 30 years from now? Okay. People who got A's, wale walikuwa wanapata 300 A's in high school, in a school, they were not qualified because they did not work hard.
Kuna A before Matiang'i and after Matiang'i.
After Matiang'i.
Kuna A Kaimenyi. Kuna A Kaimenyi.
Yes, that group kama ingekuwa mahali nitakana kuwekwa asterisk because those people once, mimi siwezi kubali huyo mtu adunge sindano kama ni daktari because I don't care. Hata kama, because they are not supposed to be there. So the problem of Kenya inaanza from the get. That's why unaona hata mtu, hata kama if it was Raila akue saizi ama nini, you can appoint people, watu wanakuja. How many people have we seen wanafanywa CV yao imeandikwa? Okay, let me give you an example. Huyu jamaa wa education, si yeye ni nephrologist, ni daktari. Unaona vile anashindwa na education, na yeye ako na CV walisema iko 99 pages ama ni ngapi, I don't know. So because and also the people are not put in the right. You need to put people who are good in management. Mtu akienda hapa, he knows what he's doing. It doesn't mean that, and I don't mean that if a person is a doctor in America and the medical, there's a person who cannot be a doctor, but can be able to manage the medical. I mean, the Ministry of Health so well. It doesn't have to, but because at the end of the day, ni kujuana na ni the people appointed, watu wanafanya, if it's the military. Now, unajua, by the way, one of the me I'm very worried about with the trajectory that's going is that one of the military. Because, I know you guys, we are talking about mambo ya politics here, nini. One thing, and I'm not trying to offend anybody because I have relatives in the military na kila kitu. Ever since the Tonje rules were put in place, then I'm going to be done. Remember the Tonje rules were meant that Nini was supposed to rotate from all the different, military, whatever, if it's army this time, then navy, kovile ilifanywa, alafu air force, alafu inarudi. What happened, that started well and good, but then it reached at a point somewhere where, what do you call, after Kibwana left, then Kianga came in, because I know this history kidogo. Because the next person, Kianga was a camp, but the next person who was supposed to come in was in the military, was a lieutenant general, but he happened to be a Kale. They extended the retirement age of Kianga. Akakaa. Ndio huyu jamaa aretire out, ule Mkale alitakana kuwa huko. Ndio nani akaingia ule jamaa, nimesahau jina yake. And this guy actually switched. The guy who came, and I'm trying to remember his name. The guy actually, hiyo nini yenye ilitakana kuwa ni mtu ya army, he was moved from the air force to that. No. And if you look now, the cycle now, now it's Kibochi. You see, it's all the way the promotion is done in such a way that, and as much as the rotation is done, which was the right thing to do, but it's now it's done in such a way that you will find the next person in the deputy, whatever happens. It's now one tribe. It's now being rotated in one tribe, but it's being made like legally, the Tonje rules and move. And that's one problem. So I know nimeongea too much, but I think Angela, I understand your point, but the problem with us pia sisi ni washenzi. Tunachagua mtu tunajua huyu jamani bungungu, lakini tunasema okay sawa, jamani mshenzi, lakini huyu ndio tunapenda. Alafu in the end tunashinda. By the way, I think there's a clause somewhere where mwananchi can also recall an elected member, ndio?
Yeah.
Kama ya Sonko, I don't know why somebody didn't do it.
Alafu when they don't perform, you start complaining.
We complain, but we have that right ya kwenda kusema huyu jamaa ile kama hasa ya BBI, you can launch your own BBI alafu sebo jamaa talk. So
allow me to bring Collins. Collins, we elect our MCAs, our leaders, alafu tunawapeleka Dubai benchmarking. Now the funny problem is wanapanda ndege kwenda kusomeshwa online. Ni kama hakukuwa na network huku kwetu wangevunziwa tu, they have to go board a plane, get to Dubai, then sit in a class to study online. we send them to go benchmark. The other day I saw them go to Atiniku benchmark football, wakaenda World Cup, wakaenda Olympics. So we and then when they come back, we don't see the fruits of this benchmarking. So is it the is it the voter who is the fool, or do they take us for a ride?
Jake, if Uhuru was breaking the law I think a leader, I'm going to agree with Angela. There are points at leadership when you can break the law if it serves the better good. Like if you put Waigoro in jail, whether the judges have prosecuted her or not, everybody in Kenya knows that he's a thief of NIYS. If like Somalia, by December of the time we were talking about the COVID thieves, even then they had COVID thieves. Do you know they were able to prosecute theirs and now they are currently in jail? Somalia. Those are the things that Uhuru, he promised people 21 days you have it taken care of. Up to now, see it after our NMS, aweke hapo, wapeleke hao watu jela. Now, if he does such things, then I can see him also doing other things. But especially, I have gone on two calls. I have seen how Kenyans are suffering, and it really pains me. Ndio muongea na uchungu. I have nothing against Angela. I have nothing against anybody supporting Uhuru, but they are the reason that Uhuru can perform what he's doing. And I wish he was doing things that, like kama hii kitu ya COVID, kuna watu wamekufa because they could not afford to go for testing. They could not afford to go for treatment. Yet people stole money. He has not acted up to now, but he's yani alienda ku camp binini Nyanza Kisumu 3 days because he wants BBI. So I judge him and I question his intention.
Tulimwa na Angela na Colin. Sasa wewe umesema tulimwa kabisa sasa wewe.
Ashley, allow
no,
I feel your pain.
Ashley,
I feel your
2
pain.
seconds. Jex, you see that BBI thing, right? About corruption. One of the big things about that BBI, which I agree with, is how they're going to deal with corruption. Okay, and I'm not going to sing a song about it. I think we all know how, and that's why some people are objecting to it.
Ellie, if you go there,
the law is there.
I'll attack you.
No.
Ellie, if you go there,
I'll attack you. No, the law is there.
Uhuru is already breaking the law. Can he please also break the law and to put those people in jail? Corruption. That one will support him 100%.
Ashley, I agree, my sister. The law is there, how they can deal with corruption. But now they're trying to make this thing even more stricter and getting the timeline sorted in a courtroom so that the persons who have been found wanting in economic crimes can be acted on faster. And that's why some people are against it.
I really pray you don't go in that direction. But anyway.
As long as the proposal of BBI is Uhuru, that will not happen. What he cannot do now, a paper will not change that fact. Me, I want BBI, but I want it with honest people pulling it. I think I see the idea of BBI. Like now, to your COVID vaccine, they sent someone like, they put the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they had Amina. Use common sense. I'm not going to go there, but you should put someone who is acceptable, who can access most countries without any prejudice, without any bias. Like someone like this guy who speaks very good English. This is the people we should be sending to look for us vaccines. People like Muhammad Ali. He's a journalist. These are people who can be able to go and get us vaccines.
Actually, I don't get you right.
Kama kwa hii BBI tuweke watu, someone who, kama our president, just a person who is to help Kenya, to advance the interest of Kenya, to go and talk to people. Put someone there who knows how to speak. Kama huyo, what is his name? Lumumba. PLO. Lumumba. Nakwambia ataenda na atarudi na vaccine. Akikuja kuongelesha Biden. atarudi hapa na vaccine. If they sent Nyongo knows Lupita is here. Lupita is a friend of Obama. Obama is of Biden. Send people to come for vaccine for you guys. Those are the things they can do. We can be creative.
Actually, I'm shocked, but anyway, allow Collins to come in. Unmute yourself, Collins.
Now you see where we are messing. Ashley has diagnosed herself and has now brought herself onto the table for us to sacrifice her, because that's what we are going to do next.
Yeah, that's why I've said I'm shocked,
Ashley
because
has
amejieka kwa
always,
moto mwenyewe.
yeah, Ashley has always stood for the best part of an argument, but on this, Ashley is getting us back to the politics of worshiping people.
Uh-huh.
I am just even forgetting what I was supposed to say on the other hand, because I want.
Oh, you are talking of benchmark. Our leaders, we choose them, but they go for benchmarking.
Because that was my question, but I want to hammer this into Ashley's head so that she can understand something here. She's bringing up a very bad kind of argument. So from all the things that Ashley has talked about, she has made it so clear that she is not opposing BBI because of the document. She is opposing who is running it.
A persona.
Yeah. So that means she doesn't.
They are not clean. They are not clean. They are dishonest people.
So it means that you are not.
They don't come with clean hands. Yeah, I cannot trust someone who is a liar. I cannot listen to him, but BBI is a good document.
Okay, if today I take the Bible and come and start preaching what is in it, and then yesterday I did a rape, I have a rape case, and I'm preaching the gospel, is the problem the gospel I'm preaching, or the problem is the person?
You know what? Bible is already written. What I'm saying, in the BBI, there is dishonesty. And most of the things, and people have said, it's not just me, I've listened to a lot of talk shows, most of the things that will be performed, they just want the expanded executive. All these other things are sugarcoating just to get people to accept. But if we have a genuine conversation, you see, like the way Ruto was talking about a consensus, our old constitution has gaps that needs to be addressed. It's not that this BBI, we need to have to perfect our constitution. That's what I mean. I call it BBI, but we need a referendum, but we need honest people who care about the country to come and we talk, all of us, to where nobody is feeling cheated. If there are constitutions to be made, Collins, that these constitutions are divided, nice, so that me and you don't fight. You're from this county, you're getting more resources than me, stuff like that. So we do need to have a national conversation, but it needs to be from people who are genuine and who are not trying to deceive one another. That's so we can divide the national cake equally.
Okay, excuse me. Do you have any 3 names of politicians in Kenya? Name for me 3 names of politicians in Kenya that are honest.
That are who?
That are honest. 3. I only need 3.
Okay, I will. I want to go with Mohammed Ali, Nyali MP. Number 2, I want to go with David D. I don't know, he's not a politician. And number 3, you know this Mohammed's friend, I don't know what's his name, Abdul Nasir or something, that he's a former governor of Mombasa, I think.
Senator of Mombasa.
He's very smart. I don't know I don't know him, but I have heard him speak. He's very smart. I don't know his uprightness, but I know Muhammad Ali, given a national forum, he would perform in a certain capacity. And he might be somewhere today, but he has to be heard, so he has to align himself in a place where he can be seen. So I know Muhammad Ali is a good person. I know David Ndii would do good in the government. And I don't know who else. There are a lot of them. But I wish we have even bad ones. If you mix good and bad, if the head is, like if we put Maraga as the president, or even as an interim president, and put a country that works, if the head
I think your network is going down. But,
yeah, we have a problem to hear you.
Makes what who.
I think your network is going
Ashley,
down.
check on your network. Ashley, check on your network.
It's unfortunate that your network has gone down. Actually, one of the things that you need to understand as a person is, if a document is being made as a constitution, then it should be made for the people, not a few people who are coming up, and then you say these ones are good, we should be supporting it. I was pushing you into that line because I knew you would say it. Yeah. Okay, niko kwa nyingine hapa nakuja. Okay, so sorry. So that's what we are talking about. Some of the things that we need to understand. If the constitution is good, but it's being pushed by the wrong people, then that can make it be wrong. That is not factual. Check on the document and tell us this document is bad because of this and this. Because we are not discussing whether it's Raila Odinga, whether it's Uhuru Kenyatta or what. Check for us, is there a problem with the document? If yes, which side or which part? Is there a good thing in the document? Yes, which part and which part? But if you tell us that there are people who are not realistic, and if you tell us there are people who are realistic, the people you're supporting have not been realistic, and I think there is only one person in that list, David Ndime.
Hatukusikii vizuri Collins.
Hamnisikii?
Ongeza sauti kidogo.
Oh, sorry. I think there was a problem with the network.
Okay.
Coming to tell us that there are some people who are so genuine, and there are some people who are not genuine. That is not politics. And again, we are analyzing the document. You can't tell me that if I come with the Bible, then the Bible was already written, it is still good, but I'm bad. It's always the document. What does the document say? We judge the document. We don't judge the persons.
Sasa Collins, kitu unasema about a document, this document, the foundation is not right. So, we talked about Uhuru going around. This document is not on good foundation. So even from the beginning, before we talk about the document, we have to talk about the foundation. And if the foundation is wrong, there is no discussion about a document.
Yes,
that's the problem.
You're mixing yourself because you are saying if it can be.
I said we need a constitutional reform.
You said if
I called it BBI. I called it BBI, but I don't mean BBI. We need to have a national conversation as Kenyans. There is need, but not led by Uhuru and Raila.
Things that we have said here, because we are on a national platform, and we should speak things that are so factual that we can defend in the next time. And that is what we call discipline. If you said that the document can be run by people like Mohammed Ali, which I also support, there are people who can run it, and then you just support it, then because it's being run by who is a liar, then it's now bad. I think that only you're not realistic to yourself.
I didn't say it's bad. I said even the foundation was bad. It is being run with public funds, yet it is the thing is we need to redo it afresh the right way, period. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
That's now what you're now putting in. But your initial statement was that it's being run by the wrong people, but you are not saying it's bad. So if it's bad with the people with its own document.
So but with Uhuru bringing it, believe me, he's not bringing it because he wants the best of Kenyans.
If Uhuru today brings the right one, you will still reject it because it's being brought in by Uhuru. And
Uhuru is out of touch. He can never bring the right one. He's only thinks about him and his family, not about any Kenyan. And that is from
because you are not a psychologist.
Period.
That's not true. You are not a psychologist. You can't.
No, that is me. That is what I see. I'm saying my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. That's your opinion. But you can't say that somebody can't bring. Today, Uhuru can be. The advisors are a problem. If he's advised, because Uhuru doesn't understand anything on the law. If today is an advisor and being told that this is the right document, na imeangaliwa ikapatikana ni mzuri. If Uhuru brings it, I know you are going to reject it because Uhuru.
Collins, hold your mic closer.
If today the document is given to.
There. Good.
If today the document is given to William Ruto to bring it, then Ashley is going to accept it because it has been brought by a genuine person. So that's where the problem is.
true. That is not true. We just need to have it, like the 2010 Constitution, the way they said how it was formulated and do the right procedure. Whoever brings it, as long as it is laid out where
But
everybody participates, every Kenyan participates, and not isolate any Kenyan, that is good. If I had not made myself, I like that the way you're pushing, I'm making myself more clear.
Very good. That is what I want. That's what I
I'm
want you to
making
explain
myself
yourself
more
because
clear.
you mixed yourself like 3 times until
So
you are
now,
losing it.
the more you ask questions, the more I make myself clear. By the way, I told you, and I know you don't believe, like Ayaga says, I supported, and the only reason I support Ruto right now, because to me, out of him, Ruto, Uhuru, and Raila, to me, they are all bad, but he's the best of those 3 evils, to me. And in 2017, I did not support them because, by the way, they were already tanking the economy. You know about credit rating. Their credit rating during the elections, had Kenyans known, they would not have chosen the Uhuru Ruto government, because at that time, in that moment, the what is it called, Moody was it downgraded our credit rating from an A to a B during the elections. If that was America, that would have been a straight loss
Ashley,
and a landslide for the other party.
Actually, the truth is what you are saying is this: anybody coming from the Jubilee Party is a failure. Even if we are recycling them, we are just recycling, but they are all
And
failures.
the problem, what is the option? There is no option.
Yes, so
unfortunately.
now we leave
And because
it at that point. Ashley,
if Raila did not go to bed with Uhuru, he would have won 2022 with a landslide. So it is true they are all failures.
We don't know if
Colleagues, I
Raila is
agree
going
with you, they are all failures. But Raila, by associating with Uhuru and enabling him past things that are suppressing Kenyans, he has put himself in that basket together with Uhuru. So you have to choose. And that's why I said, of the 3 evils, they're both all evil. But of the 3 evils, I choose Ruto. Of those
Wow, Ashley, well said. Well said.
Yes, as long as Ashley has accepted what I asked, anybody who came from Jubilee is a failure, including now Raila has failed on his ODM, but
yeah, we have
coming
no,
from
those are the
Jubilee,
3 we have right now.
we
so
don't
we
have
to
the
choose.
3. We have many people to choose from, but because we have folded ourselves. Okay, the benchmarking things you asked about.
Yeah, as also you come to an end. It's already 5.
The benchmarking thing.
Ellie and Ashley, as you also prepare so that
Okay, I'm finishing up. I'm having some headache, so I'm just finishing up in the next 1 or 2 minutes, and then I'm going to exit. But I'm glad that Ashley has
I wanted
confirmed.
you to pray for us also.
Okay, I'm glad that Ashley confirmed that Jubilee failed, and they are still failures, both of them, all of them. So.
Oh, that I already confirmed in 2017. Remember, I told you, if you look even at
Okay,
the economy,
actually,
they already were failing. So that is something I don't think people are looking, the people who mattered to look, but they were already failing. So I don't even have to confirm. People are talking about debt now. Even when they were choosing them in 2017, we were already being downgraded. So that is I'm not confirming now. I already did confirm even before.
Actually, let me talk about the benchmarking thing. Our people were told to elect people who understand. My MCA who was taken for benchmarking in Israel doesn't even know what the mouse is. They were given laptops. They learned with the laptops and came back with the online learning. I'm not going to say anything bad, but this is the truth. The only certificate he has is a class 8 certificate. There is no any other certificate on top. And they were taken for benchmarking. What were they going to learn there? I don't know. How do you expect those kinds of people to come and deliver? Next thing, most of the things they go to learn in those other countries as benchmarking are very much highly sophisticated things. You're going for a benchmarking in a country that doesn't have a tarmac road, so that you can go and put a tarmac road in your area. Does it make sense? You are going to a country which has internet everywhere to do benchmarking. Then when you come back home, you realize that in your home, like in my home, if I'll be in Kenya, if you don't see me online for around a whole month, just know that I'm in Kenya, because where I come from, there is no internet. There is no internet where I come from. And I don't know how my younger brother is always in Facebook, but I don't know how he does it, because I asked him the other time, how do you do your Facebook? And he tells me like he gets the other phone and does something, the hotspot. And then when anytime he's doing the hotspot is in the market center. So I came to realize that he spends a lot of time at the market center. So he comes home at around 10 in the evening. How do you expect these MCAs to go and do it? The Jubilee government tried about the laptops. They're not telling Kenyans why laptops failed. Because most of the schools don't have steamer. Most of the schools don't have the power. Most of the schools don't have the connection. Most of the schools don't have the benches. Shule mingi hazina
Hata
hata
walimu
dirisha.
wenyewe, they have not even done packaging. If that is,
Hawa walimu,
they don't know
hawa
what is.
yeah, I'm currently doing some exams in where I come from. I'm currently doing some exams in the primary schools around. So our teachers don't understand, because when I tell them, can you, if your students have scored, I need any mwalimu mwenye anapata mean score ya 60% and above, mnanitumia so that I give them some token, and they tell me like, hiyo inatumwa aje? Because they don't know that they can use scan. Inatumiwa, I told them to send me through the email. They are not able to make the print the thing. So it is forcing me that I'm going to supply at least a desktop in all those 4 schools, or a laptop for the, not the head teacher, but a laptop for the mwalimu mwenye amesimamia exam, so that at least I'd be getting my results. I do the grading, because I now want to like expand it. I started with 4 schools and I've done it for like 2 years. So I'm trying to expand so that I can get all the 16 schools covered. My teachers don't know how to do the typing. My teachers don't know how to do it like one-on-one. So it is forcing me that I'm going to get some four laptops or 4 desktops. So that, but now, what is the security?
Okay.
Now, these are some of the things like doing benchmarking, or you take them to other. And then some MCS came to America here. We don't have counselors here in America. They come to America and then they stay in the houses of relatives. Walikutana twice. That's what I had. Walikutana twice. And then after that, they were doing online venye unasema kwa manyumba za relatives. And then they took 2 weeks and then they came back. That's nonsense. And unless somebody has a question on that.
Ellie, Ellie, are you there? Ellie left us. Ashley, your closing remarks before we bring in Collins to pray for us. Ellie, okay, you're there, but let's have Ashley.
Guys, I'm just going to retire now.
Okay, your closing remarks before you retire.
Okay.
Max. Ellie, your closing remarks.
My closing remarks, as I said, we have so many challenges in Kenya and in Africa as a whole. There's challenges that we're not going to solve in one day. But this space that we're taking, discussing these things and challenging each other, whether we have strong views, soft views, this is a good start, we just must continue. We must continue at this tempo, it's very good. I just find that we have a lot of energy. If we could just get our leaders to be able to listen to these things, this would be a great opportunity, Unfortunately, I don't know if you guys or Kina Mutembei have given them the link so that they can watch and hear what people are saying, the real people, are saying, whether it is Ashley, Collins, Jakes, Ayaga, I think this should be the next step, just, tag all of them into this. They will have sleepless nights, I'm telling you. So I think this is the next thing here. we should try our best to tag as many of us people. I helped to run this history group, the Real Nostalgia East Africa, and since we founded it about 7 years ago, I have been tagging all manner of people who are so-called people in public office, and they're ashamed to contribute for obvious reasons about the history of East Africa. But some of them do participate, and I think you need to start now accessing such people in this forum. Yeah. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Actually, Ellie, if you can mute your mic.
Yes, thank you. I want to close by saying those who advocate for Uhuru breaking the law for the good of the country, tell him, number one, he should go and sell Waigoro's house to recover the money for NOS, and go all those people who have been incriminated in the COVID scandal. He can take the law into his hands and recover the money so we can use it for COVID vaccines and for paying for the students. Recently, they increased the fees for university. If he does recover that money, I will support him in whatever he's doing as NMS and all that, taking Sonko out and all those things. But until he does that, then I do question his intentions.
Okay. Umemaliza?
Yeah, nimemaliza.
Okay. Collins,
Mhm.
take it away, bro, with a prayer.
I would pray. I hope when Uhuru is going to take people and Waiguru, he should also take people who get money from Kimwarer and Aror, and also the people who took the money.
Wote tunataka zote zile za nini, Goldberg 1, Goldberg 2, everybody in,
and
even if it is his wife with the train. I hear the train is under her name, but yeye aingie ndani, and then we'll give him the green light to be president for life.
Not
Collins,
for life.
every shilling that was taken illegally and it is meant to help any Kenyan.
Yes, I don't
whether
support
a
any one
shilling,
of them.
whether
or 7 billion.
in whatever form,
that is why I want Miguna back.
Whether it was stolen in form of
Miguna would make sure that happens.
whether it was stolen in form of pesa kwa vijana, whether it was stolen in form of Arol and
Whether it was
Kimwarel,
stolen in
whether it was stolen
1963.
in form of the graves candle, you remember the cemetery, whatever form, whatever
Kenyans
form of
are
corruption,
crying.
whatever shilling that was taken that was meant for Kenyan, that shilling, if
should come
whatever
back.
way it went, it should come back. Because
Yes. Now, if he breaks the law to get it back, I will support him 150%.
Let's put it like this, okay? Uhuru has stolen land, he should return it, yes. And then he become a good president. Raila has some money of pesa kwa vijana, I think something like that. He should also return it so that we can have some peace. Mudavadi should give us the cemetery and Makasanduku, Makaburi. We know that. Wetangula is having some Tokyo, Japan thing.
And the fake gold.
And the fake gold ya juzi yenye waliiba na wash people of Ruto, because those are guys from Ruto's camp. Now they are going to hide there because they know Ruto can take the and they will be safe next year. After so they should also
we
be
are
arrested.
laughing, but if you go on Tuko and you see how people suffer, you would be so mad to know how some other people are living in excess.
Ashley, don't go to Tuko. Make a phone call at your village, you will know. Wachana na Tuko, hao ni wenye wametangazwa, wenye wanataka pesa ya watu. Enda kwa village yako utaona venye watu wanateseka, including my village. Then you will know that kuenda Tuko hiyo ni kionjo. So people are really suffering. And all I'm praying for is this. Kenyans must know that leaders are our own making. And when we elect these people because of the money they distribute to us during the elections, some of them are not even brought by Ruto, Raila, or Uhuru. Some of them, we bring them by ourselves. For example, Awiti was brought by the musicians. You know, Awiti was elected by musicians. And if I always tell people that Awiti was elected by musicians, somebody called Kabando Wakabando was elected by radio stations, the local radio stations, elected Kabando Wakabando. And people don't understand that. Because he ensured that radio yenye inasikika kwao, anasalimiaga mtu kila siku akakuwa shabiki. So anasalimika kila siku, ujumbe ni kwamba Kabando Wakabando ni kiboko yao, na ilikuwa hivyo akachaguliwa. Awiti was elected by musicians in 1998 and 1997. They started singing about him until he was so popular in the area, mpaka watu walikuwa wanamuuliza kwani Awiti anasimama tu. Akasema mimi sitaki siasa. So people thought that akikutana na musicians he gives them 2,000, 5,000. And I didn't know by those times production in the studio. Of late nimekuwa na lot of work with the musicians. Production in the studio was 2,000 ndio utolewe song. Awiti alikuwa anatoa 3,000 na wanatoa songs ngapi? Yake na ya any other person. Toa yangu na ya so kila almost 5-6 musicians walimuimbia every year. So alikuwa na lot of radio ikicheza, there must be a song singing about Cyprian Awiti. So people came to believe that ni huyu mtu mwenye anapreziwa kila saa. Ni kama he is doing something good. Yeah? Okay. He must be important. Ni kama akona pesa mingi ya kusaidiana. So when people are electing him in 2007, watu walidhani Awiti anasimama. Akasema bado hataki nini? Siasa. So when 2013 came, people wakasema Awiti tunakupea. Kwa nini? Nyimbo zako zimesambaa venye unasaidia watu venye uko mtu. A musician can make you higher or can take you lower. Down. So people believed that this man is a performer. Akaelectiwa 2013. Nobody wanted to contest against him because he was so powerful. Okay. He was so powerful. So our people must know who to elect. This Mutembei thing can make Mutembei so popular until when he goes home, watu wanasema that guy is owning a TV. Huyu jamaa kuna TV. And then atachaguliwa. At the same time, Mutembei anachaguliwa hata yeye mwenyewe hajui kitu inaendelea kwa hiyo village. And then now he's not interested anymore. In short, we should not elect people because of popularity. We should elect people because of the vision and the mission. Okay. I'm submitting my prayers to God. Okay. And
before you do that, if someone has to commit a crime, you see, like Magufuli used to say, sometimes he would do something to those who are corrupt, and he would say, "Hakuna due process. Kama yeye anaiba, alitumia due process." So since they didn't use due process, walifanya thagish, na wewe pia unawatoa kithagish. One person that should not be in the administration is someone like Babu Owino. Everybody saw what he did on TV. If even Uhuru would say, tell Raila, no, he cannot be. It is against, it's against, he shouldn't do that. But if he has to break the law, I wish he was breaking it for things like those. Obando should not be there until your case, Sharon imemalizika. If he was breaking the law for things like those, he would be very popular today.
Ashley, kuna kitu hapa. Just unmute so that we can discuss this because we are taking it just 2 minutes so that we can pray.
No, I'm cooking. That's why I keep muting so you don't hear the noise.
We can hear the noise. We like cooking. So the thing here is this. When he did this, he should not be elected when standing for the next. So the law should take its course for the next. But because he did it when he was already
so
an
that
MP,
law that he did not use, what I'm saying, if Uhuru is breaking the law, and some people are saying like the bill alitoa Sonko, if he were kama ana break, wacha kwanza a break na easy. Yani kama ata break sasa wacha break na easy. I'm not supporting doing that. It's ironic. I'm trying to be ironic.
No, I'm supporting you.
I don't mean that. I'm
supporting you.
Yeah, but I don't mean it.
Yeah, I'm supporting you. But what can happen is Sonko haezi tolewa na Uhuru ama na mtu, lazima atolewe from the county. So you can't, kama sahi, if somebody wanted to remove Babu Owino, ange-sponsor somebody in his constituency, aende aandike recall, then they sign, alafu watakuwa wamemtoa. Then the next election is not
insist akae ndani vile ameinsist unini Mguna akae Canada na yuko Canada against the law. Hata kama walisema atoke, like he could have said no, he cannot come out until this case is determined and until this boy, because everybody saw him shoot. Like this thing was on
silence
CCTV.
does not mean amekata.
Ashley, you're cherry picking
Yes.
now. You know, you're cherry picking because.
No, I'm just using an example because we can't. No, I'm just using an example. You see, when does this stop? When does it stop to allow him to break the law? I'm being ridiculous. I don't mean it. That's what I say. I'm just saying, where does it stop? So since we are a country of law, we should accept, we should let the law take its course. That's what I'm trying to drive to. I'm cherry picking just as Uhuru cherry pick what he decides that Kenyans want. That is what I was trying to drive to. If that's what you want me to tell you.
Actually, we should meet for some coffee because I think some coffee will do you good.
You know, we say this when we start. When does it stop? You see what I'm saying? When does it stop? When does it? Because even him, he's cherry picking. There's a lot of things he can break the law to do, but because there is a law and we are a lawful country, we need to let the law take its course.
Actually,
That's what I was trying to say.
I'll meet you in Florida very soon. I'll meet you in I'll meet you in Miami very soon. So that
I just want to say,
Miami Beach.
I was in Miami. I was in Miami some 3 months ago. So I'll meet you at very soon. So
listen, Collins, before you close this or Jakes, I was just saying, you see the danger of what Ashley proposed there. You can see what people are starting to speak about Ruto and Sijui Kiamba and all this stuff about ICC. It's a very dangerous thing at the moment. So I think I'm not saying people should not speak their minds about these things, but we know where we were, and we know those issues have not been resolved. I mean, Chapter 6 is just all over the place. You could take the whole of Parliament, both houses, down just through Chapter 6, if we really wanted to do it.
Variety Gitash, Karibu, ask us some question. He's asking like he wants to ask us a question, and I think he or she has been very consistent. So we would like to have your question before we close, as Ellie is continuing to talk. So Variety Gitash, please. I don't know if he is a male or a female. Please give us your question as we go. I'll read it so that Ellie will answer it.
Yeah,
You
Variety,
can go on,
ask your question, Variety. Go ahead, Ellie.
Well, while you're waiting for the question, I'm going to say what
I was just agreeing with my sister there, Ashley, that some of these actors of economic crimes, they should not be left walking around. Something should be done, but you have to be consistent with that kind of thing, because on the one hand, you're saying that you're obedient to the law, to the constitution, and you respect the law, but then you're choosing who should be done what, and that's not very consistent, with the.
No, it was ironic. I was trying to say I was trying to show when does it stop. He should not try to take the law into his hands, because if he does, we also have things that we want him to take into his hands. So you started telling me I'm cherry picking. I said exactly. That is why we should leave institutions to handle business as they are set up by the Constitution.
Okay.
So I don't advocate for it. I was trying to stress a point. When does it stop? And where does it stop?
This question is for
stop on?
Okay, this question is for Jakes. Jakes, you are the chair, but now you can answer this question. Variety Getash asks a question for all of us, but I think we are leaving the question for you because Ashley has closed. I've closed myself, and LA has also closed. So just answer this question. What if another Kikuyu wins a presidency? Will Kenya work? So you're answering that question.
I don't know what part of work she means or he means.
Will Kenya go on? She's like, I don't know if it's a he or a she. It's
whatever
like
the gender. The issue is, I really don't know if Kenya working or not working is dependent on the tribe that is on power. By the end of the day, if we have a leader who leads, because the issue is not the tribe. tribe is a means to which we communicate. Others communicate so well in Luo, others communicate so well in Kikuyu, others communicate so well in the tribes they do. But the constitution recognizes two as the national, or rather the approved, or the national language as English and Swahili. So if my leader or the leader appointed, whether from Kikuyu, Embu, Kalenjin, whatever tribe he comes from, has the attributes of a leader to take Kenya forward, because not that we have had tribes before. So what Kenya now needs is a leader. What Kenya now needs is a performer, someone who will deliver, someone who will defend the law, someone who will allow the institutions to perform their duties, someone who will also put the institution into task so that the institutions can deliver, someone who will not only create an agenda for himself or surrounding him, but the agenda will be for the nation. Because one, the president is a unifying factor. The president is a symbol of national unity. The president is not elected to be a Mount Kenya spokesman. Neither is he elected to be a gender leader. He is a leader that the constitution sees as a national icon, a national symbol of national unity. So basically, to me, Kenya has not failed to work or will work depending on which tribe is in power. Kenya will work depending on the leaders we put on table. So me as a voter, I should not look at the tribe, because that is where the mistake has always been. I need to now change my mindset, look at a leader, look at a performer, look at an individual who will bring the best foot forward and do the best for the nation, regardless of where he comes from. Even if it is what someone had said earlier, even if it is Inspector Mwala who ends up doing our nation proud, why not? Why enclose my dreams and desires and ambitions for my nation and place it to one person who, time without number, has failed, time without number, has robbed our nation dry? So basically, I would wish to have a leader. I would pray for a leader. So I would answer it in form of a prayer. My prayer would be, may the next person be the best person. May the next person rise above ethnic cocoons, rise above marginalization, rise above corruption, rise above the regard of the rule of law and all. So it would be a prayer. Maybe I might be praying too far, too wide, and maybe I might be unrealistic. But if my dream is desire, then I'll be a happy voter. Is that sorry? I'll be a happy voter. If it is not, I will nitakubaliana na hali.
Asante sana. Gitash, I think you answered, but she's saying like
I
Jakes,
am
you are
dodging.
dodging. But the thing is, Jakes has said something which is a bit, we can summarize it instead of saying stop the lectures, answer. The fact is, Gitash, Variety Gitash, the fact is, anybody who will be elected with valid election rules and valid votes, where the election is free, fair, and transparent, and the person has integrity, that person will be the president of the republic, depending, irrespective of whether he's from Gikuyu, Meru, Embu, Luo, Karamajong, Ogiek. Let that person have the integrity and ashinde watu wengine kwa njia ya haki. Actually, there is a question here which I think you should answer. Actually, or Jakes, I don't know who lives in the US, and Jakes, I think, not Jakes, but Ellie. Ellie lives in, are you in the United States?
He said that, no, he said he's in a different nation.
Which nation are you? Because I will
live in the UK.
Good. And then there's Ashley is going to answer in the diaspora. There's James.
You can answer that one.
No, you are answering this. Yeah, I know why you are answering this. When you live abroad, do you still the same feeling? Do you still have the same feeling as a true Kenyan, Ashley, in the US? You are representing everybody, each of us.
No, I'm not able to answer that question.
Okay. Ele, are you feeling the same as a true Kenyan when you're living abroad?
Yes, I always say that I take the Pan-Africanist, ideological route. So I'm very much a Pan-African, so those borders don't really worry me about Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. But in terms of being Kenyan, I can't speak on behalf of other people, but I think Kenyans don't lose their, their sense of identity, whether it's political, tribal. In fact, in some cases, it's more intense in the diaspora. And it's probably because of what they see being reported or misreported, back in Kenya. Sometimes it's more intense, but sometimes it's just a natural bias, to show their, their regional identities and stuff, even in the diaspora. But most of the time, they try to portray, patriotism to Kenya because they're abroad. I think I can't speak on behalf of all.
So James Mzee, when we are outside here, like me, somebody has
Early mute.
Yeah, sorry.
It's so loud. Okay, I would answer him like this. When you are outside here, we feel Kenyan. Even those people who don't like to be identified as Kenyan, when he sees anything in the news, you will see somebody turning what has happened with Kenya. So that means you're a true Kenyan. It's only that some of us miss home and some of us are not. But when we see anything touching on Kenya, or when a runner on Kenya runs, I happened to go to a college where we were only 3 Kenyans. At first, I was only 1 Kenyan in the whole college. So it was a bit difficult. And fortunately enough, I found a girl whose boyfriend was a Kenyan. She is not a Kenyan, but the boyfriend was a Kenyan. So anytime she saw me with the wristband, ile ya Kenya, she was like, yeah, you are like my boyfriend. So when we are outside the country, anything that touches on Kenya, we understand it because we are the people who understand that name called Kenya first. We know if anything mentions about Kenya, it's our home. We may be missing some of the foods, we may be missing some of the cultures, but most of the time, because of the coming of the WhatsApp, siku hizi, at least you can also see at +25 for calling you. It's like, maybe it's a blessing sometimes because you have umekaa bila kuongea. It's a blessing for me. It was a blessing because it makes me speak Kiswahili. It makes me speak the Luo. Okay, and so it was a bit good. I went to a country where there are only 5 Kenyans, a whole country called Antigua and Barbuda. There are only 5 Kenyans, not 5. I was the 4th. We were only 5 Kenyans. I was the 4th. The first one is called Caro. She is a pharmacist in that country and she's a citizen. The other one is called Tom. He is a citizen in that country. And the other one is called Waluhe, somebody from Western. He is also a citizen in that country and he runs the biggest tire hii ya kuuza tire za magari. Yake ndio kubwa hapo na ni Mkenya. So these 3 guys were there na mimi nikaingia tukakuwa 4. Then the other girl was admitted to the call. We became 4. After that we became 5. The whole of that island, they were known as Kenyans. Na wakikutana ni kukutana tu ile mnakutana round table na mmekutana kama Wakenya. So in short, we are so proud to be Kenyans.
Just a moment before you end there. I think we are good. The only problem that comes is what divides us is what makes us weak. Our division normally comes around politics, but generally Kenyans are an amazing lot. One, when there are issues, see how we come together. Kenyans for Kenya, the Kralian call that comes around. People come in and put in their best, and they support one another. When you see people donating, even during COVID, people gave their substance, people gave their very best. So Kenyans, we have no problem loving one another. The problem comes in it's when our leaders tell us this tribe is our problem or this person is the issue. So really, as Kenyans, I don't think we have a problem. I have no we have engaged. No one has asked me in this platform what my tribe is. I have not asked Ellie what his tribe is, because by the end of the day, that is not what was forming our discussion. That was not what was uniting us. The common cause of our unity was there is an issue. We needed Kenyans to participate. Kenyans came together. They shared their ideas, and that's the Kenyan spirit. You know, we are people who, when we are called, when what they say, when the rubber meets the road, we normally put the Kenyan spirit. I see people celebrate Kemboi, not because he's a Kale, no. He's an athlete from our land. I saw when this hero fell, the rugby guy, Ayemba or something. We felt it not because we are all lawyers, but he is a legend who took Kenya to the map, to the world, and we saw him do great things for our land. And he placed Kenya in a sphere that maybe we would say, if you are not there, maybe tungechukua muda mrefu kufika hapo. So we don't lack good people in Kenya. We have more than a number. The problem is the one thing that we have never gotten it correct: politics. The one thing, and I think maybe it is how we got it from our forefathers that maybe has still always been a thorn in our flesh. Maybe that could be the reason. So if we get our politics correct, even development, even all these issues that come, ati sasa ni mtu wetu ako kwa siasa, so ni wakati wetu wa kukula hizi, all these shenanigans will come to an end when we finally see that mtu akiingia anaingianga yeye na familia yake, aingiangi yeye na jamii yake, aingiangi yeye na community. If it is Waiguru, ni yeye na bwana yake Waiganjo. They are the ones enjoying the proceeds of, whether earned correctly or whatever ways they did it, they enjoy it at their own sphere. So when we look at it from whatever leaders we have, by the time tunasema ati ni mtu wetu anatusaidia, mara mingi wanaanzaga na kwao nyumbani. So let us love our nation to the level that we don't mind who is the president, as long as the president is a Kenyan who loves Kenya and is a patriotic individual, so be it. The tribe should not be the cornerstone, because that is what has always been our division. Our division is not whether Nyeri is in Central or Kisumu is in Nyanza. No, our division is politics. We share matatus, we share motorcycles. When you board a motorbike, you don't ask the motorbike guy what is your tribe. When you make a phone call, you don't aspire to talk in your mother tongue. Most of the time, you aspire just to communicate. So if we take language as a form of communication, this tribal issue maybe will be buried. So basically, all I would say is, one, I'm proud to be Kenya. Whether in Kenya or abroad, I think one of the things that should really be my identity is the love for my nation. When these people come to our country, they brag and showcase their world and where they are from. And I remember even when we were young, mzungu kuonekana mtaani, it was a big deal. And they would even, they would make sure they make us feel, and yes, we are almost like monkeys. They take photos of everybody. They look for the very, very nasty photos. And someone was telling me at times those were the things they use Ukomaju to find fans, in the name of these were street children. Yet it was me, I'm not a street child, but because maybe walinikuta bila tu viatu, nimevaa kakinyasa kameraruka probably, so I depicted poverty to them. So they use me to go and manipulate my story for their own gain. So basically, if tunaweza fika mahali tujivunie kama wa Kenya na we fight for our nation and make our nation great, make our nation better, where we ask ourselves, what can we do for our nation, not what the nation can do for us. I think we can be headed in the right direction. And our nation is good, very beautiful. And I understand why we had the Mau Mau people fighting for it, because there is plenty within our borders and we have a lot. This is one beautiful nation. And it takes you and me to make it great. I think that's how I would summarize it.
So I think
you know what? Can I add what he said? You spoke our national anthem. It tells us vile tupate raha na ustawi na tujenge taifa letu. Hiyo ndio wajibu wetu. Even when we come here on this national forum, especially from abroad, even that person asked who we think about our country. Of course, if we did, we would not be here in the first place. So the action itself speak for itself. Because even just going on YouTube or listening to this, if you're not in Kenya and maybe you haven't been there in a while and you know politics more than the people there, that means you're actively involved. So that means you're interested in your country. So let us tujivunie na sisi wote tujenge taifa letu juu ni wajibu wetu. That is what our national anthem says. Ili istahili heshima. Our country ikiheshimiwa hata sisi tunajivuna. We are proud. When you tell people, like when Kibaki was there, someone talked to me and they asked, "Oh, you're from Kenya? I hear they've become a middle class." We had gone to middle class status. We had come from third world. And that is what I'm fighting for here. I'm not fighting because Uhuru is working with Raila, as some people say. And someone here called Malcolm said, let us not look at this thing in tribalistic terms. Let us look it from a Kenyan perspective. Because if Kenyan prospers, ikiendelea, even us, tutakuwa proud. That is some of us. That's all we gain from it, being proud of our country. And knowing that they are trying their best. It won't be perfect, but trying their best to perfect it. Tukae pamoja na shukrani, like let us give our country glory. Let us give it respect that it deserves. Let us not support bad leaders who put us down and let us be shitholes. That shithole definition. Some of us are enabling those leaders who are making us go there. Sasa tumerudi third world. Sasa tumerudi kuomba. So why should we support these leaders who are doing that? And some of us gain nothing from it. Kuna watu wana tenders, I can understand them because they get tenders, but when you gain nothing because someone is from your tribe, then you support them for no other reason other than that they're from your tribe. It doesn't make sense. So anyway, I hope it's a challenge to anybody listening to do their part.
James Conde, I must read this before we pray. James Conde has said the lady has some strong points. So, and Variety Gitash has also added something like a real Kenyan should speak at least 3 languages: English, Swahili, and your home language. Another thing is James Conde again, James Mzee, okay. And then there is Lugard Abila. Lugard Abila says that that's a good stuff up there. And James Conde was like, I wish I could join and give my opinion. We will give you a time to join next time. So please be a bit earlier so that you can get your time. I think, Ashley, you've summarized everything. And by this, I hope we have not closed on any opinion. And I would pray if you allow me.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Lord, and thank you for the evening, Father. We honor you this evening and morning in our country, Father, because of the kind of brains that you're giving unto us. We did not merit to have them, and we don't merit to have anything that we have in terms of life, but because of your mercies that you have enabled us. Father, you made us be born in a country that is full of plenty, a country that is peaceful. Father, may we not take this peace for granted. The leadership is struggling in our country. Father, it is not that we know all that we should do, but it's your guidance that will deliver us from the bad leadership. As at now, we are now grappling with the pandemic of the COVID. Father, it is you that we put our hopes. May you bless our country, may you give us the peace, and may you bless the work of each and every one of us that is here and anyone that is not here. May you heal the spirits and the hearts of those who have lost their fellows and their loved ones, and may you heal the sick in our country. As we struggle to make life easy for ourselves, may you be the one that makes that life easy for us. Thank you again, and thank you for the night. As we go into sleep, Father, be with us. As we meet next time, we glorify your name. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray and believe. Amen.
And amen, amen, amen. Powerful, sir.
Amen.